It's Sprint Saturday at the Red Bull Ring in the Bwin Grand Prix of Austria. As the first race day beckons, a classic of times before, this place has been the king of last lap battles, and it's ready to host more. Winding through the mountains in one of the most spectacular settings, your Saturday of MotoGP action starts now. Good morning and welcome to the Red Bull Ring, tucked away in the Styrian Mountains, and just an hour from the second city in the country, Graz. Motorsport heritage laces this phenomenal circuit in abundance. Previously Zeltweg, the Oostenrijk Ring, the A1 Ring, the modern-day Red Bull Ring has undergone various changes throughout the years, but the old-school charm always remains the same. Today's schedule consists of a full complement of free practice 2 sessions, qualifying, and then the first races of the weekend, the Tixo Sprint in MotoGP, and both Moto E races, so stay tuned for that. Strap yourselves in for a super Saturday in Austria. First up, Moto3 FP2 to get ourselves dialed in. Don't forget the top 14 are already safely through into Q2. And judging by those skies, that might well have been some hard work done in advance and well achieved, because we do have sets of thunderstorms. There was lightning in the area last night. Let's see how the weather plays out for the rest of the day. You're in the company of Kiko Giles and Elliot York this morning. Out yesterday, a lot of learnings, the first of which is Angel Piqueras, certainly the rider to beat. He most certainly is. Good morning, Kiko. Good morning to everyone else watching along from home as well. Sunny skies so far today, but we are expecting, as Kiko says, potentially some thunderstorms later on into the day, and, of course, for tomorrow as well, which is going to throw a little spanner in the works, which is exciting for us neutrals, of course. But yes, Piqueras really is the rider to beat on the pace as well. Just absolutely formidable yesterday. And he did say that for really one of the first times this season, he's not experienced any issues on Friday in terms of bike setting and bike feeling and how he feels. And that showed with him topping the times yesterday afternoon. And he did so with a new lap record as well, a new all-time lap record in Moto3. As you can see on your screen, that 1:39.918 was the benchmark time. He was the only rider in the 1:39s yesterday afternoon. Valentin Peroni second in the morning, second in the afternoon too. Yamanaka rounding out the top 3. Keyless Foggia right behind. Munoz was a crasher in the morning, but on his way to 6th in the afternoon. And just scraping in at the very last moment, Alvaro Carpe given a reprieve. 14th place and into Q2 at the expense of Ruche Moodley, the South African, just missing out by 9,000ths of a second. All the way down to Vicente Perez, back with us this weekend, 26th and last on a 44.1, but don't write anyone out just yet, as we say, the weather very inclement, at least that's what the forecast says. So, we're going to be getting underway any moment now with free practice 2 here in Austria. What a place this is, Al. Really, yesterday we spoke about Piqueras. He really likes this Red Bull Ring 4.3 kilometre long circuit. But there are some other riders that we should draw attention to. Ryuta Yamanaka was quick in both sessions, but for me one of the highlights outside of the Piqueras spear was Valentin Peroni. Absolutely fantastic Friday from the young Argentine. Yeah, it certainly was. Valentin Peroni has been impressive pretty much all season long after not picking up points in his first 2 races. He picked up points in every race since then, and it was his best Friday of the year, finishing inside that top 3, and he was very pleased yesterday. You were speaking to him, of course, Kiko, yesterday after the session, and he was really happy. Pretty much as soon as he pitted out on the outlap, he felt really comfortable and really strong. And we've mentioned a few times this year already how it's his first year on a Moto3 bike proper, and you put the question to him yesterday about how he felt the first time here on a Moto3 machine he has experience in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, and he said it's not too much different. You have to brake earlier at some parts, of course, because the Moto3 bikes gain a bit more top speed compared to the Red Bull Rookies Cup bikes, but it's pretty much similar in terms of braking markers. But Peroni was really pleased with how he hit the ground running yesterday, and he is a real contender looking at the pace as well, and he said it himself, especially for qualifying, he is going to be a contender for pole position and the podium on Sunday if all goes well today. He's had a podium, of course, already this year back at Athens, so he wants to add to his tally in his rookie season. And we've gone green on Moto 3, FP2, half an hour of track action. Gets underway, they roll down pit lane, quite a long pit lane exit here at the Red Bull Ring, the pit lane to the right-hand side of the opening turn, and it feeds you back out in a really nice way. Shouldn't be any dramas later on for riders on their flying laps, meeting riders starting their out laps. That's for qualifying, of course, which sets the grid for tomorrow's Grand Prix. We're looking at Angel Piqueras, what form he was in yesterday, and I'll tell you someone else who was in good form, Dennis Foggia. Podium last time out podium battle last time out at Brno, and very, very consistent yesterday up there inside the top 6. Yeah, it certainly was a battle that his teammate Maximo Quiles did not enjoy over in Brno, but I think Foggia enjoyed it a little bit more, tussling away with the youngsters rising up in Moto 3. Of course, Dennis Foggia super experienced in this class, a runner-up. He's making his 104th start in Moto 3 this weekend, so super experienced, as we know, the Italian. And he said after yesterday that the hard work, that they'd make some changes towards the summer break, and that's been shown with the obviously podium at Mugello and the podium fight last time out over in Brno, and again yesterday finishing inside that top 5 and just looking pretty comfortable. One thing to note with Foggia, we know that he doesn't enjoy the wet conditions, so he's going to be absolutely praying that at least qualifying this afternoon will be dry and get himself a decent starting slot. But if it's wet tomorrow, don't expect Foggia, as things stand, to be fighting for that podium or victory, unfortunately, for the Italian. But if it stays dry, he's a real contender, and he's shown that after the summer break, he's continued on the form that he's picked up with. We expected a lot of things, I feel, for Foggia coming back into Moto 3. It was always going to be difficult jumping off a Moto 2 bike back onto a Moto 3 bike. So a little bit of a slower start as expected. Just went away in the middle of the first part of the season, but he's picked it back up, which is good to see for the experienced Italian. We're picking up Vicente Perez, and this is the reason why. He crashed under yellow flags in practice about here, actually, down at turn 3. So he's got a double long lap penalty for that misdemeanor. He'll have to serve that tomorrow when we go green at 11 AM local time here in Austria. We mentioned about Foggia. I think it'd be fair to say, if it is wet tomorrow, we'll have to score points. That's been the form of Dennis Foggia, unfortunately, in the wet. Whereas you look further down the field, you've got the likes of Scott, oh dear me, David Almanza, that's down at turn 3 by the looks of it to be. And was there someone else just creeping out of the way as well there? It's at least just David Almanza for the time being. The marshal's run in the background, but Almanza's back on his wheels and off he goes. So a brief yellow flag there. That turn 3, but if we look down the order from yesterday, Scott Ogden is a rider who quite enjoys the wet weather. John Kelso's quick as well, so we could have plenty of riders having a say. In fact, this rider on your screen, it's just tucks the front very, very early. David Almanza, he's another bit of a wet weather specialist. Down and dumps yesterday, though, just squeezing through into Q2, but not looking as fast here post-summer break. Yeah, he said yesterday he struggled with the time attack, couldn't really get the feeling together to really push and go with the sort of top guys and be with them in terms of pace over one lap. And that went pretty early, didn't it? As soon as he tipped it into the corner, it looks like potentially a little bit of a cold tie. Of course, really early into the session, that would have been Almanza's second lap at best. So yeah, that front end washed away pretty quickly, but it is a slow crash up at turn 3. If you're going to have a crash anywhere around this circuit, make it a slow one at turn 3. If you are going to crash. Turn 10 is where we've just come through, watching these 3 riders, Ralston, Peroni and your championship leader, Rayner, who also had a bit of a trickier day yesterday. Rayner, he said he's not feeling totally comfortable with the bike. Job done, though, in terms of scraping through into that top 14. He's the only rider so far this year to do that every time on a Friday. 100% Q2 record for Rayner so far, and surprisingly is the championship leader. But he's got work to do, along with teammate Carpe, to get a bit of a better feeling. That's really close between the Tech 3 team. It's Peroni carving his way up the inside of Jacob Ralston at turn 2A. Morning. There we go. Have some of that. Valentin Peroni. That was Jacob Ruthless. More like not that. And he puts it out on his head. He's even got the presence of mind to think about it. Well, Valentin Peroni's just stolen the show for the last 3 corners. That front end was under him for a week through turn 3. And no wonder he's taken a moment just to think about it. Have a look at this. Late on the brakes, tipping in, he's coming off the curb. Back in the air, front end almost on the runoff and upside down. Valentin Peroni and the mechanics, yeah, right smile, I reckon. Mainly because they've just saved themselves a load of work on 2 occasions. Get that clipped up and on social media as soon as possible. That's going to be all over Peroni's social media. What a save, putting his hand on the ground to pick it back up. That is absolutely marvellous stuff. We love a good save, and that was one of the best of the season, if not the best. I remember Angel Piqueras over at Austin is probably the best we've seen so far this year, but Peroni not hanging about then early on in free practice. Just maybe needs to take a little bit of a deep breath and just calm down slightly, but wow, what a save that was. Who was it in Superbikes, Pico, over at... Was it Most who did the same thing recently? I can't remember. Maybe I've seen a picture from years gone by. Anyway, it drove me right under the Superbike bus there. That's embarrassing. I was there for 5 years. I might be wrong anyway. Let's call Matt Buchanan, who's gone as well at turn 2. That looks like a chicane. So he's back at his wheel, so a very eventful opening 5 or 6 minutes here in Moto3 FP2. Back to you, Al, whilst I think of it was in Hungary. I mean, I might be completely wrong. I'm pretty sure I've seen it recently somewhere over in Superbikes, but yeah, correct me if I'm wrong at home as well. Viewers, this is the replay of, I assume, Cormac Buchanan coming into turn 2A. Yes, it is just a typical front-end washout at turn 2A, which was one of the most crashed-at corners last year. He just ran over the curve a little bit too much there, hasn't he, Cormac Buchanan, the New Zealander who crashed at turn 10 yesterday as well. Good to see that he's back up and all okay after his injury troubles over in Brunei. No saving that one. That was washing out regardless of his cat-like reactions. So Cormac Buchanan goes down. Valentin Peroni almost goes down and clatters into his teammate in the process. So it's been an eventful opening stint to this session for the rookies. Max Kiles, by the way, another rookie, has got P1 at the moment. He's on course to improve his lap time. Kiles up inside the top 5 yesterday, safely into qualifying 2, so he's sorted out Friday at least, because that was a bit of a weakness at one point in this European bulk of the season, but he's safely in, and he's in pole position contention regardless. Yeah, Aragon, Mugello, and over at Assen, he missed the Q2 put on a Friday afternoon. 3 races in a row, but he, as you say, Kigo, has sorted that out. What he does need to sort out, though, from yesterday, is his track limits. He got 10 laps cancelled across yesterday, did Kiles, 9 of them in a row. Turn 10 he's just come through on the exit of there, and turn 1 are the real trouble spots for a lot of these Moto3 riders, not just Kiles getting his laps cancelled, but Kiles was one of the main offenders yesterday, so watch out for that. That's going to be a talking point throughout the weekend. Exit of turn 10, the final corner, and exit of turn 1, of course, the opening corner here in Austria. So Kiles, though, nearly half a second clear early doors in FP2. He was looking really good yesterday. He said that himself. He was really happy with the work that was done by he and the team on a track he knows, of course, as well. So, as always, we've come to learn this now. Never discount Kiles, and he's really in the hunt for the front row pole position, and of course the podium victory tomorrow as things stand. Jose Antonio Rueda making his way through turn 4, your championship leader by 85 points. Fair to say, firmly to say, he is your championship favourite at this stage, with 10 rounds to go, including the round we are at here in Austria. But of course, this is motorcycle racing, and one DNF coupled with someone else's jumping performance can really do some damage. But Jose Antonio Rueda, let's be quite honest, doesn't look like making many mistakes in 2025. The only mistakes he's made really back at Aragon on the last lap, but he still came over the top 8 finish. And besides that, the DNF at LaSalle, not his doing. So unfortunately for the opposition, Jose Antonio Rueda looking 99.9% flawless. That's perhaps why he runs a 99 on the bike. Well, yeah, some might say. And Rueda is put himself in a position in the championship where he can afford a mistake or 2 or even 3, as Peroni goes to the top of the time sheets on the 73 after his incredible save a few moments ago. He's regathered, regrouped, and he's looking strong again as the in-form rookie. Talking of in-form rookies, that is Maximo Kiles. I believe he was running slightly wide at turn 10, out of shot while we were talking about Rueda, but it is the number 99 that they're all chasing in the championship. Not this weekend so far. As I said earlier, Rueda's got a little bit of work to do to find that perfect setting that he's had pretty much all season long that allowed him to win the Czech Grand Prix 3 weekends ago now by over 3 seconds. but he can now afford to not relax. You never want to relax because that is when mistakes come, but he doesn't have to put himself in positions where he's going to have to risk it all, does Rueda. So he's in a commanding position, and this is one of the weekends, apart from his home Grand Prix over in Spain. It's obviously a really, really important weekend for KTM, Red Bull, as a collective. They want to be winning all the races that they can, especially in Moto3 and Moto2. It's going to be tricky, of course, in MotoGP, such as the dominance of Ducati and Marc Marquez this season, but it's a crucial weekend for Red Bull KTM, and they look nothing more than the likes of Karte, the likes of Pironi, Ralston, and of course Rueda to be standing on that podium come Sunday morning. A flurry of personal best lap times. Ogden, Casey O'Gorman, Riccardo Rossi and Nicola Carraro, all four just moving up to 18th, 19th, 20th and 21st. Worthy to note, of course, Casey O'Gorman is in this weekend for Luca Lanetta, so not an absolute permanent name, but a very solid job done yesterday. Oh, new lap record by Max Kielers, a 39.842. So Max Kielers has found the groove. I think we'll wait and see whether the lap time was valid, but at this time it looks like it didn't get cancelled, so we'll have to wait and see for sure. But 39.842 it is in the locker. Max Kielers riding this like a qualifying session. He's backing it in everywhere. So Kielers very, very comfortable. This title race is not over. It's definitely swung in Rueda's favour. Oh, we've got yellow flags at sector 1 and 2, and that's at turn 3 because the marshals were running. We said Max Kielers was backing it in. Has he backed it in a little bit too much, perhaps? And that doesn't tell us much either. Besides, maybe grab a glass of Prosecco a bit later on because it's a bit early in the morning. I saw a level of MTA bike. Obviously, it looks like Kelso just sort of looking like he was getting back onto the bike and getting up running against turn 3, catching a few riders out. So far this morning, we saw David Manza crash there. We saw Pironi produce his ridiculously good save a few moments ago as well, and then Kelso looks like he's just lost the front going up at turn 3, but got back up on the bike, kept it running, and no such issues for the Australian who got back into the top 14 yesterday. Job done in terms of that for the number 66 yesterday, and he'll be, of course, working more on race pace this morning, as he did yesterday afternoon. That's been the tactics for Kelso and the MTA team all season long. He didn't look quite as good on the pace yesterday as the likes of the Keras, Pironi, and Kielers was another one. Furasato was another rider who looked pretty decent on race pace yesterday in the opening stint before the time attacks came in. As Kielers once again sets a new all-time lap record on the 28 at 39.639. He's pushing on in this session. That's a track limits violation at turn 1. Watch out for that one. Easily done, but Kielers is on a march this morning. Tell you what, our esteemed colleague and sometimes our friend Jack Appleyard, he likes to flatter, doesn't he, on the bets, and we were recommending him that Angel Piqueras is perhaps the one to go for in Moto3 this weekend, judging by Friday. Some money might be moving over to Max Kielers at this rate because that is some serious pace that he's already demonstrated. I want to go back to Joel Kelso if I can for just a moment. Al didn't start, of course, back at Brno, 13th on the grid, worked his way up to 6th in Germany. But besides that, 9th, 10th, 7th, and then at DNF, of course, it started back at Silverstone. The second part of the first half of the European season, not quite as strong as the first 4 or 5 rounds of the European season. No, and he said, overall, it was a great first half here. This was when he was talking back in Brno. Overall, it was a good first half of the year, got the podiums under his belt. And the races he really struggled at, he still picked up a P7 and P8. So when you're really struggling to finish inside that top 10 and be in and around the group fighting for victories and podiums is a sign of the step that's been made for Kelso this year. And the unfortunate injury that he first picked up back before Brno, and then obviously re-injured it again, broke 2 bones in his foot in that crash over Brno, which cost him a chance of going qualifying and racing. But healed up over summer, went back to Australia for a week or 2, got some good training in, and Kelso is hoping to hit the ground running in the second half of the season and build on the early momentum that was gained in the championship. If you're wondering what that noise I made was, this is why. I didn't stub my toe or anything. It was another front end motor. Look at the he's cried out for forgiveness. Valentin Pironi says personalised lap on that one as well. I couldn't believe he stayed on it. That is a front end He's got some confidence in him, maybe a little bit too much confidence. This is Keyleth coming through the chicane at turn 2A and 2B. 2 and 3 really, isn't it, folks, let's be honest. But coming through, Keyleth's a little bit more in line, but Valentin Peroni, he's really pushing on for Saturday morning. He means business. He's not short of confidence, is he, Valentin Peroni? We mentioned yesterday how happy he was and how confident he was straight out of the box on Friday morning. I mean, he's showing that again on Saturday morning as well. He said the bike felt perfect yesterday, and you don't go pushing like that, making saves like that, losing the front end at the penultimate corner and still setting your personal best lap time if you are not feeling super confident. And again, he is going on the 73. This session doesn't mean anything in terms of times or leaning into anything for the rest of the weekend, but this is a real strong showing from the 73. He's got the World Championship leader behind him. He's lost a little bit of time there in Sector 3, but it's not going to matter too much as Peroni rounds the final corner, keeps it just about in line on the straight, and now Piqueras just ahead of him with Munoz, who's having a decent session as well. He was pleased with his progress yesterday after a huge crash down at turn 10. That's Piqueras carving his way up the inside of Munoz, and there was contact to Munoz. There are many riders that have done the same to you, David. Oh dear. Don't worry. Okay, so the red list has come down, and that's the 36 of Piqueras carving up, as you said, David Munoz, and that is like, oh dear, he's on sand tracket there as well. Oh, is he looking for some afters? Oh, well, we'll have a look at the replay, and then let's hope we follow this back. They're side by side and in the braking area. Piqueras. Oh, yeah. I tell you what, that's a bit naughty on an 8B2, isn't it? But it's not the worst thing we've ever seen. His reaction's brilliant. It's similar to Maverick Vinales' reaction when Morbidelli took him out over at Mugello, wasn't it, in the Grand Prix? The cameras caught that. But I think Mr. Angel Piqueras now has a target on his back from a certain Mr. David Munoz. Of course, Munoz gives it out, so you've got to be able to take it sometimes as well. That is fair enough, and that's in all walks of life. If you've got to dish it out, you've also got to be able to take it. But yeah, a little bit aggressive, it has to be said, from Piqueras, but he's obviously trying to stamp his authority on this weekend as he did yesterday. And I mean, all is fair and a little more, isn't it? Munoz is going to be obviously annoyed by that, so that's a little battle to keep your eye on the weekend. And this is a battle that we know through the junior ranks has been a real one to watch out for, because we know that the Piqueras and Keyleth are the best of friends. A little bit of needles, I got up here, it comes. You got to be able to give it, you got to be able to take it. Well, we come through turn one a little bit less eventfully this time around, with Piqueras tracking Max Keyleth. Piqueras, you top two in the standings. Let's have another look at this. This is the replay, actually, of Piqueras coming through the Jochen turn. That's turn 9, but it's Piqueras, Peroni, your top three, Munoz fourth. That is a top four that on this session alone, I'd pay some decent money to watch head-to-head tomorrow. Munoz, Foggier's just moved up to 5th place, Rueda's 6th, 7th for Yamanaka, Fernandez, Wilson, and David Almanza, your first crasher earlier on today. He rounds out the top 10, just ahead of Guido Pini, who is in 11th. Yeah, let's stick with these two riders on screen. The top two in this session. And, yes, as we said, there's no love lost there between Keyleth and Piqueras. Two of the riders, judging from the weekend we've seen so far, are going to be right up there in the qualifying battle and on Sunday. And two riders who we fully expect to be progressing into Moto2, Angel Piqueras, probably next year. Keyleth, of course, will take a little bit more time to get there. It's only his rookie year in Moto3, but these two riders are going to be ones to watch. We're going to enjoy watching for years to come across Moto3 this year, Moto2, and I reckon, I'm sure everyone else does well in MotoGP in a few years' time. Keyleth and Piqueras not going to improve their times on this lap, but Piqueras is potentially learning a thing or two, and just working out where Keyleth might be a little bit stronger, where Piqueras might be a little bit stronger than Keyleth as well. Could be a bit of a dress rehearsal coming for tomorrow morning, you feel, with these two. Oh, right, the edge of that curve. I tell you what, Mark Suriati's in for a lap and a half here if he's going to try and follow him. Piqueras is just had a look over his shoulder and see who's about. I think maybe he's rolled out of it just a little bit. Mark Suriati, yeah, definitely eyes on springs for the number 89 as we have a look at Jose Antonio Rueda, who I think is just left behind Valentin Peroni on the track as they come through turn 3. Yes, indeed, it is Peroni first, and then Jose Antonio Rueda. Rueda just quietly going about his business. He's normally got a David Almanza number 22 Leopard Racing Honda lurking around, but not this time. And it's just the Peroni 73 and the Rueda 99 just getting ahead of Urati down into turn 4, and then it's the climb back up the hill and into the first of the left-handers. The first left-hander for some time, it's going to be said. So this is going to be a pinch point throughout the day, and particularly tomorrow in the race. You're just looking down the order. Alvaro Carter P16, a surprise. He was struggling a little bit yesterday. He said he just wants to start enjoying the Red Bull Ring like he did in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. Just missed that little bit of an edge, a little bit of feeling that he was searching for yesterday. So a little bit of a surprise to see Carpe, of course, third in the overall standings, teammate to Rueda, the team's home race as well. He's 1.7 seconds off. We obviously don't know exactly what the situation is in terms of tactics for the session, what tyres they're running, how much degradation they're on them, how many laps they've put on them, what fuel loads there are. But usually in free practice 2, for the majority of it anyway, it's all about working on your race pace. And for Quiles and Bequeras and Peroni to be in the 39s and Carpe to not even be in the 140s, a little bit strange. Of course, Rueda is also 6 tenths behind the top 2 as well. So Rebel KTM Ioju, a little bit more work to do than usual. This is Carter. He's going to set a personal best lap time he feels, tucked up behind Fernandez and Carrara. It's not going to progress him too much up the order. Where does he go? 16 days in P16. So yeah, the XD just struggling slightly. Yeah, just a little bit, and that's a bit of a surprise given that Carpe's form around this place in the Red Bull Rookies. Yeah, pretty exceptional. 3 wins and a second from 4 races contended. I was just looking now. Jose Antonio Rueda improved his time, went 6, but I've got to say, this hasn't got Bruno Field all over it, has it? This is definitely Jose Antonio Rueda's going to have to work hard to fight for victory this weekend, because Quiles, Bequeras and Peroni, the outside, the outright pace is a lot. I think the roof is quite high for those 3. Whereas Rueda, yeah, he's working on race pace, but I think the race pace of Bequeras is slightly faster, and that was just from yesterday. So, Bequeras and Quiles, particularly those 2, Peroni, let's wait and see. But was still very quick yesterday. You've got to say, they are the riders who at the moment have the benchmark and are the benchmark. Jose Antonio Rueda maybe just keeping his powder dry, but yet to see exactly what he's got. Yeah, exactly. And Bequeras yesterday on his 9th flying lap in the opening run, where we believe most of the riders were doing some race simulation, set at 140.3, and as we've seen so far this morning, the track is definitely a lot greener. There wasn't any overnight rain to my reckoning. There was some lightning, as you said, Kiko, early on in the distance, but I don't think anything affected. It's not washed out any of the rubber that was laid down yesterday, and obviously the cooler temperatures are helping with grip levels as well, and we've seen a new all-time lap record from Quiles and Bequeras again in the 139, Peroni in the 139 as well. So the track is definitely quicker this morning, but Bequeras' 9th flying lap on his race run yesterday was a 140.363. Rueda's set a 140.242, so he's only around a tenth quicker than what Bequeras was able to do in yesterday's race simulation in practice. So that's an interesting one. Bequeras clearly has pace in hand over Rueda this weekend so far, but we're saying this about Rueda, never count out the number 99. He might just be taking things slower, but when it comes to qualifying and of course in the race, we've seen Rueda make a step up pretty much every time we've gone racing this year. But this, at the moment, looks like a weekend where the chasers, Bequeras, the chief of those, of course, in 2nd place, could be chipping away at the points lead. I need to say that. It's only Saturday morning, a long way to go in this weekend, but the signs are positive so far for the likes of Bequeras, Quiles, and not Carpe, though, who's obviously 3rd in the standings. Yeah, but the good news for Carpe is that he's through already in Q2, so... Oh, we got yellow flags in sector 3. What a shame that is, so we'll pick that up in a moment. Oh, is that Rucho Moodley? It looks like it is indeed. I hope he's alright. He's only just coming back from injury. That's Rucho Moodley indeed, confirmed on your screen, and that bike has taken a bit of a pummeling. That looks like the big gravel track down at turn 6. We'll wait for confirmation, but I'm fairly sure it is, because the service road is going around the outside, and we are correct. And that front is going to go, and it does, and exit stage right for Rucho Moodley, and the team have just started wincing. Thankfully for Rucho, he's up on his feet and looks relatively okay. Not the bike. Yeah, Glad Moodley is all okay. As you say, he's only just returned from injury. He's had a pretty injury-hit debut campaign in Moto3 with the injury picked up in Ereth, and then again over at Mugello with that right elbow fracture that he picked up in the race. But good to see the South African again against his teammate Cormacan. That's the New Zealander's third crash of the weekend, and that looks like once again it is turn 2A that's caught out Buchanan. So an awful 30 seconds or so for the Boe Motorsports team. Let's have a look what happened. Did he took the curb again? No, I don't think so. Maybe the white line that time. Either way, it's got the same end result at turn 2. Certainly had, didn't like he took too much of that inside curb. As you just pointed out, Kiko, as he did in the first crash, just maybe pushing the front end a little bit too much. And here we pick up the battle of FP2. 4 minutes to go. It means nothing, but it means absolutely everything for these boys currently. Yeah. On the 36 Piqueras, just shadows a move at the inside, but says, no, you know what, I'll follow you, Maximo, for a little bit longer, or not, I'll come at the inside. Maybe Keelan ran wide, and fancies, you know what, Angel, I'll follow you for a bit, see how you like it. Well, they ran out onto the green as well, and they weren't saying any personal best, so I was just going to say, before we can't wait to call up the cannon, that maybe it's Keelan's turn to use his noggin, and see what he's got, and see what Piqueras has got, and see if he can learn anything. Tell you what, we are in for a treat if this is how it's going to play out for the rest of this weekend. But we could have really done with seeing that, couldn't we, through the chicane? That would have been nice to see, but never mind. Joe Kelso has moved up into the top 7, and he's on course to really consolidate himself up inside the top 10 here. Not on a personal best, but getting crucial laps in. And you've got to say for Kelso, after not starting in Brno, points this weekend are a massive objective. Exactly. I think for Kelso, the objective will be to get himself back into that lead group and battle away and get some confidence back after, of course, a couple of injury hit rounds. He's feeling confident. He always does, Kelso. He's had a really strong season on the level of MTA machine as he crossed the line. Doesn't improve this time around. Peroni again continuing on his way. Just lost time in that second split, but Peroni looking really strong up in 3rd place. But yeah, for Kelso, I think just a weekend where to try and maximise as many points as possible. Get yourself into that lead group or battle for the podium, whatever it might end up being on Sunday. Of course, wet weather potentially expected as well. So no more injuries is the first thing that will be on Kelso's mind, and then get a solid haul of points and then progress into, of course, next weekend at Hungary, brand new track for everyone, and then into the rest of the season as well, to try and battle his way back into that top 3 in the standings. I think that will be his objective at the end of the year. Finish inside the top 3, that will signal a really, really good year for Kelso. Let's see what Valentin Peroni can do on this next lap, because he was caught up behind Scott Ogden that time. He set a personal best, and he's got a little bit of building space now up until he gets to Jose Antonio Rueda. So Peroni, very, very fast in the opening sector, seems to be struggling to put it together in the second sector, and then all the others, he's always stuck behind traffic. We have another look at Guido Pini here. So Pini, another rider who's already cleanly through into qualifying 2 and has had a rather uneventful weekend thus far. The pole sitter from last time out as he works his way through turn 5. We have another look at Joel Kelso's on a much improved lap here. He's following Eddie O'Shea, coming to the Jochen curve and down towards turn 10. Eddie O'Shea, is he on a personal best as well? Can't quite see. Yes, he is. Eddie O'Shea is on a personal best, so good lap this incoming for Kelso, because he's got a fast rider ahead of him. O'Shea does improve his time. Kelso goes up to 4th, though, so a good little bit of building room for Kelso to move up into the top 4 and depose of David Munoz, whose session is done because he's already in the pits. So unless he goes out for a practice start, it will be curtains for David Munoz in FP2. We have a yellow flag in Sector 1. Guido Pini is going to come across the line, moves up into the top 10, goes 9th. But what is this yellow flag for? Is it down at turn 2, the chicane, or is it up at turn 3 at the top of the hill? We'll find out very, very soon, I'm sure. Valentin Peroni, this is a mega lap. Look at the amount of time he's taken out of Jose Antonio Rueda on this lap. He's going to get a tiny bit of slipstream as well, coming to the line. The Argentinian rider doesn't improve, maybe just held up in that last sector. But Peroni has got some serious pace, and you get the feeling if he gets the chance to string it all together, he may well be really, really strong come qualifying. I think the crash, for whatever reason, was at turn 2. Vicente Perez, because there was green light on the exit of the chicane. So that's Vicente Perez, the good MLab racing machine, and that, unfortunately, is an early bar. It looks like he's on the outside of turn 2B, which is exactly what he is, but it doesn't look like a crash. It looks like the stopped on it. A Honda was unfortunately gave up the ghost on that one, so that's unfortunate for Vicente Perez, who is down in P22 at the moment. Where's he gone? No, he's just gone down to P26. His lap time got cancelled by the looks of things. So yeah, not a good end to the session for Perez. It is, though, a strong end to the session for Piqueras. Piqueras. A strong weekend so far. Topped both sessions yesterday. He's still shadowing Maximo Quiles as well. So interesting to see these tactics play out. A formidable battle incoming between these two, I'm sure, for the rest of the weekend. And also Rueda improving on the final lap as well. Let's just get Rueda through sector 3. Piqueras has lost time in that split, and so has Rueda. Yeah, coming through the opening corner, I've got to say, I think Piqueras is going to get this onto the line. Looks like P2 for him. Rueda's going to be 8th at best. Carpe has moved up into the top 10 as well. He's gone 9th and taken the flag. And likewise, Quiles and Piqueras 1 and 2 in FP2. Very, very strong stuff indeed from those two. And I wonder what's to come for the rest of this weekend. There's no love lost between them. I'd be quite inclined to be a fly on the wall with David Munoz and Angel Piqueras. So, yeah, it's a shame we couldn't follow him all the way for a bit of afters. But in the end, it's Munoz who goes into the pits and has an early end to his session, having been ruffled up by Piqueras. But Quiles is the one who's gone top on a new all-time lap record of 39.638. A very, very strong start to Sprint Saturday. Yeah, very good. So the riders to beat so far, he's saying looking at the time sheets, but we knew Piqueras was strong and Quiles looked good yesterday, but he looked formidable this morning. And Peroni has continued his form from yesterday into today. And Kelso again up inside that top 4. Good end of the session under his belt did the Australian, but it is that top 3 who are a step ahead so far. Kelso over 2.5 tenths down on Peroni's time, and the top 3 within around about a 10.5 of each other. Piqueras and Quiles will be very confident going into qualifying, so will Peroni, but fascinating battle awaits between those top 3 and, of course, other names in the mix. Rueda down in P8. Carpe, though, a good improvement into the top 10. That'll give him some confidence, just a 10th off his teammate. Any predictions ahead of qualifying? That Munoz is going to follow Piqueras at some point in Q2 and then biff him? Well, potentially. David Munoz we're talking about, Bob. Number 6 spot. Now, it's close to the top, I must admit. If I was to be a betting man, which I am not yet anyway, Max Quiles is probably where my money's going to be moving. Angel Piqueras, so pace-wise, very, very strong indeed. Yeah, looked strong yesterday. Set 7 140s in that run yesterday. The next best only set 4 140s. Quiles was one of them. As I mentioned, Rosato was another. Kelso comes back into the pits, as we said, a decent session for the Australian, but those top 3 are the riders to beat this week. And Quiles has laid down a marker, you feel, on Saturday morning. He really has. A new lap record of 39.639, as we say, puts him 1.5 tenths clear of Angel Piqueras. Spain 1-2, Valentin Peroni for Argentina. 3rd, Kelso a late improver up for 4th, but not quite in the 139s. David Munoz, 6th place, just behind a very quiet and ghostly Dennis Foggia. Munoz will be out for a little bit of revenge, you feel, in later on's qualifying session. Going all the way down through the field, of course, David Almanza was a crasher. Almanza finishing 7th in the end. Keito Gorman, strong stuff from him in 16th place. We had other falls for Ruche Moody, Cormac Buchanan as well as a mechanical problem for Vicente Perez, who is right at the back. But all eyes are on Max Quiles, Angel Piqueras and Valentin Peroni at the front of the field. Don't discount your championship leader, Jose Antonio Rueda, and a plethora of other riders as well. We're going to be in for a grandstand Saturday in Moto3 qualifying. The Moto2 FP2 is coming up next, so myself, Kigo Giles, Nelly York are out of here. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison taking over at mission control in comms. Enjoy. It's a very good morning to you. Welcome to Spielberg. To what is at the moment a sunny Spielberg. Will that persist? We shall see. With the microclimate here in the Styrian Mountains, always rather temperamental and unpredictable. Rather cool conditions, it depends what we had last time Moto 2 were on track yesterday afternoon when the temperatures skyrocketed. Boy, has Moto 2 been in the news through this weekend. Both of our two leading World Championship contenders have major stories next to their name coming into this morning's free practice 2 session. One in terms of his short-term future, meaning this weekend. One of them concerning his long-term future over the next couple of years. We will get into all of that over the course of the next 25 minutes or so, with Moto 2 free practice 2 coming up shortly. The World Championship leader, Manu Gonzalez, did top yesterday, although as we'll tell you shortly, it was something of a bittersweet day for the 18. Gonzalez ahead of Aaron Canet, just 13 thousandths of a second splitting our two championship frontrunners. Ivan Ortola, one of the stories of day one, the rookie third on the Boscoscuro. The Boscoscuro working well here yesterday. Chelsea Vietti going for a third consecutive Austrian win, fourth on the Boscoscuro ahead of Philip Salach and Diogo Moreira, who seemingly only did one good lap all day yesterday, but it was enough to see him through in sixth. Marcos Ramirez, seventh. Tony Arbolino escaped a late crash to take eighth. Danny Holgado and Alvaro Arenas, who also fell yesterday, 10th. Alonso Lopez, Cineregius, Ethan Guevara, who's in quite a bit of pain here after a crash yesterday morning. And Barry Baltus are your 14, who go through automatically through to qualifying to some serious big hitters missing the cut yesterday, including our Brno winner, Joe Roberts, nudged out by just 5 thousandths of a second. And David Alonso, who looks one of the strongest riders over race rhythm, he won't have much chance to use that if he doesn't get out of qualifying 1 later on today. And Jake Dixon, winner of 2 of the first 3 Grand Prix earlier in the season. A fairly strong free practice 1, and miserable afternoon practice left Dixon down in 21st place, and he will also have to buy a ticket in the Q1 lottery later on this afternoon. Well, welcome then to you, joining us around the world. Moto 2 free practice 2 on the way in the company of Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison. Boy, have we got some news to get stuck into this morning, Neil, and I guess the big news does surround our 2 World Championship contenders. We'll come on to Aaron Canet shortly, as his news broke around about 20 minutes ago, but we'll start chronologically with the news that broke yesterday surrounding this man, Manu Gonzalez. Fastest yesterday, but knows already, no matter what he does today, he will not start from pole position. Yeah, he will not. He was handed a 3-place grid penalty, as you see confirmed on our screens for riding a little bit slowly on the entry into the turn 2 chicane. In the early stages of practice yesterday, we're going to see a replay of this. You can see him coming back onto the race line in front of Albert Arenas, and really not paying sufficient attention to what was behind him. I think Arenas was well within his rights to feel a little bit annoyed with the championship leader there. So perhaps not the best bit of riding from Manu Gas so far this year. And this grid penalty could well be a bit costly here, especially when you think of the speeds that his chief rival in the championship has been showing in the 2 sessions that we've had so far. And the second defence of the season, as you saw there on the screens, he previously transgressed at Mugello when he managed to get in a few riders' way during qualifying. It was Canet actually, remember, wasn't it? He got in the way. It was Dennis Unchu actually got in the way of in that qualifying session and found himself dropping from 5th to 8th on the grid. Meanwhile, his chief championship rival, as always, talking tough yesterday after finishing just 13 thousandths of a second behind Manu Gonzalez. The news surrounding Aaron Canet is more long-term. Here it is on screens. We began to hear whispers yesterday that this was the case, and it has been confirmed around about 20 minutes ago. A multi-year contract will see Aaron Canet head over to Mark VDS. We expect to replace Jake Dixon, although his departure from the team and the likely whereabouts of Dixon next year haven't been officially confirmed yet. But Aaron Canet, I guess, against the run of play from what we thought was happening pre-summer break, is staying in Moto 2. Yeah, absolutely. We know that Aron was in talks with some teams in World Superbike, BMW being one of them. The Ducati factory team was another, we're led to believe. And he certainly wasn't short of interest in the Moto2 category either. But in the end, he has plumped for a spot in Marc VDS, possibly to take this rider's seat. Jake Dixon will be off to World Superbike next year. And Kinet's statement in the press release that came out, sent by Marc VDS this morning, Kinet was speaking of a long-term agreement. So Moto2 next year, we do know that Kinet has ambitions to maybe go across to World Superbike in the future. And funnily enough, Marc VDS have a presence in World Superbike now as well. So perhaps that could well be an agreement that sees him move across to World Superbike maybe in 2027 or 2028. But good that Kinet is staying put. Maybe slightly surprising that he's risking leaving Kalex, which has definitely been the all-seeing, all-conquering chassis in 2025. Yeah, because MalVDS are staying with Boscoscuro next season. It's not a guarantee that the likes of Blue Crew, Pramac or MSI are going to do the same. There have been one or two whispers that potentially the Pramac squad might try and get themselves a pair of Kalexes for next season. So this team will be keeping Boscoscuros, the Speed RS team, because they are the official Boscoscuro team, and Justin Vietti will be carrying a lot of their hopes here this weekend. Of course, winner of the last two Austrian Grand Prix, Diogo Moreira, closer to full fitness now than he was at any stage in Brno. He's with some serious pain in his elbow from the crash with David Alonso, which he caused, and of course took a pit lane start as a result. In any respect, it was the most Diogo Moreira of Fridays, wasn't it, yesterday? Barely saw him all day. With seconds remaining of practice, he suddenly jumped up into the top 6. Yeah, he showed up the order. You look at his rhythm in the first part of the session, it really wasn't anything that stood out. But you have a funny suspicion, a sneaking suspicion, that Diogo will be there when it really matters when qualifying kicks off this afternoon. We have an absolutely packed schedule here. As always, on Sprint Saturday, we've got qualifying for MotoGP coming up after its second free practice session. Then we're into Moto E Race 1. Then we're into Moto 3 qualifying, Moto 2 qualifying, the Tissot MotoGP Sprint. And then after that, we have Moto E Race 2. We'll be doing the same thing again in Hungary in a week's time. So a busy couple of weeks coming up. We also hope you're fully prepared. Just about. We'll get through it together. We'll be spending more time with each other than with our partners back at home. Colin Via on the 95 had a solid enough day yesterday. Just 300ths of a second separated Via from a place in qualifying 2, which would have been consecutive automatic Q2 appearances for Via. Super, super close yesterday. We say it all the time, don't we, about Moto 2, but it is often worth repeating. Top 20 all within the 133s yesterday, and in terms of riders within a second of Manu Gonzalez, you go all the way back to Darren Binder in 24th place, teammate to this man, Albert Arenas. Binder saying he wasn't as far off as it might look, as the position might look so particularly bad, but in terms of that time, 134.187, it's not bad at all. It just goes to show once again how ultra competitive Moto2 is, and a number of big hitters finding themselves on the wrong side of the dotted line yesterday when Q2 places were decided. Senna Agius wasn't one of those. Agius through in 12th place, 133.7 for him, through by less than half a tenth of a second. As Agius looks to turn around a slightly tricky recent run. Of course, he had that purple patch from Silverstone to Aragon, where he took a victory and very nearly backed that up with a podium. We haven't seen Senna Agius for a variety of reasons cross the finish line at the end of a Sunday Grand Prix in the top 6 since then. Yeah, well, he's certainly shown potential on occasion. Was it Axon where he jumped the start? Sorry, it was Saxon Ring, of course, where he jumped the start and he had definite race-winning potential, and probably had podium potential in Brno, but, well, the team, I think their official statement was something slightly out of their control happened to Agius in Brno, which led to his performance and him finishing down in a lowly 15th, which certainly wasn't his rightful position when you consider he qualified in 6th, and going into the race, Agius the camp were talking about a podium push, so 15th was well below expectations, but the team saying something that was beyond their control led to that. We also saw briefly on our screens Albert Arenas. He had a big crash yesterday down at turn number 7, but still stayed in the top 14. 10th at the end of play. David Alonso wasn't quite That's fortunate. Let me come on to some of the faster rhythm that we saw in the afternoon session yesterday. Once this session is up and running, but David Alonso, really unfortunate. Super strong start to the session, but then a mechanical issue. Saw him have to push his bike back, actually at the side of the track through, what was it, turn 8 and 9. And yeah, that was a premature end to his section. Confirmation from the team yesterday, he ran out of gas halfway around the lap, which puzzled me, to be honest. It's very rare to see a rider run out of petrol midway through a session, so one of two things happened. Either they under-fueled him when they sent him out, and Alonso ran out of fuel on what he thought was his in-lap, or Alonso carried on past the pits one time too many. One of the two happened, and that's why Alonso was trying to wheel the bike back halfway around the racetrack himself, because he knew that all that the bike needed was some more gas to be put in it, and he was able to go back out on the racetrack once again, and boy did that cost David Alonso dearly yesterday. He said at the end of practice yesterday he'd been putting into practice everything that he hoped he'd learned over the course of the summer break, as we discussed yesterday, where perhaps David Alonso had been falling short so far in Moto2 as a rookie. What's it there? Didn't really get a chance to demonstrate that single lap step forward at the end of practice yesterday due to running out of fuel midway through the session. So Q1 key for David Alonso later on, because as you alluded to a moment ago, Neil, feels like he's got the pace to be challenging somewhere near the sharp end. Yeah, he was certainly showing podium potential, maybe even race challenging potential in yesterday afternoon session before that miscalculation. So big pressure will fall on his shoulders in Q1 coming up later this afternoon. We have seen him in Q1 on a couple of occasions so far this year. I think he's come through that session 3 times so far. So he's slightly experienced and adept coming through the Q1 mayhem. We have to do it again this afternoon. I think the penalties, of course we've already updated you on Manny Gonzalez's penalty that he carries into this weekend. Here is another Yuki Kuni, who took out his fellow Japanese rider Yuma Sasaki in the final lap of the Czech Grand Prix. All the way down into turn 10. Which results in that Cooney has to take a long lap penalty in tomorrow's Grand Prix. Should have also seen a long lap penalty for Eric Fernandez of the MSI team here this weekend, but he has been replaced at that one by Unai Aradre. Aradre on the number 19. Finished second and a half or so of the pace yesterday in 28th place. In terms of other substitutes or replacements to just bring you up to speed with, if you are joining us for the first time this weekend, this morning, Dennis Unchu not here after breaking his leg and damaging some ligaments in his leg in a training crash on Monday. Unchu out of this weekend, and one suspects for the next 3 or 4 Grand Prix, given the severity of the injury. Danny Munoz is in for him, and we see on screen here a wild card for the weekend. Second consecutive Grand Prix we've seen Mattia Pessini. The big difference from the Pessini of Brno to the Pessini of Austria is he has now turned 40 years of age. The number 54, uber experienced, so experienced in fact that this weekend he celebrates his 250th Grand Prix stop. Yeah, and that is a serious milestone to have Mattia Pessini, who was racing and winning back when we were racing 2-strokes in the early 2000s. 125 and 250cc race winner as well as a victor in Moto2. He was also a MotoGP CRT rider, and that series was in existence back at the start of the 2010s. This goes to show you his longevity. Good to see Pessini back in the mix. It didn't necessarily look as though he was so impressive yesterday, down in 26th, but as Lewis was previously alluding to when he was describing Darren Binder's travails, he was 26th, yet just 1 second off the fastest time of the day, which happened to be a new all-time lap record. So, really, not that far off when you consider things, and it's only his second Moto2 start of the season. Philip Sarch then your early leader in this session on a 1:33.8. Fastest lap time we saw yesterday was Manny Gonzalez, a new all-time lap record on a 1:33.290. Just 13 thousandths of a second now separated the top 2 riders in the World Championship. We did pose the question as yesterday was unfolding, whether we were finally going to get the on-track head-to-head shootout between the top 2 in the World Championship, Gonzalez and Canet. Strangely, we've not seen so far this season. They have shared podiums so far this year, and of course they've been the top 2 in the World Championship pretty much since the opening round in Bora. say, for a couple of victories for Jake Dixon. It has been Gonzalez and Canet doing a lot of the winning and podium finishing. Certainly by taking a cursory glance at the race winner of yesterday, the top two in the World Championship, clearly the two standouts. Yeah, they were looking fiercely competitive in the first part of yesterday afternoon's practice session. Both Gonzalez and Canet were able to lap pretty freely in the very low 1 minute 34s, high 33s. We're looking at names that were actually able to lap in the 1 minute 33s. In the first kind of half of the practice session, when everyone was focusing on their race rhythm and race runs, Aaron Canet was able to do 7 laps in the 1 minute 33s. Manu Gonzalez able to do 5. And we did mention David Alonso. He was able to do 3 in the 33s, but I think more impressive was the fact that he was doing a 33.9 with about 14 laps on his tyres, deep into a pretty significant race run. So from that, you were able to glean that David Alonso, like we've seen quite a few times in the first half of the season, once the tyres are worn and once the fuel load goes down, he is a pretty fearsome competitor on these Moto2 machines. Looking at the general rhythm yesterday, trying to see where the main threat to Gonzalez and Canet may come from. Celestino Vietti also looking reasonably strong, not too dissimilar to Alonso. He was doing an awful lot of laps in the low 34s. He did 3 consecutive 34-1s to start his run, followed by a 34-0 and a 33-9. As far as Ivan Ortola is concerned, he was third overall yesterday. He was in the low to mid 134s, did set his fastest lap of the session up behind Manu Gonzalez, not getting away from Ortola, who of course was on pole here last year in Moto3, even if he didn't ultimately famously start the Grand Prix from there. Maybe perhaps not on his own, showing the kind of race pace to battle for the podium, but we've seen Ortola get towed along at the front already this season. Was famously an accident when he put himself on the front row of the grid, so don't rely on Ivan Ortola. And I think what was also interesting is that Manu Gonzalez was pointing at the Boscoscoros yesterday. When he spoke to our colleague Elliot York, he did point out that the Boscoscuro is particularly strong at circuits such as this, which certainly the first half of the lap is particularly stop and go in nature. And you can combine that with the fact that Philip Salachi we're looking at on screen is also particularly strong at circuits such as this. Perhaps it does feel as if we might see a little bit more from the Boscoscuro contingent here this weekend. I guess the two that will particularly jump out are Salac, who's been strong throughout the weekend and currently quickest in the session, and Celestino Vietti, who of course has a famed Red Bull rig record. Yeah, and we look at those two Boscoscuro names as well. Maybe Alonso Lopez, who posted some decent times toward the end of that practice. He was on the podium here last year with that Boscoscuro chassis. Maybe throw him in the mix as well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Salac set a new lap record straight out of the box yesterday morning in FP1, which was then battered by Manu Gonzalez in the afternoon. And as you say, just hit his record here. Means that whatever he's on, put him on a push bike and he's probably going to be fighting for a podium here in Moto2. Victor, in each of the last 2 years, should have probably won the race in the year before that as well, in 2022. He crashed out while chasing down Aigur and some Piacenza who were fighting up ahead. He also scored his first ever Grand Prix victory here in 2020 in the Styrian Grand Prix when he was back riding in Moto3. So it's safe to say that Celli really does count the Red Bull Ring among his favourites. Giving you a good grip so far this morning. We've already seen the Moto3 all-time lap record broken, and we're a million miles away from the fastest laps we saw yesterday in Moto2. Gonzalez is 33.290 from practice yesterday. Matched to within a tenth of a second by Barry Baltus, who's now fastest on a 33.3 from Salac. Holgado up in third for the Aspar team on a 33.4. Danny Holgado was ninth yesterday and automatically through to qualifying 2. Then we have Clinton Gonzalez, 4th and 5th. Tony Arbolino up in 6th place. And it certainly does feel as if Arbolino has started this weekend on the right foot. It was an eventful day for the Blue Crew Pramac squad yesterday. A crash apiece for Arbolino and Guevara, but it didn't stop either of them getting through ultimately to qualifying 2. Arbolino was just competitive from the get-go yesterday, and reading some of his comments after practice yesterday, it feels like he's really benefited from the summer break. He was in a real rut By the time we got to the end of the Czech Grand Prix, it was only 19th at the end of, it was a pretty punishing weekend for him when he was suffering once again with some pain in his forearm. He was away for a couple of weeks on holiday, completely switched off from the rigours of Grand Prix motorcycle racing, and it certainly would appear at this stage as if it's done Tony Arbolino some good. He's been complaining of pain in his right forearm after a couple of races this year, so I'm sure physically it did him good to just have a bit of a break, but also mentally as well. When you're in that kind of rut of disappointing results, it doesn't really seem as though there's any sort of positivity in sight. And Arbolino just manages to get a little bit of rest, which was much needed. Is that a new all-time lap record that we've just seen from Aaron Canet? It goes fastest in this session, and yet again, we have an all-time lap record. That's all three Moto 2 sessions that we've had so far. This weekend, the lap record has been broken, not by much, but Aaron Canet has gone just a little faster than Manu Gonzalez did yesterday afternoon. It's never difficult to understand how confident Aaron Canet is feeling when you see him speaking on TV. He also spoke to our colleague Elliot York yesterday, who'll be in pit lane with us for qualifying later on this afternoon. Said we did a super job yesterday on our race simulation. The only part of this racetrack that feels perhaps a little bit weaker is the third sector of the lap. But he was asked in terms of what his level is at. He says our level is to win the race. So Aaron Canet certainly talking tough, and I guess Canet's going to be looking at qualifying later on and saying, I need to make sure that I'm on the front row at the very least, and on pole position to give myself an early track position over Manu Gonzalez and force Gonzalez to do the chasing, because we've generally seen this season, once Gonzalez hits the front of Grand Prix, generally stays there. I don't think, I was trying to think back through the previous 5 months of the season, Lewis. I can't remember Aaron Canet speaking that confidently in 2025 so far. It reminds me of after he secured pole in Indonesia last year, where he was so far ahead of the rest, it was almost embarrassing for the other Moto 2 riders. He said in Park Burner, I think when speaking to Simon Cripper, saying, tomorrow we're going to win, basically. He kind of had that sort of swagger yesterday. Even once the session finished, he was doing a little dance when he was completing his slowdown lap, and that's the kind of thing you see Aaron Canet do whenever he feels he's in a really good place. And well, he's backing it up again this morning. Trundling through the season, there have been many, if any, Grand Prix this season where Canet has genuinely looked the fastest rider on track all weekend. It's generally been Gonzalez, who's gone out there from Friday morning, immediately started pumping in the record-breaking or near-record-breaking lap times, and Canet's almost been following the Ayagura template of 2024 of just putting together the consistent podium finishes, making sure you score points in every single round, which he had been doing up until Brunel. We haven't seen that explosive pace from Canet that made him such a threat in the second half of last season's World Championship, and who knows, had we not had that slightly iffy, rain-affected Japanese Grand Prix, might well have pushed Ayagura all the way to the end of last season's World Championship battle. And a confident Aaron Canet, which goes with the territory because he lacks confidence, but he's the kind of rider that not only does he like to puff his chest out, but he thrives in the heat of battle in Moto 2. You just wonder now that he has his future completely sorted, whether that is something that also will help him just a little bit mentally. That's another thing that he doesn't have to worry about. It's all kind of closed off and sorted for next year. So that, I think, bodes well for Aaron. It was interesting in Brno, actually, because I was speaking to someone from Aaron Canet's team, and they were saying he wants to be on the Calyx next year. If he stays in Moto 2, there's no way he's going to be going toward Boscoscuro, which makes me think that Marc VDS and Boscoscuro have made some real assurances to say, look, we're not maybe the most competitive at the moment, but next year we will be. Don't worry, we'll put this right. Clearly Canet has been told something in the 3 weeks since then that has altered his mind. The Boscoscuro is certainly looking competitive so far this morning, and throughout this weekend really they've collectively looked pretty competitive. At the moment we have Boscoscuro's 3rd, 7th, 9th and 10th within the top 10, and given that Celestino Vietti is currently not among those, you'd expect him to move up the order as we go through the day and certainly into qualifying later on. Vietti, such a strong rider around this particular circuit, but it is a fancy one too at the moment. Connect ahead of Baltas. Philip Sawatch, once again, the leading Foster scorer as he was yesterday morning, and once again, the Inspire duo, the rookie pairing of David Alonso and Danny Holgado, who continues at times to fly under the radar as impressive as he's been in his rookie season. Both well and truly on the pace, 4th and 5th as we stand at the moment. Both big fans of this Red Bull ring. Holgado been on the podium here each of the past 2 years in Model 3, and Alonso possibly should have won both of the both the Model 3 races in the past 2 years. Crashed out of the lead in 23, won it last year while taking a long lap penalty. So certainly bodes well, does it, for the Aspar duo. Both really very impressive in their own kind of ways. In Brno 4 weeks ago, Holgado up there in 4th with a really brilliant performance, and even Alonso coming through from 20th on the grid, fighting through up into 9th was a catching ride as well. Today just will be so important for the number 80. If he manages to nail qualifying, you might be surprised to see him up there in the fight with the lead 2 in the championship. Well, looking at qualifying 1, trying to sort of establish where the big threats are going to come from for Alonso later on. Joe Roberts, you'd say, tends to be one of them, of course, our most recent Moto2 winner. This man might be one of them too. Yubi Sasaki goes up into 11th place. He's another rider who's got some great pedigree around the Red Bull ring. Overcame a double long lap to win here in Moto3 3 years ago. And it's the biggest names in temperature terms. Jake Dixon, who's in qualifying on 21st for Dixon yesterday. Puzzled as to where his pace went from free practice 1 to practice in the afternoon. Couldn't get out of the 34s yesterday, which left him down in 21st place. Hard to explain how it all went so wrong for him. Dixon now has been able to step it up somewhat in this session. He has now found a lap in the 33. It's a 33.6 for Dixon in 9th place, and he's currently on a long run. He's just come across the line actually, 10 laps into a long run, and he's doing 133.8. So hopefully from Jake's point of view and from Mark Vignett's team's point of view, yesterday afternoon an aberration that he's been able to very quickly tuck behind it. Yeah. I heard that Jake was not best pleased with how practice went, obviously being that far down. It's understandable, but he was quite miffed. He said you don't go from 4th in pre-practice 1 to suddenly 21st without something strange happening. I'm not sure if they took a bit of a wrong turn with setup direction or what, but Dixon certainly can't say that he doesn't gel with this track. He's got a really strong recent record here. Look at his last 3 results in their 3rd, 4th and 3rd. So Dixon certainly has Red Bull ring pedigree. And as we've previously been saying, his teammate has shown Red Bull ring pedigree so far this weekend, so not really any excuse for Dixon to be that far down. But it does seem as though he is back strong again, as he was yesterday morning, currently in 9th, 1 place behind Diogo Moreira. Just before we maybe get into some fast times coming in towards the end of the session, I did manage to catch up with someone in Diogo Moreira's camp yesterday, and they were telling me some interesting things. It does sound as though he's definitely going to MotoGP, which is not necessarily news, but I was told 2 pretty decent offers on the table with both Honda and Yamaha for MotoGP next year, not just with independent teams, contracts from the factory. And basically their camp in Diogo, the young Brazilian, is weighing up which option to take. They believe that the decision will be made, probably, if it's not already been taken, it'll certainly come before the Hungarian round. So I would imagine that would be for either a place in LCR next year alongside Johan Zarco, potentially a place in Pramac next year alongside Toprak Razgatlioglu. So exactly. So Moreira attracting lots of attention, and we obviously know that he was on the list of Trackhouse Aprilia to test. It was Ari Gur's bike, wasn't it, at the Aragon post-race test back in, when was that, May or June? So he's certainly been receiving suitable attention from all types of MotoGP top brass, and it looks as though the number 10 will be in the Premier Class next year, but whether it's for Honda or Yamaha, that still has yet to be confirmed. The 2 people very closely following that particular story through the week, it's Jack Miller and Miguel Oliveira, the current Pramac MotoGP squad on Yamahas, of course, because Moreira just decided to take up the Yamaha offer, and that will leave both Jack Miller and Miguel Oliveira potentially out of the door, subject to any change in Alex Rins' contract status, but the Yamaha managing director Paolo Tavesio was very clear yesterday, speaking to our colleague Jack Appleyard, that they are still very much invested and supporting Alex Rins, who does have a contract for next season. Although it has been a tough time, some of them a tough time now, because one bike has clearly tumbled into the gravel trap off camera, because we could hear it coming through our headsets. It is Aaron Canet, your current session leader. Sectors 1 and 2 would generally indicate turn 4. That's turn 2 that he's gone down. At the chicane somewhere, it's the second sector to start, just on the exit of that first chicane. I haven't seen Aaron Canet on screen yet to know how big a crash that was. The red flag has come out though, so perhaps he's spilled some gravel on the racetrack. And that looks, from where he is, the kind of crash that at this precise part of last year's Austrian Grand Prix Ayagura had, although we would hope from Canet's point of view that it's not the same outcome. It is good to see Canet walking away, and good to see him taking off the glove of his left hand and his right hand as well. There's no damage there. Last year, Ayagura crashed on the way out, didn't he, of the 2B chicane. Rear came round on the way out, and the same thing happened to Aaron Canet. That is near enough a carbon copy of what happened to the rider who was dominating last year's Austrian Grand Prix, Ayagura. He then broke his hand, didn't he, and missed the rest of that weekend. Certainly, we hope that Aaron Canet is A-OK. He certainly didn't appear to be showing any pain, but you can see the rear coming round there, and already Aaron Canet knows that he's heading straight to the scene of the accident. Fortunately, hopefully he's going to pass the vertical. He does land very hard on his head there. Certainly have a sore neck at the very least. The bike follows him in as well and gives him a bit of a kick in the back as well. Well, he has made a tough start, Aaron Canet, and if he emerges from that one to take part in qualifying later on, then there's your proof of just how tough Aaron is. Yeah. Incredible slow-mo shot. I've seen every single detail of Aaron Canet's high side coming out of the turn 2 chicane. He does not make it easy for himself, does he? And such a positive morning as well for him after yesterday, and then the news confirming his future for next year. That is a big old crash, and let's just hope that he's okay, because we've been speaking up and talking up all weekend long that this could potentially be the first Canet-Gonzalez showdown of the year so far, on track. Certainly been a championship showdown. And understandable that there are some concerned expressions down there in the frantic box. As you saw there, he was very quickly up on his feet, so the red flag will have been brought out largely due to the gravel that has been spread onto the racetrack. Just need to hear from Aaron Canet later on, just to get his description of events and also to understand how he's feeling, because, as mentioned, he does like to talk the talk in Moto2. It's the kind of character that you imagine will just try and shrug that one off and get on with the task at hand. But if there is a potential blow to the Aaron Canet confidence, then that can only be good news for this man, Manu Gonzalez, who's currently in 9th place in this session. It's the now bleached blonde Aaron Canet begins to make his way back to the box, and it's very difficult at this stage to get any true idea how he's feeling. We've not had any indication or any notification yet that he's heading to the medical centre. If that does arrive, we will of course bring that news to you. Yeah, and he was really scratching. He was putting it all on the line. His last lap before that incident was a 1:33.4, so just 0.2 of a second shy of the all-time lap record that he set earlier in this session. He was laying down a really searing pace again, as we saw yesterday afternoon. But what will that do to his confidence, and what will it do to his physical condition? That obviously helmet off, gloves off, which is a good sign, and riding back to the paddock, but he'll certainly be shaken up a little bit after landing heavily on those curbs on the outside of the track. Let's hope that second year in succession that doesn't have some bearing on the championship, as it did last year. Of course, helmet technology's moved on so far in Grand Prix motorcycle racing these days, so a landing such as that Aaron's in the best possible hands, the best possible care to absorb the landing like that, but of course, all of your body weight then coming through your shoulders and through your neck. Understand if Aaron's a little bit stiff as a result of that. He's sharing a bit of a smile there with his team, so it certainly appears if Aaron Canet has very quickly shrugged it off and is giving the sort of Rocky Balboa walk back to the Fantech box. Not one to take a backward step, is he? You feel as if Aaron will just see that as another challenge to overcome. Dr. Angel Chatra, the medical director, waiting to greet him. To just understand from Aaron if he is suffering from any pain, but the smile as he got off the scooter there would, I guess, indicate that perhaps he's not in as much pain as perhaps it might look from the slow-mo we just saw. Yeah. And as tough as they come. Didn't he take a podium at the Spanish Grand Prix back in 2022, a week on from fracturing his wrist? And is a sign that they come no tougher. And the Rocky Balboa comparison, I think, was quite active, Lewis. So we're back underway. It has opened again, and we will see out the final 9 minutes of this free practice session. You have to imagine without I think he'll just take a bit of a breather. Session with the Charger. See him back on in time for qualifying. Late of this afternoon. So back underway, and let's see what riders can move towards. I'm trying to think, Vietti was on a very fast one just before that red flag came out. He had just jumped up into third, just 700ths of a second back of Canet. As we saw yesterday, times very, very close at the top, less than 0.2 of a second, separating the current top 5. Just saw Ethan Guevara there leading the Hero riders out of pit lane. The subject of riders potentially carry injury this weekend. It is worth just updating you on Ethan's situation, because you might recall he looked in quite a bit of pain after a crash yesterday morning. Went down coming into the final corner, turn 10. So just glance outside of the controls window, can already see Dr. Angel Chatra walking out of the fancy box, so clearly satisfied with the conversation he's had with Aaron Canet. But from Guevara's point of view, he's injured a couple of his fingers on his hand, and it was quite easy to see where he hurt those, because he was sliding on the racetrack with the palm of his hand on the racetrack, and he said that that's adapted, or he's having to adapt now the way he brakes on board that Bosco. He normally brakes with 4 fingers on his hand. He's down to brake with just the 2, given that he has hurt a couple of them in that crash yesterday. But full credit to the 2022 Moto3 World Champion. He did overcome that and secure a place in duty yesterday. He found 13th place at the end of running yesterday. And to speak to you now in this free practice 2 session, Guevara 7/10 of a second off the pace in P70. So he's going to have to grit his teeth the rest of this weekend, is he, Jan Guevara? He was saying it yesterday as well. So important not to pick up any kind of injuries at this crunch stage of the season, because the rounds, they are coming thick and fast. We've got 2 rounds in 2 weekends, 4 in 5, and also 10 in 14 between now and mid-November. And the championship will conclude at Valencia. It is a very, very intense late season run. And staying fit and out of trouble is going to be absolutely imperative if you find yourself in a championship fight. So I'm sure everyone on a Fantech racing box will be breathing a big sigh of relief to understand that Canet looks to be relatively okay. As we go on board with Manny Gonzalez coming out of turn number 4. He is currently in 9th, and on course to move up the order, maybe in toward the top 3. Rounding 5 there, which is one of the tyre torturing corners on this Red Bull Ring circuit. Down through that's 2 left-handers. There are only 3 on this circuit. Turn 2B, where we recently saw Canet go down, and the left of turns 6 and 7. Now round through 8, building up to 5th gear as we approach the final 2 corners, braking for around about 250 k's down to just over 100 k's, 130 kilometers an hour through turn 9, and you've really got to launch it into the slightly downhill turn 10. Stay off the green on the outside, as we've seen many riders fail to do through this weekend. We've had a lot of lap cancellations across all classes of racing. It is quite a tight, almost go-karty sort of track, this Red Bull Ring, with only 10 corners around this place. Not an awful lot of corners to generally make the difference up against your rivals, which is why you've got to push it right to the very edge of the racetrack to try and take those last hundreds and thousandths of a second. Gonzalez still in 9th place. Look at what's gone on further back, and it was Jake Dixon there at the front of the queue, getting caught down, getting sent into the same gravel trap, which saw Fabio Quartararo and Miguel Oliveira crash yesterday. Fortunately for Jake Dixon, he stayed upright. Yeah, saw Jake have a bit of a run-off at turn 4 in yesterday afternoon's session. That's the second one of the weekend so far. Crew Chief Latunda Castro looks on. It's been a more positive session than yesterday afternoon for sure for Jake so far, but well, not quite on the same level as the top names in terms of one-off lap time, but some of the times Jake was doing rhythm-wise looked fairly promising. So obviously this is a pre-practice session, and only really understand who is doing what when you go back and look through the lap-by-lap analysis. The impression we have, though, is it seems a bit more positive, certainly, than yesterday afternoon. It's going to be so important, though, later on. It's going to be so fascinating to watch, given how close it is. As you can see on your screens, the top 23 all within less than 9/10 of a second, and Darren Binder in 24th is again within a second of our current leader, Aaron Kinnett, although he might soon be taken at the top by this man, Celestino Vietti. But the MotoGP riders were saying yesterday how difficult the track is to overtake because first lap of the lap is so stop and go. It's all about nailing your braking point. It's also difficult to ultimately secure that advantage over the rest of the field. And with the field so close together, you don't have that sort of pace advantage over your rivals to be able to make ground quickly up through the order. So if you make a mistake in qualifying later on, if you miss a couple of apexes, if you're 5 meters later, braking for turn 1 or turn 4, you could find yourself not only losing a place on the grid, you could find yourself losing 2 or 3 rows on the grid. Yeah, it is that tight. 2 or 3 rows here is the difference between, well, finishing maybe inside the top 6 and struggling to score points, and we're not exaggerating there as we look at Joe Roberts. Safe to say that this is not one of Joe's favourite tracks. It's probably the happiest of Monday grinds in years gone by, despite his recent good form. It's been a real clear indication that Joe has been steadily improving over the last couple of months. We've seen him from finishing outside the points at the start of the year to finishing inside the points, and it was inside the top 10, then it was top 6s, and then of course that brilliant expert victory at Renault last time out. But we'd be absolutely amazed if we see something similar from Joe here. I think maybe Hungary. And then when we go back to some more known territory like Barcelona in 3 weeks' time, I think that's where we'll probably see Joe back to his very best again. Joe Barrera coming through the final corner. And what's interested me about Barrera in this session is generally whenever I've seen him on the racetrack, he's been on his own, or certainly with no one immediately up ahead of him. That's pretty a point here. The Brazilian on a 33.5, he's in 11th place, but he's less than 3/10 of the pace. As Celestino Vietti on the Boscoscuro sets his best lap time of the morning and indeed of the weekend. 1:33.284, so Vietti into 3rd place. So it's Calix Boscoscuro, Calix inside your top 6. The 2 Boscoscuro backed runners that we said to keep an eye on are your 2 up in the top 6. Vietti 3rd, and Philip Salach up in 5th place. Salach said at the end of yesterday his aim is the front 2 rows of the grid, and that feels a very realistic goal for the Czech. Yeah, it does indeed. We've been talking about the 2 chief championship contenders. Vietti's going to be there as well, isn't he, Lewis? Just looked so strong towards the end of this session, been very consistent, banging in those very low 1:33s. Just needs a grip position, doesn't he? And yeah, get a spot in the first 2 rows. You have to imagine Vietti will certainly be up there. But a decent session so far for Senna Aegis. I think this was the scene of Aegis' first Grand Prix start, wasn't it, when he was standing in for Sam Lowes, Mark VDS squad back in 2022, I believe it was. Not been the best layout for the Australian in years gone by, but he's on course to really improve here towards the end of FP2. 4th position could be coming up for Aegis if that predicted time is ending to go by, and it is indeed 4th place at 33.3 for the young Aussie. The rookies also make progress via up to 12th on a 33.5. Andrea Whitetax has also found a 33.5 on the second Italtrans machines. He's now in 13th place. Less than half a second covers the top 19 all the way down to Jake Dixon, who has been doing what he usually does on a Saturday morning and focusing very much on the race tomorrow. Which might not take place in dry conditions. We shall see. That's from Jake Dixon's point of view. A wet Sunday might not be the worst thing, given his and the Boscoscoro's recent record in wet conditions. Dixon has won our last Grand Prix in the wet and took pole in our last wet qualifying too. Back in the Sachsenring when he came through qualifying one. It's definitely a little cooler at the moment than it was yesterday, and it's expected to be cooler again tomorrow for race day. Ambient temperatures are expected to be a good 4 or 5 degrees cooler than they have been at the hottest of yesterday, and the temperature we're expecting for the Moto 2 qualifying session later on this afternoon. Checkered flag is out, then is Manu Gonzalez going to have the final word in this session. He just got into third place on a 1:33.2, half a tenth away from Aaron Canet, who is going to top this free practice 2 session, but that really wasn't the story of Aaron Canet Saturday morning. Yeah. Nor was the fact that he's moving to Bar BDS next year, which has caught many people off guard as well. Big crash for the Spaniard coming out of the turn 2 chicane. Thankfully, though, it looks as though he is relatively okay. Some decent improvements for Nicky Isles rider, Colin Vare, 13th. It's been a good track for him in previous years, hasn't it, Lewis? I think you were saying yesterday he was on pole 2 years ago. Was that his first Grand Prix pole position? I think it was. He was also on the podium that day, so good to see Colin Vare looking more adept and more at home in Moto 2 as the season progresses. Qualifying session to call, isn't it? Later on, just because the margins are so fine in this class. Connect by 9 thousandths of a second from Alex Arenas as the repair job gets underway. Fortunately, it's a repair job to the bike and not to the rider. And Aaron Canet shrugging off what certainly looked a painful landing after high-siding from his Fantic Calyx on the way out of the Turn 2B chicane. Points to confidence, but certainly the pace is there, as evidenced this morning. A new all-time lap record for Aaron Canet. In the space of half an hour, he's confirmed his status for next season. He's broken the all-time lap record and he's high-sided. That is Aaron Canet in a nutshell. Albert Arenas was second line in this morning, just 9 thousandths back. Arenas was also quickest today before he crashed. Gonzalez third from Vietti, AJ Baltas and Salax. Marcos Ramirez lifted himself up to 8th later on. The Aspar duo completed the top 10. Lopez Moreira, Via and Roberts next up. Quetas, Navarro, Arbolino, Dixon and Guevara. All those riders on your screen, as you can see. A tenth and a half covering the lot of them from 11th back to 19th place. Ivan Artola 20th, just half a second back. The Unisataki and Von and Goldberg for the RW team. Right next to each other, 21st and 22nd. Danny Munoz 23rd from Darren Binder, who was the last rider within a second of Canet. P24. Alex Escreech 25th from Aradre Cooney, Atarak Fuvapat, and our wildcard, Mattia Pasini. So a new 2-year contract at Martin VDS, a massive high side and an all-time lap record. Just a morning in the life of Aaron Canet. He tops Moto 2. Free practice 2. Moto GP is on the way next. Spring Saturday takes centre stage at Spielberg as the world's fastest riders get ready to rumble up the roller coaster Red Bull Ring. Around an hour's drive from Graz and 2 hours from vibrant Vienna, Spielberg is surrounded by lush green countryside in the Merton region of Austria, renowned for its stunning castles and fine wine. Q1 and Q2 are coming up live. It's time for MotoGP. So the first Austrian Grand Prix took place in 1971 at the famous Salzburg Ring. And we were back at the Red Bull Ring here in the Styrian region of Austria in 2016 after a 19-year break. All stop and go in nature, this 4.34 kilometre layout, 2.701 miles, hard brakings into turns 1, 3, 4. Some of the hardest braking zones on the whole Grand Prix calendar. Fastest corner circuit is turn 8, fourth gear through there, approaching 200 kilometres an hour. As mentioned, turns 1, and the run into the chicane 2A and turn 4, the toughest braking zones on the track. Good morning and welcome back to Austria. Welcome back to Spielberg. What a beautiful sight that is as our drone picks its way through the lush green countryside that surrounds this magnificent Red Bull Ring as we are set for Sprint Saturday in round 13 of the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. Sprint Saturdays, which so far have been dominated by one rider this season. Marc Marquez has cashed in big time on Saturday so far this year. 12 sprints already taken place and he has won 11 of them. He has dropped just 3 points on Sprint Saturday so far this season. His only defeat in the short format so far this year, well, that came to his brother Alex at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. 141 of the 381 points Marc has collected so far in 2025 have come on Sprint Saturday. Some record he takes into the 14-lap action, which will be underway at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. And it was the perfect return from his summer holidays for the World Championship leader. 120 points clear his market in the standings, and he led FP1 yesterday morning, 3/10 clear of the pursuing pack, and he was in great nick once again in the hour-long practice session yesterday, which was red flagged briefly after Fabio Quartararo's crash Yamaha damaged the air fence, but in the late time attacks it was Marc who prevailed once again, so he locked out both practice sessions here on Friday as he looks for pole positions in Q2 coming up later on to add to his Q2 session topping performances in Thailand, Argentina, Texas, Qatar. Of course, he was on pole in our first 4 Grand Prix of 2025. He's also been on pole so far this season in Aragon, in Mugello, and most recently at the Sachsenring and his beloved Germany. And he is bang on form, isn't he, Marquez? The first rider in history to win 5 races in a row for the factory Ducati team. He's in this unbelievable purple patch right now. It's seemingly unbeatable at the moment. Is the 93. 5 consecutive double victories. Aragon, Mugello, Assen, Sachsenring, and most recently in Brno pre-summer break. Marc undefeated in both the sprint and in the Grand Prix. A very nice and pleasant Saturday morning here in Spielberg to get our MotoGP action underway in the company of Matt Burton, Lewis Sunby, the Comsbox, with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Lewis, Marc Marquez never had a victory here previously at the Red Bull Ring. I don't think they're going to be saying that for too much longer. He's never been here on a factory spec Ducati before. That's the big difference, and that's why Marc Marquez, even without a victory to his name here at the Red Bull Ring, is the overwhelming favourite coming into qualifying Saturday. Feels like it might well be a showdown between the factory Ducati teammates here this weekend. Marc and Pecco. Pecco Bagnaia looking particularly good yesterday, and if a threat is going to come from elsewhere than the Bologna Bullet, then the good news for those here in the grandstands wearing Red Bull KTM t-shirts and caps is that the main threat from outside might come from KTM's Pedro Acosta. Yeah, Acosta second quickest yesterday. He fired in his 128.345 directly behind Marc Marquez's factory Ducati. And Acosta was very, very happy with this latest update from KTM. They were working very hard throughout the summer break, as were all of our 5 manufacturers in MotoGP. But that updated aero, which Acosta has been sort of on the case of KTM's engineers, he says, since about Aragon time. Danny Pedrosa, of course, have done so much work on that updated aero. Better turning performance is what Acosta felt was the immediate benefit here in Austria yesterday. Now, we know the KTM has always been a motorcycle that stops very well. Braking has never been really a big issue. Arguably, they've got the most powerful engine in MotoGP, so if they can find a bit of turning performance with an RC16, well, KTM, Acosta and co could be back in the game. For so many reasons, it makes such a big difference. Not only just because you're going to be faster through the corners, but also you're using your tyre less through the corner. And KTM are often, as Pedro Acosta knows very well over his 18 months or so in MotoGP, do occasionally find themselves running out of tyre before the others in Grand Prix. And if they're not using up so much tyre mid-corner, then that will serve them well too. Not only over the course of qualifying today, which is going to be so crucial for Pedro Acosta and everyone else, but over the longer Grand Prix over 28 laps tomorrow. It could make such a huge difference. KTM arriving here on the back of their best weekend of the season at Brunel, when they took a double podium in the sprints, and of course a double podium for Pedro Acosta over that weekend, and they've, certainly in Acosta's case, carried that form across here. Only the second time in his MotoGP career, Acosta's found himself on the podium in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. That's go all the way back to the Aragon round last year in Spain. So, under glorious sunshine, we are underway here for MotoGP. Jack Miller, well, this was irresponsible riding during practice yesterday, which means Jack is a bit of a frustrated spectator for the first 5 minutes of this FP2 session. We saw smoke billowing from the back of his Pramac Yamaha yesterday, and of course, Jack has a good look behind him there. He would have seen that smoke and unfortunately does not get off the racing line. He continues on that number 43 machine, and this is why the F1 MotoGP stewards have decided to hit Jack with a 5-minute suspension, bit of a dent in his wallet as well, a €1,000 fine. And now, I'm told to believe from the Yamaha inside that it wasn't any sort of fluid that was dropped by Miller's bike, which caused all the chaos, which saw two other Yamaha riders, including Fabio Quartararo and Miguel Oliveira, crash heavily at turn 6. It was a very tough and a very expensive Friday, Lewis, for the Yamahas. Yes, Jack Miller's teammate Miguel Oliveira went down at that turn 6, but he wasn't the first Yamaha to go down there. As you say, Fabio Quartararo went down there earlier on in the session into the first of those two consecutive left-handers, which Quartararo will be approaching very shortly. This is through turn 4 and then through 5. And turn 6 for Fabio Quartararo with a painful-looking crash because he hurt his hip and also hurt from in very close proximity to his hip, which any male viewer will have felt the pain and winced when we saw that particular crash. But it certainly, from what we gather, was once again another glitch in the pesky Yamaha rear ride-height device, which already cost Quartararo a victory at the British Grand Prix, and it added a couple of bruises to the 2021 World Champion yesterday. Yeah, but Yamaha, you have to say, I've got to get their heads around this ride-height device. It's a persistent problem, which has cost Quartararo big time when you catch your minds back to the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, when he was, 4 seconds and more clear of 4 seconds clear of Marco Bezzecchi at the time on the factory Aprilia. Here's Luca Marini powering through turn 8 on the factory Honda. Let's sit down and say good morning to Jack Appleyard for the first time on this very pleasant Saturday morning. He's with the Ducati boss Mauro Gresini. Yeah, I am indeed. Another glorious Saturday morning, and I have to say my weather forecast, which isn't always reliable, does say 95%, say it quietly, 95% chance of rain tomorrow. But that's a different topic for tomorrow morning. As you said, I'm here with Mauro Gresini after another really positive day for Ducati. Obviously, Mark's performance I think we're taking as a given now, but it was really nice to see Pecco with a smile on his face yesterday. He felt it was a much-needed day after the summer break to try and wipe the slate clean and find some momentum again, Mauro. Yeah, you know, every time that I go to the garage after the practice, the first thing that they see is the piece of paper. Yesterday I saw a very nice face. We were very happy. He was positive, so looks good for today. Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we're going to have a good battle at the front. With regards to next year, obviously plans, I'm sure, are starting to take shape with regards to how many factory machines we see on the grid, how many 2025 machines we see on the grid. Right now, VR46 have one factory and one 12-month-old bike, whereas Gresini have two 12-month-old bikes. For next year, seems as though those plans might change ever so slightly, thanks to the performances of Alex Marquez. Can you just confirm what Ducati are thinking in terms of their lineup for next year?
Yeah, this is a good question. We are still working on it. We don't know yet how many official body will be next year. But yeah, we're working it, and then maybe in the next month or next weeks, we decide, and that we will tell you how many badges we have next year.
It seems as though Grassini and Alex, I think, quite rightly have said, thanks to his performances, we'd like to have that official update.
Yeah, they are doing a very good job, Grazzini and Alex as well. Also, Aldeguer is doing very well. But, for the bikes, it's a different story.
What does that decision come down to? I imagine finances is a huge part of it, but obviously with the engine freeze, does that make it a little bit easier to go back up to full factory bikes?
This is very technical question. Yeah, you're right, but there are a lot of topics that you have to understand, you have to analyze, and then it's not only about engine, only about the economic stuff. It's about everything. So it is, we are thinking about.
Let's see in the next coming weeks then what the plans are. Thanks, Mara. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to Ducati boss at Mauro Grassini. Yeah, interesting, that, isn't it, just to see whether Ducati will feel that they're ready to maybe expand their factory supports towards Alex Marquez, second in the World Championship. We're inside the Red Bull KTM Tech 3 garage at the moment. I'm just having a look on our timing screen to see if there's any activity from the side of Manfignano's garage. There is. Fabric has just popped up on our timing screen, which is good news for Top Gun fans, because it was a pretty painful return, as he expected yesterday from the summer break, or rather extended summer holidays for Manfignano, having missed the German Grand Prix, the Sunday action in the Sachsenring, and also all of the Brno Grand Prix weekend with a rather nasty left shoulder injury he suffered in Q2 at the Sachsenring, an injury which is much more severe than what he first anticipated. He only did 6 laps in yesterday's afternoon session, did Maverick Vinales. A lack of strength and a lack of mobility sound like the biggest issues for him here this weekend, particularly in Sector 3. He said really struggling to muscle an RC16 around through the high-speed change of direction. He just decided to do 6 laps yesterday and then rest up. Let's see how he felt when he woke up this morning. But the signs are positive, because Maverick is indeed circulating here at the Red Bull Ring.
Funnily enough, when I spoke to Maverick yesterday, he said the 6 laps he did in practice yesterday afternoon were actually more than he was expecting. So he clearly had relatively low expectations going into practice. And the other issue, as well as the third sector, is just being able to get himself tucked in under the bubble of that KTM to be as aerodynamic as possible down the straights. So it's a combination of issues that Maverick Vinales is having to suffer from. Never mind trying to wrestle the KTM around to get a fast lap time out of it. Credit to Maverick, he has actually done a 30.1 this morning, which is 7 tenths quicker than he went at any stage in practice. Although what is interesting is he has also just come back pit lane, having only done the 4 laps.
It's Alex Marquez sit the front once again in this FP2 session, a 1:29.231. Marco Bezzecchi, as we've got a problem here for Joan Mir. I think he's just run off the down turn 4.
Yeah.
Down into the sort of Pirelli air fence. Marco Bezzecchi has just jumped up into, well, Alex Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi at the exact same lap time, a pair of 1:29.231s. Now, Alex is still in command of this session, because his next best lap is quick, although that is about to change quite dramatically, quite significantly, as Marquez finds the first 1:28 of the morning, a 1:28.751 for Mark. I was just going to talk about Bezzecchi. We've got a very heavyweight, when is it not heavyweight, Q1 session coming up, which will feature both at the factory at Prunia, somewhat surprisingly. Jorge Martin not helped by a crash at turn 9 early on his outlap on the hard front tyre yesterday afternoon, and he was 16th at the end of play yesterday. And Marco Bezzecchi, who was 3rd quickest in the morning session, had a horror show in the afternoon, 18th fastest. So we'll see Bez coming up in Q1 shortly as well. And there is Mia. How many times did we see riders just marginally miss the braking marker? That's all it takes. You've only got to be half a metre late in your braking marker for that downhill run into turn 4, and there's only one way you're going, and that's careering through the gravel trap. Mir becomes the latest victim. Just a reminder, the riders there are scrubbing off 220 kilometres an hour in just 5.2 seconds. Let's go back down to Jack a Minardi update, another on screen, John. What's going on down there?
Yeah, and as you can see on screen, the body language is quite positive for Maverick. The fact that he's kept his helmet on, he's kept his gloves on. As he came into the box, he had a very long conversation with Dr. Angel Chartu, who's just in the back of shot at the moment. And it seems as though, without getting an official word yet from someone inside a Texar camp, that Maverick is just going to bide his time, conserve his energy, but certainly it seems as though he's going to try and give it a go this morning, which is good to see. They're currently moving the tyres that he went out on that first run over to his second bike, so everything suggests that he is in a lot of pain, but Maverick is definitely going to give it a go this morning, which is great news.
Yeah, good stuff, Jack. And great news, as he says, as far as Tech 3 K2 are concerned. Here is Brad Binder, who just about nabbed the last place in Q2 directly. Yesterday it was such a tight practice session, particularly for those sort of low places directly into our second qualifying session coming up later on. Bastianini 11th, Pagura 12th, Rini 13th, Quattro 14th. The Gian Antonio 15th, Martin 16th, and Rin 17th, running in 2/10 a second behind Binder in 10th place. Fine margins. Binder was so relieved to get himself directly through to Q2. It's a game changer for your entire weekend if you cut out an extra 15 minutes in Q1.
And we're expecting it to be much the same in qualifying one. Thousandths of a second to decide who goes through and who doesn't. And as you say, the heavyweight names in qualifying one, there are a few there who aren't normally in qualifying one. Because all of the Yamahas are going through qualifying one later on. It's fair to say the Red Bull Ring isn't necessarily their favourite circuit on the calendar, given its nature. Quartararo was their leading runner in 14th yesterday. We've got Luca Marini in qualifying one, and he feels he has the pace to break into qualifying two. Just didn't maximise the soft tyre at the end of practice yesterday. He was as high as second earlier on in the session. Ayakura looks something of a threat. He got into the 28th yesterday as well, so it's by no means certain that you can predict those two riders are going to go through. We do have the Ducati and Fabio Gian Antonio in that session, but of course he's had his problems as of late too.
He's suffering a bit of a Bruno hangover is the Gian Antonio. He was all at sea, three-summer break in the Grand Prix of Czechia, and yesterday just really suffering on the GP25. Got the bike in turns 1, 3 and 4. And if that's your main issue with stopping you at the Red Bull Ring, well, you're in a whole world of pain, aren't you? So, KTM, it's always a massive ground, isn't it? The Red Bull Ring, backed by Red Bull. The KTM headquarters in Matinov, not too far away from the Spielberg circuit. A great start yesterday with some new upgrades on the RC16 for Pedro Acosta. Let's get some early Saturday morning thoughts from the boss, Pit Barr, who joins Jack.
Yeah, great to be able to catch up with Pits here in Austria. As we know, as you guys were saying, it's a huge weekend for everybody in Orange. In sporting terms, Pit, it's your cup final. A big win, a big performance this weekend. I'm sure will mean just that little bit extra.
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, we are super excited to be here. It's our home GP, and it's just super, super cool. But especially with the base we laid down in Brno, gave us, a good time between Brno and here, getting ready for the next little steps, and we could bring some other small things to the riders, and so I feel we are ready for a good weekend. But Friday went well, 2 riders in Q2. That's definitely great. The performance Pedro could show yesterday, and I feel he's calm and ready to fight for a great result this weekend. But also I was so happy to see that Enea was so close to go into Q2, seeing him aggressive and angry after not making it with just a little margin. I'm sure also he has a big chance today to go to Q2, so all in all, he's a good spirit in the team.
Yeah, I remember catching up with you in Germany or Brno, and we spoke about the fact that you just needed one result just to get the ball rolling, and it felt that Brno came at the right time. Obviously, Pedro with his double podium to carry into the summer break. But firstly, we have to touch on Enea. It's been a very difficult transition, but that came at just the right time, and it was great to see yesterday that it looked as though he's able to carry that form through to a very different venue.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this was one of our main topics, how to get Enea confident and perform. And we know what a fantastic rider he is, and something was holding him back. And our engineers, they didn't give up to try to give things to him what brings him the confidence. And finally he got it, and then he showed just out of nothing
what he is capable of doing, and I'm so happy for this boy and his crew also because, yeah, we want it, he wants it, and he deserves it to be right better than what we saw in the beginning of the season. So I feel we made a big breakthrough in Brno, and we need to base on that. It's still nice, you know, the base for us to perform again where we want to perform. It came now with small steps, and I told you before, I think we are better, but we couldn't prove it. But it doesn't count in racing. If it's on paper, it's reality, and it happened in Brno. Makes me happy. Was the proof for all the work of all the people involved, and yeah, let's build on that. Let's not fly high. Let's keep the feet on the ground. This was one good weekend. Doesn't make a great summer. Helped us to have a great summer, but no, we are confident we can do it step by step. And I want to thank also Dani Pedrosa. He gave me some very strong tips when we were really deep in, yeah, I don't want to say the word, in a low, and then really how to find the way out. He was a great partner for me also in that, guiding me the way, and we did it millimeter by millimeter by millimeter, and we are coming back, and I'm really happy.
Yeah, we're just seeing replays at the moment. Just a very small off to Pedro, but he was able to get back on the bike and he's coming back to the pit, so he's all okay. But even that won't shadow the fact that it was a really positive day for Pedro. As you mentioned, those updates, he was glowing about, very, very happy with the work that you guys have been doing. And you mentioned Dani Pedrosa there and what he's been able to do with the project, to drag it out of this deep situation earlier in the year. Just take us into those conversations. What was Danny saying and what was his advice to try and steady the ship?
Yeah, I mean, not just do the typical KTM thing, like when you start to rotate and things are not going, and then just trying too wild and too quick to do it. And we understood we don't have the base that all four riders are working with the same bike and helping each other to find the way back. Then Maverick was the one to stay calm, did it on track, but in the background, like that's what was Pedro's advice. I mean, even when we saw the first positive steps, let's not go crazy, let's not throw better parts from the test team at the race guys before we have a proper plan and enough parts for everybody. So yeah, he was just guiding us in the right way to stay calm. Even there is no time in MotoGP, you can never stay calm. I mean, if you know something better and then you have a better part, you want to bring it to the race as quick as possible, but you need to make it with a plan and make sure it doesn't create more chaos. And I think that's what we did already a couple of times going through the project in all the years. And yeah, it was great support from his side. And yeah, I'm happy where we are, and he showed the way that how we came out there. And even there, he's warning us. Like also a typical KTM thing, don't try to grow slowly, and when we find the right direction and things are going upwards, just to go crazy overnight and try to fly to the moon immediately. So no, it was I think the team is better than ever. We have great people in the factory. The communication between the racetrack and the factory is better than ever. It's like more channeled, it's more controlled, and I feel that the team is in a great situation to build the future. And but if you tell the guys, you know, the riders want to see results, they want to feel a better bike, they don't care how much or how good things look at home on paper or somewhere. But slowly we could transfer this feeling into the riders. That's at the end why we are doing all of this. If we don't have confident riders, there is no result. So we are all here to work to get confidence of the riders. And yeah, I feel we found a good direction and we keep on working in that style.
It certainly feels after a turbulent start to the year, you guys are in a great place to attack the second half of the season. Hope it's a successful one for you, Pit.
Thank you, I hope so too. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks as always to the ever insightful KTM boss Pit Byra. Alex Rins is in the Turn 4 club as well, by the looks of it, on the factory Yamaha. He goes all the way to the air fence. Of course, it is Turn 4. Rear skips up in the air, and as it comes back onto the tarmac and snaps with the grip, it just overloads the front, and Alex just making sure we just let go of the front brake lever there briefly and just ran on into the gravel trap. Probably the smartest move. You can make it in Austria when you're sort of having that floating in the air down here in Turn 4. It's so easy to wash out the front there. So Alex Rins, who was, or is, down in 18th place at the moment with a 1:30.012. Marco Bezzecchi, he was third quickest in FP1 yesterday morning before a real dismal practice yesterday. So never really found a good feeling with the Aprilia RSGP. For the stop-and-go sections, which there are plenty of them around this Spielberg circuit, and also sort of shouldered a bit of the blame himself. He's never really nailed a clean lap, too many mistakes. With creeping in that two bases game late on when he really needed to find lap time. Chloe Martin was probably hitting the nail on the head yesterday when he said, well, I'm 16, bases 18, certainly not an accurate reflection on Aprilia riders' potential coming into this spring Saturday.
Yeah, from Martin's point of view, of course, he had a crash very early on in practice, coming through turn 9, and when I caught up with him yesterday, he said the overriding feeling after the crash was one of relief. The first crash he's had since that fall in Qatar, which of course led to around about 3-4 months of injury hell for the reigning world champion, so he's relieved to escape that one unhurt. It did put him a little bit on his back foot, missed a few laps that he would otherwise have got in at the start of the session, and every lap is gold was right now for Jorge. Because of course he's still searching for a base setup on that RSGP, so they all had their variety of problems, but found themselves very close to each other in the overall results yesterday. 16 and 18, but it wasn't all negativity for Aprilia. So we do have one of them through to qualifying to as of right. That's Ralph Fernandez, who was up in a lofty 5th yesterday.
Yeah, and he said after that excellent 5th place in Brno last time out, probably his best weekend in MotoGP. I think it was a bit like Marc Marquez, Fernandez. He didn't really want the summer break to stop his momentum, but he's picked up really where he left off. He's on a real golden run of form right now. That is the 24-year-old Spaniard. 15 points he collected across the sprint and Grand Prix in Brno, which is his best ever point scoring weekend in the MotoGP World Championship. Top 10s in the last 5 Grand Prix, points in 10 of 12. So yeah, we're finally starting to see, after 69 MotoGP appearances, the Ralph Fernandez, which we've been waiting for the last 3 or 4 years. That stellar year he had in Moto2 in 2021, no doubting, no debate about the talent of Fernandez, but it really has never clicked for him, hasn't it, in MotoGP? A couple of years, pretty 4 years on the KTM, struggling to get his head around the Aprilia, but finally, showing that the kind of form which we've been waiting quite some time for, we have to say.
And so much of it seems to be between the ears with Ralph Fernandez. It's all about what's going on in his head. Because once again yesterday, he referenced to me the conversation he had with Davide Brivio on the eve of the Czech Grand Prix, which seems to make a huge difference to the psyche of Ralph Fernandez. As you say, there's no doubting the talent, there's no doubting the speed. When he puts it all together, we are now starting to see signs of that. It was Trackhouse who were holding Aprilia honours up yesterday with Raul in 5th, and I agree, we're very nearly through the Q2 himself. He was 12th in the end of play yesterday, just 300ths of a second away from joining his teammate in Q2.
There's been plenty to admire about the work at the factory Honda so far here this weekend. Both me and Marini talking about how some summer break upgrades have given them a bit more performance, a bit more feeling in terms of turning and corner entry. Marini at the moment's 5th in this morning session with a 129.26. He was in that big group of riders from sort of 11th down to 17th yesterday, which were so close to booking themselves a place directly into Q2. Marini said yesterday that he clearly we're better on corner entry with some of the summer break upgrades. Still looking for more turning though at full lean angle. Some electronic tweaks as well apparently have filtered through from HRC. So baby steps are sort of starting to creep HRC back into contention.
Obviously for Marini, as mentioned earlier on, it was all down to not maximising the soft rear tyre at the end of practice yesterday, which cost Marini a place in Q2, because, as I say, it wouldn't have taken much. A 10th of a second would have transformed 13th for Marini and the Q1 Jungle to an automatic place in qualifying 2 alongside his teammate Tranmere, who we do know has a bit of an affinity here with the Red Bull Ring. He's done very well here in the past, should have won here back in 2020 in the second of our visits before the red flag came out. Of course, a double winner here over the years in Moto3. Mir at the end of practice yesterday up in 6th place.
I was just about to say, this is a bit more like it from Digi after a pretty poor Friday by his normally high standards. You could see how hard he was pushing that front tyre down the hill into turn 9. Ultra aggressive from the Italian. 2 of our 3 GP25s, a first and second with Mark and Bagnaia. The Gianantoni at the moment in 7th place. They'd have been busy last night punching the numbers and working out some setup tweaks. As we mentioned, turns 1, 3 and 4, the heavy braking zones, was where Digi was really suffering yesterday. And if you haven't got a motorcycle that's giving you confidence to stop around the Red Bull Ring, well, it's going to be a brutal weekend. Let's not beat around the bush, because this circuit is dominated by some of the toughest braking zones on the calendar. Up the hill into the second gear turn one, where you're decelerating from over 300 kilometers an hour from 6th gear into the louder corner, hard braking zone into the double apex chicane. Tough braking zone as well up into turn 3. When you're back from about 230 kilometers an hour into a first gear right hand hairpin, and then turn 4, well, that's just a vicious braking zone down the hill. When you're scrubbing off well over 200 kilometers an hour in less than 250 meters, so understandable where if Fidget was lacking confidence in the front end in braking, why he was finding it so difficult to find a lap time yesterday.
Yeah, Pecco Bagnaia did find some of that fading front confidence yesterday. Otherwise, it's a circuit where he's generally gone very well over the years. It's a combination of factors which might well have contributed to Pecco, not all of them technical. Perhaps a bit of a rest and a bit of a reset might well have come at a good time for Bagnaia, but also had the famed 355mm brake discs which served him so well. And Aragon, they're all winning here because it is such a severe braking circuit, and it certainly appears that Pecco Bagnaia is enjoying the benefit he gets from those.
Aldeguer was in hot at turn 9. That's another very easy mistake to make. You come over that blind crest, and then the track really does drop away from you into that sharp drop down into that 9th corner, which is where we saw Jorge Martin have a tip-off yesterday at the start of practice. And let's go and see what progress Aprilia have made so far in this Saturday one, because Jack is joined by the boss, Paolo Bonora.
I'm indeed. Yesterday afternoon, Paolo saying what a great chance. Aprilia in fine form. Marco has been excellent. And then suddenly, 20 minutes later, you got both bikes out of Q2. Well, what happened? Just after a very good one, with very good race pace with the used tire, we expect more. But we understood that probably the bike was not correctly set for the increased temperature that we have seen yesterday afternoon. The tarmac was so hot, and the condition of the circuit was quite different compared to this circuit is famous for the hard braking zone, but don't forget that the key here with this kind of carcass, this specific carcass, is also to keep under control the spin, and there is a specific corner here where there is a lot of spin. So with the increased temperature, there is more problem with the spin, and section that we did yesterday night, we understood that we have to fix in a better way some specific corner. We hope that we have done luckily, Raul was good also during the session, so well, it was helpful to see also his data and to understood better the direction. What sort of progress do you think you've made this morning? But at the same time, I imagine, obviously, given the time of day we're in now, we won't really know if we've made the step that we wanted until a sprint later when the temperature rises and the track temperature does as well. Yeah, this session is very, very important for us to understand if we did the correct job. To be honest, after the first comment of both riders, it seems to be that we improved the bike. But to be honest, it will be everything. We have to understand after the qualifying, because it will be a very, very difficult session in Q1. There are many riders who want to go in Q2. So it will affect a lot the result of the race for sure. But to be honest, we totally trust on the energy of both riders, so we hope for a good result. Confidence getting in that top in Q1 or maybe it up. We hope that at least with one rider we only Q2. Good luck. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to Aprilia boss Paolo Bonora. We'll have to Pedro Acosta had a tip-up on the factory KTM at turn 1 earlier on in this session at a rather more rapid rate of knots. flinging himself into the gravel trap there was Super 8-hour winner and LCR Honda rider as Johan Zarco, who looked like he'd had the wind knocked out of his sails a little bit there, didn't he? As he came to a rest in the gravel trap, just took a bit of time to catch his breath. A few barrel rolls into turn 7. Could be costly as far as Zarco is concerned. Likely now, you feel that he's only going to maybe have one bike at his disposal in the upcoming Q2 session. Yeah, that looked like a painful one, Lewis, didn't it?
Maybe a couple of rolls in the gravel trap. It's Bristol corner, that turn 7, the last of the left-handers on this circuit. 120 kilometres an hour, taking that in 3rd gear, and Zarco will have that in his mind. So the next time he's going to go out on the track, he will be going for grid position in qualifying 2. I guess the only trim of comfort is that he doesn't have to go through qualifying 1. He cleared that particular bar yesterday, but Zarco, who was pushing on that lap, he was actually midway through his fastest lap of the session, had set a series of personal bests, but he wasn't able to complete that lap, and he'll end the morning in 16th place.
It looks like we have something of a pattern forming here. At the Red Bull Ring yesterday, it ended Mark, Acosta and Bagnaia as you 1, 2, 3, and that's exactly as we stand. At the end of play, it seems, this morning in FP2. No doubting where that young man's allegiance lies in the 14-lap sprint this afternoon and a 28-lap Austrian Grand Prix here tomorrow. A big fan of the Shark, who is swimming with the big boys once again right now, isn't he, Acosta? He said yesterday, of course, yes, he did his best time of a 1:28.345 behind Marc Marquez. He said, I was just happy the update has been made and allowed me to actually tail the factory Ducati star, because he said 2 or 3 races ago would not have had a prayer of even staying remotely close to Marquez. What a shot that is. That inside curve camera on turn 9 just gives you an indication of just the full commitment and the speed through that real tricky turn 9. We saw how tricky it was yesterday when Jorge Martin went down heavily. Your 3rd gear motoring through there, just shy of 130 kilometres an hour. Well, Pecco Bagnaia sort of ruined the pattern already, hasn't he? As we've got a little bit of a late issue here for the number 33 of Brad Binder. He's got his arm up.
Out of gas, maybe?
Could have run out of juice, so he's having a good long look down the left-hand side of his rear tyre. Yeah, doing the sensible thing and getting himself off the racing line as quickly as he possibly can. So it does end of the factory Ducati 1-2 this morning. And once again, you have to say, in complete control. 3 tenths ahead of the field yesterday morning, 2 tenths clear of the pack yesterday afternoon, and once again in FP3, Marc Marquez, FP2 rather, 3 tenths of a second ahead of Bagnaia, who did just creep ahead of Acosta in the final throes of that 30-minute session.
The 12th lap of the session there for Bagnaia. One would assume, much like yesterday morning, he was doing a lot of his work on set of tyres and used tyres at the end of the session. That was Binder just putting his hand up just to alert any rider coming out of that final corner still pushing that he had a problem was getting well out of the way. The good news for Binder from where he's parked it on the exit of the pit lane is it's very much sharp downhill back there to wheel it back to the KTM box.
He kept looking down the dashboard there. I don't know if he has some kind of warning light that had come on the dash, which is indicating some kind of issue. Some of these MotoGP bikes do have safety shutdown systems if they detect that there's some kind of fault. There is sort of that safety cutout mode. He's been doing a great job there, getting himself very, very quickly off the racing line. So he's completed the full practice set then here in Austria. It's been another brilliant weekend, hasn't it, so far for the World Championship leader. FP1, P1, practice P1, and now FP2 at P1 for Marc Marquez, who has made 8 previous appearances here in Austria, winless in all of them. He has been a close second in some of our previous epic battles with Jorge Lorenzo and Andrea Dovizioso. But make no mistake, he's going to take some stopping. And once again here this weekend, as he hones in on a 6th successive double win.
It was the factory Ducati 1-2 in the end this morning. Marc Marquez for Pecco Bagnaia. It feels like the top 3 in that session might be your 3 battling it out for the front row of the grid in a little while. Acosta 3rd, ahead of Marco Bezzecchi using Q1 shortly. Alex Marquez 5th, ahead of Luca Marini, Ralph Fernandez and Fabio Di Gianantonio. Mir 9th, ahead of Franco Morbidelli, and the first of the Yamahas once again was Fabio Quartararo. Martin up in 12th, ahead of Bastianini, Aldeguer and Oliveira. Zarco's late ball at turn 7 left him 16th. Good to see Maverick Vinales putting in 10 laps this morning. The fastest of them are 1:29.8. He outpaced Brad Binder, Ayagura, Alex Rins, and in 21st place on the private Yamaha was Jack Miller, who of course missed the first 5 minutes. What a painful weekend so far for Yamaha. Quartararo only 11th fastest. But he has been rapid in red at the Red Bull Ring. He completes the practice clean sweep, and Marc Marquez, of course, for his 12th sprint win of the season, looking in fantastic form as we head into MotoGP qualifying. Q1 and Q2 up next live here in Spielberg. Good morning and a warm welcome back to Spielberg. It's the Grand Prix of Austria, Chapter 13 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. As we come to a circuit which has been a bit of a bogey track in the past for our World Championship leader, Marc Marquez. 8 previous Grand Prix appearances here, and he remains winless at this stop-and-go Austrian venue. But in practice so far this weekend, Marc Marquez P1 in the championship and P1 in all 3 practice sessions so far, as he hunts down what could be career pole position number 102 in Q2 coming up later on live this morning. It would be Premier Class pole position number 74 for Marc Marquez, ahead of tomorrow's 1000th Premier Class Grand Prix. Another milestone weekend for the MotoGP World Championship coming up tomorrow at the Red Bull Ring. The 1000th Premier Class race, since it all began at the Isle of Man back in 1949. It's a beautiful part of Central Europe, a beautiful part of southeast Austria. But those hills are about to come alive with MotoGP bikes in full time attack mode. 120 points is Marc Marquez's World Championship lead going into this afternoon's 14-lap sprint, where he's looking for a 12th win in 13 so far this season. It's a pretty heavyweight Q1 coming up very soon, though, with 2 of our factory apprentice stars involved, reigning world champion Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi, the British Grand Prix winner. So too we will see Red Bull KTM Tech 3 rider Maverick Vinales, who curtailed his action yesterday here in Austria while recovering from that nasty left shoulder. You can see on the graphic there, in this Q1 session will be Enea Bastianini, Vinales' teammate, Agura Marini, Quartararo, De Gianantonio, Martin Rins, Bezzecchi, Oliveira, Miller and Vinales. Let's get an update on Top Gun from Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that we're describing MotoGP riders as gladiators, but Maverick Vinales, the pain etched on his face when he took his helmet off was making me wince. I mean, it was as raw as I've seen for a very long time, but he is going to go out in Q1. It looks as though the plan is to do at least one run to settle out, to have himself a grid slot, but the suggestions I'm getting from the team is that it's going to be pretty unlikely we see him in the sprint later. So far, his longest run has been 5 laps, 6 laps, so to almost have to double that and a little bit more in the sprint later is going to be a huge, huge ask, but he was only going to do 1 run in FP2 and then that became 2, and he wasn't going to go out in Q1, but now he's found the energy to go out and try it. So you never know with these guys. They're able to grit their teeth and do impressive things. So Maverick is really having to dig deep, but fair play, he's going to be out there in Q1.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on Vinales. 42 racing laps lie in store for the MotoGP riders here this weekend. 14 in the sprint, 28 in the Grand Prix. You do feel that maybe it will be a tough ask for Maverick Vinales to complete the lot here in Austria. Of course, there's never a good time to be carrying any kind of injury in MotoGP. But as we start part 2 of this year's championship, we have got 10 Grand Prix coming up in the next 14 weeks. We cross the border immediately after this weekend's action in Austria to return to Hungary for the first time since 1992. There's very little red spike coming up for the teams and riders over the next 3 or 4 months or so. As you mentioned, it's a very heavyweight feel to this Q1 session. Some real big hitters in this session. Fabio Quartararo is in Q1.
Of course, a rider who already so far this season has picked up 4 pole positions in Jerez, Le Mans, Silverstone, and most recently in Astley. He was on the front row last time out as well in Brno with the factory Yamaha ride. I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find a Yamaha challenging for the front row here today in Austria. They really have been suffering with the sort of low gear, hard acceleration zones here at the Red Bull Ring in Spielberg. Ayagura, who briefly led late on in practice yesterday, he was just missing out on that top 10. Have to say, Lewis, when you look at the sort of the times yesterday from 11th down to 17th and the names involved, this is one of the toughest Q1 to pick, I think, of the whole season so far.
Super difficult. We've got 3 Aprilias in this session. As you mentioned, all of the Yamahas are in this Q1 session. Quartararo hasn't been knocked out in Q1 all season. He's got a 100% Q2 record. That is under serious threat in this session. We've got the Ducati of Gian Antonio, who certainly on reputation and machinery should be a favourite, but there's not been an awful lot of evidence this weekend to suggest that he is just going to waltz through this qualifying 1 session. And of course we do have a couple of KTMs, Bastianini and Vinales, with very different expectations coming into this session. Bastianini's got to fancy his chances based on what we've seen so far from him and from the other KTMs who've got fully fit riders on board them so far this weekend. But it is going to come down to thousandths of a second and nailing your braking points around a circuit such as this. If you're a metre late or a metre early, it could cost you rows on the grid.
So here is Fabio Di Gianantonio, who had a really difficult Friday here in Austria. Seemed like he found a little bit of confidence, a little bit of front-end feeling on that GP25 Ducati this morning. He was inside the top 10 at the end of FP2. Fabio Quartararo, well, he's nursing quite a big, painful blow to that left hip after a crash with another ride-height device failure on his factory Yamaha going through turn 6 yesterday. Quartararo just said it was a struggle to be fast at any stage on day 1 here in Austria. Pretty fortunate that he didn't get sort of pinged higher into the air after that crash at turn 6 yesterday. We go through 7, following Luke Marini. It was there in FP2 a few months ago where another Honda rider, Johann Zarco, bit the dust pretty heavily. We do wonder whether Zarco may well only have one LCR Honda at his disposal for the upcoming and crucial Q2 session.
So Maverick Vinales, gloves going on, helmet already on. He is going to give it a go, as we heard from Jack in this Q1 session. In terms of how his weekend beyond this session unfolds, time will tell, but you certainly can admire the bravery and the willingness to compete and give it a go in this session for Maverick Vinales. It just underlines how competitive MotoGP is and how strong the field is. When you look at this Q1 session, I like it, around 65 MotoGP pole positions in this session. You've got Fabio Quartararo, as you mentioned, has already had 4 this evening. He's got 20 MotoGP pole positions. Vinales himself has got 15 MotoGP poles, and the reigning world champion Jorge Martin also 20 MotoGP pole positions to his name, and they're fighting in here just to ensure they're on the front 4 rows of the grid.
So we'll track Martin out of turn 3 into this hard downhill braking zone at 4-4. You wonder whether Martin might have been in this position had he not had that confidence draining out that crash on the hard front tyre at turn 9 right at the start of yesterday's practice session. We just said that really did condition him in the hard braking zones for the remainder of the session. Just a little bit of confidence that he lost. Just so crucial. If you're just a little bit hesitant, a little bit tentative on the brakes here in the Red Bull Ring, you're on the back foot immediately. You'll be on the front foot though in this session, no question. Will the world champion. There is Bastianini, who also had a big scare himself. Tried to crash in one moment about 4 or 5 times at turn 9 yesterday. Did the beast. It seemed like in the morning session when it was relatively cool, strange to say that, when ambient temperatures were still close to 30 degrees, he wasn't too bad on that KTM. Bastianini. It was when the temperature soared in the afternoon session where he was really struggling with the front feeling. And so it is Martin then that sets the benchmark time after that first flying lap. A 1:28.694 from the reigning world champion, puts nearly a quarter of a second clear of the beast.
That's all that matches to the thousandth of a second the time Joan Mir set yesterday to put him 6th overall in practice yesterday. So a good initial salvo from Jorge Martin, running on board with Fabio Quartararo, who is safely through turn 6 on this occasion. He's now rounded 7 and 8 and into the final sector where Well, he's lost a lot of time in the third sector. He expects to be fairly strong through this final sequence of right-handers, but Quattararo needs, well, mid-28 you feel is going to be the minimum target. We're already into a 28.6 for Jorge Martin, quarter of a second clear of Bastianini, who himself is going quickly on his second attempt.
Yeah, he's right behind Bezzecchi. He's in a bit of a pretty sandwich here, the beast, and he might have picked perfect track position here. We're on board then right now with Bezzecchi. This is through the fourth gear, turn 8, fastest corner in Spielberg. You can just see both Bastianini and Martin behind him, just over his shoulders. He came through that turn 8. So Bezzecchi at the moment in third place, just a one front row star for him so far as a factory Aprilia rider. Is he dragging around the beast, potentially the P1? Bezzecchi does spy himself up into top spot. Bastianini not able to improve, but he was able to improve down to a 28.708, but not enough to knock either of the factory Aprilia stars out of that all-important top two.
And that Aprilia is exceptionally good in the third sector. We saw it earlier on this morning in free practice too. It was the only sector that Marc Marquez wasn't fastest in. Bezzecchi top through there. The third sector takes in those two long left-handers at turn 6 and 7. Not much of the up and down braking, which we've seen the Aprilia struggling as of late.
Well, Bezzecchi said he never really nailed a clean lap at the end of practice yesterday. He's certainly now won early on in this Q1 session. Brilliant by Bez. He's a second faster than anything he managed yesterday. So the progress overnight made by Aprilia has been very, very impressive indeed. Quattararo said at no stage yesterday did he feel fast around Spielberg on that toiling factory Yamaha. As he look at the big screen on the right hand side there, and he'll see himself down in P5. Not good enough, a bit of a frustrated body language from Quattararo. A 128.914 from the Frenchman, so he needs pretty much 3/10 of a second to be anywhere near the top two.
Just to look where the other Yamahas are. They're the three slowest riders who have set a time in the moment, because of course we're still waiting Vinales to do his one and only run at this session. Rins has done a 29.2, Oliveira 29.3, and Miller at 29.3. Which kind of tells you that's kind of the level of the bike. If you're not Fabio Quattararo, who's riding beyond the limit of it, to get that Yamaha into the 28, Quattararo needs to find a quarter of a second to get on terms with Martin, and half a second to match Bezzecchi.
As it stands right now, it looks like 2 out of 3. Bezzecchi, Martin, and Bastianini, because the Gianantonio in fourth is pretty much 2/10 of a second slower than his fellow Italian. Don't discount to Gianantonio, though, although qualifying hasn't really been his forte, his strong point so far this season. Just the one front row for Digit, and that feels like an awful long time ago, round 3, when he started second at the Circuit of the Americas over in Austin. Since then, he's only qualified inside the top 6 once, and that was at the very next round in Qatar.
Don't rule out Marini and Aguri yet in this session. They've not found 28s yet, both on 129.1s. We both saw those riders in the 28 yesterday. Aguri did a 28.8 yesterday, which at one point put him P1 before everyone else went for their time attacks, and Marini did a 28.9 yesterday. Neither rider has been able to match that so far this morning. You feel each of those at least has a little bit more in the tank yet.
So here we go then, second time attacks about to get underway as we tip into the second half of this Q1 session. Fabio Quattararo, that's a rather frustrated, dejected trudge to the back of the factory Yamaha garage. Quattararo not venturing out on circuit for his second time attack just yet, getting some instructions here from his crew chief Diego Gabellini. Fabio looks a little bit cheesed off with life at the moment, doesn't he, here in Spielberg? He's a little bit beaten up, well, more than a little bit beaten up. A nasty, painful blow to his left hip in that crash at turn 6 yesterday. And that kind of expression on his face, he looked at the big screen and saw himself in 5th place, half a second behind Bezzecchi. Kind of told you the story of where Quattararo and Yamaha are at right now this weekend.
This circuit has never been one of Yamaha's favourites ever since we came back here. In 2016, Yamaha have never won around the Red Bull Ring, but certainly one area you can pinpoint, looking at the speed traps. The 4 Yamahas are the 4 slowest bikes through the speed traps. And Maverick Vinales, who hasn't been on a track yet, well, the KTM would surely be faster than down there as well. They're giving up 5 or 6 kilometres an hour through the speed traps to the Aprilias of Bezzecchi and Martin, and that's not just purely down to how powerful your engine is, it's also how you're getting out of the corner before which in this case is the final corner down to the speed trap, which is just before they break for turn 1. And clearly the Yamaha, it's easy to see around a circuit such as this where they're falling short.
Now, they've got no engine power either. Second gear acceleration out the first corner. First gear acceleration out of the chicane. First gear acceleration out of turn 3. Without that sort of acceleration performance, you're already in a massive hole. They've got too much wheelie, so the electronics really aren't as sophisticated on the level of some of their competitors as well. Miller was saying as they try and make up time on the brakes, the front tyre collapses, not offering the support you need, vibration issues. I mean, you name it, and the Yamaha ride seems to be dealing with a whole host of problems yesterday. Here we go then. We're going to find out who's going to be booking their place into Q2. Who'll be in the fight for our 13th pole position of the season.
Chicane of turn 2, 8 all wrong, so he's already failed out of that lap. Just didn't look settled enough, and he wasn't prepared to throw that up fully on its side into turn 2A. Given the movement that he was getting underneath him, Martin was safely through the chicane, and he now leads this queue of riders down the straight towards turn 4. This is the heavy downhill braking zone for turn 4. Martin is safely through.
He's got Gian Antonio for company directly behind him on the Ducati GP25. And so the back is Ayagur and his teammate Val Fernandez directly through the Q2 yesterday with another fantastic Friday. Fernandez was 5th quickest at the end of proceedings yesterday. What about Rins, Oliveira and Minimal? What about all of our quartet of Yamahas who are really suffering here in Spielberg at the moment? The highest Yamaha qualifier will be Fabio Quartararo in a pretty dismal 15th place. Look at Martin's working so hard to make that a Aprilia work around this Austrian Grand Prix venue. Over the line Martin will go. So they're just building up some temperature, building up speed. Now they are in full flow, in full time attack.
See the track limits to partway through that lap, so that wouldn't have counted for anything, even if it was a quicker one. Bastianini doesn't improve either. The big improvement has been Marini, who has got himself now into the 1:28.7. He's within a tenth of a second of the top two, but it's still the top two being held by the factory Aprilians.
Quartararo then, can he salvage anything late on in this session? It would be some story, some job by Quartararo. He's going to have to call on all of his reserves of talent. We know he's got plenty of it, but he needs all of it right now to get himself anywhere near Q2. This has been some second sector that by Quartararo. He's only lost 0.07 of a second. Bastianini is flying once again as well. Quattararo's lost a whole bunch of time, hasn't he, in the third sector.
Yeah, that was the story on his first run as well. He kept losing time to the Aprilians, which are exceptionally good through there. Quartararo is going to need a magic final sector. He might just edge ahead of Martin if he gets the final sector right. He doesn't. He slots into 4th place, just ahead of Marini.
Somebody who might have no drama edging ahead of Martin very shortly. It's Bastianini. There he is on the KTM machine coming through turn 7. He'll flick it hard right now through 8. 4th gear hit through here. And there's the blind clutch down the braking zone. Back 1 gear into 3rd. Into turn 9 he goes. It's Martin behind him who might be losing that place in Q2. Marini's on another strong lap as well. Could be P2 here for the factory underrider. What about the beast? Is he about to deliver a big lap here in Ottery? He certainly is a 1:28.353. Bastianini then wrestles control of this Q1 session. Marini does indeed jump up into 3rd. Not good enough for a spot at the moment in Q1. And he's 2 tenths behind Marco Bezzecchi. Martin then now relegated back to 4th.
Martin has just started his penultimate lap of the session. He's in the first sector right now. Somewhere in the back of the picture is Bastianini once again lights up the first sector. Martin also improving in sector 1. So too is Bezzecchi, who might have thought when he went out for a second one he was in a pretty comfortable position. Now it's rather precarious.
We heard Acosta talking about how impressed he was with that air upgrade from KTM. Bastianini spent some time with KTM in the wind tunnel trying out some aero in that summer break, and it seems to be working wonders right now for the beast. This is the beast of Ducati old, isn't it, right now, as he powers through turn 6. Looked like Martin was a little bit hot there. Going into turn 4, just a little bit further behind the Italian. Martin under the pump here a little bit, isn't he? A minute of this Q1 session remaining. He goes through turn 8, wheel spin there on the side of the Aprilia as he grabbed a handful of throttle through that fourth gear turn 8.
Once again, Bezzecchi has got sector 3 well and truly figured out. It might just save him a place in qualifying 2, because this is going to put him slightly further clear of his teammate, who's the main threat here. As Bastianini goes across the line looking to improve still further, he does, and Martin improves, but still falls short. He stays in 4th place.
Well, no, last time out was the only time this season that the Beast has been in that Q2. 11th is his season best qualifying performance of the season so far.
I think I saw Martin running on into turn 1 as well. I think his session is over. There he is, the world champion. Goes on to the long lap peloton loop, so he will not be advancing through the qualifying 2. He will start 14th at best.
Yeah, and Bastianini was also in hot into the chicane, so he's called it quits. 28.353. You can see the reaction from inside the factory KTM garage from Pit Byra, as we're about to see Andrea Bastianini join Acosta and Binder on KTMs in Q2 coming up shortly. Will be going through as the fastest rider in this opening 15-minute session. I think he will do. Marco Bezzecchi just hasn't got the speed at the moment late on that factory. Brilliant. But job done as far as Bez is concerned. And having finished 18th yesterday to get himself through to Q2, that would have been his only primary concern this morning. Fabio Quartararo, as we suspected, is going to be the top Yamaha qualifier. 15th place on the grid. For Quattraro, by far his worst Saturday performance of the season so far in terms of qualifying.
First time we will not see Quattararo in Q2. Agura will be disappointed with that. He's only gone 9th. Di Gianantonio has just gone 5th. He will not be taking his GP25 Ducati through to qualifying 2. So it gets worse for the other Fabio. Quattararo back to 6th now, so he'll be 16th on the grid. The Yamahas 16th, 17th, 18th and 20th on the grid tomorrow.
Quartararo's worst qualifying performance since Australia last year on a flyaway swing at the back end of 2024. Top job. He is starting to find his feet, find his form on the KTM, isn't he, right now? Andrea Bastianini, third in the sprint in Brno just before the summer break. He was fighting for the podium in the Grand Prix, and he jumped off the RC16. But you know that once the Beast finds his rhythm, finds some confidence, it's going to be a match potentially for Pedro Acosta on the KTM. Marco Bezzecchi through safely in 2nd place. Fight between the two Italians at the end of that session. A 128.3 from the Beast, 128.4 from Bezzecchi. It wasn't all Italian top 3 in that Q1 session. Fabio Quartararo then for the first time, not in Q2. Dismal weekend for Yamaha. Oh, dear me. There were some tough conversations going on behind closed doors as far as the Iwata factory are concerned. Surprised to see Ayagura as far back as he was as well. I mean, I remember at one stage in early time attack modes yesterday, Ayagura was actually leading the way on the Trackhouse Aprilia. But Agura's going to be way back on the grid in 19th place. Wasn't even able to find a 128 at this morning. Was Agura. Has not qualified higher than 19th now, actually. That's since the Spanish Grand Prix hidden arrest. So he's struggled of late on soft rubber, has Agura said.
Yeah, as just mentioned, it didn't match the hard time he set yesterday. He got into the 28th yesterday, but we never saw Agura threaten that this morning. He's keeping the Yamaha's company at the back of the field. Maverick Vinales did go out, as we mentioned, for that sole run into the session. He set a 129.586, was a second away from getting into Q2. That was never really a realistic goal for Vinales. We now sit and wait to see if Maverick decides that that's the end of his weekend, or whether he's going to give it a go in the sprint later on.
Yeah, you fear, don't you, for Vinales? Half a second he was behind Jack Miller, his closest rival. I wonder whether they might give that extra few days to rest and recuperate before Hungary. No problem though, Bastianini gets through into Q2 with fellow Italian Marco Bezzecchi.
Which means we will have 3 KTMs in Q2 at their home Grand Prix. Bastianini and Bezzecchi move through. Luca Marini missing out by a couple of tenths. 13th on the grid, he'll start on his Honda ahead of Jorge Martin and Fabio Di Gianantonio. Quartararo, a season's low, 16th on the grid, although he was top Yamaha. Alex Rins right next to him, 7th for the Spaniard ahead of Miguel Oliveira. Ayagura only 9th, having gone quicker yesterday than he went this morning. Jack Miller, 10th. and Maverick Vinales with that sole run late on in 11th.
So, ahead of our 1000th Premier Class Grand Prix here in Austria tomorrow, we're about to find out who'll be starting at that landmark battle over 28 laps. From pole position, Q2 is coming up next live as Marc Marquez looks to set himself up for yet more sprint dominance here at Spielberg. Leading Q1 is KTM star Enea Bastianini. Coming up next live though, 15 minutes you're not going to want to miss. Q2 to follow here at the Red Bull Ring in Spielberg. It's always one of the most spectacular shots, one of the most spectacular images on the Grand Prix calendar. We are back, and it's always a pleasure to be back in Austria's jaw-dropping Styrian Mountains. It's the Merkel region of southeast Austria, which can mean only one thing. We are back for Grand Prix racing, back from the summer break. We're all relaxed, we're all refreshed, we're all recharged and ready to attack the second half of the campaign. It's a busy one as well, heading to our final showdown in Valencia in mid-November. 10 races coming your way in the next 14 weeks, including our first visit to the Balaton Park circuit in Hungary. Looking forward to that one at this time next weekend. Just 2 more European races to follow after that, in Catalonia and in Misano, before we're off on our overseas travels once again. Japan, Indonesia, a weekend off, followed by Australia and Malaysia. And 5 double headers to complete the season. Will be rounded off with a return to Europe in Portimao and in Valencia. The big question that so many fans are posing is, at which stage of those final 10 Grand Prix will Marc Marquez wrap up this year's MotoGP World Championship? Because ahead of this Q2 session here in Spielberg, and in advance of the 14-lap sprint this afternoon, that one, Marc Marquez is already 120 points clear in the title chase with just 12 rounds completed. And he said pre-weekend here in Austria with such a commanding advantage, this 2025 season is now his to throw away. Closest championship rival is still brother Alex, who, aside from Mark, is our only other sprint winner so far in 2025. Alex Marquez still without a pole position so far this season. No Fabio Quartararo in this Q2 session. Quartararo, who's been on pole 4 times so far this year. He's going to start the Sprint and Grand Prix here tomorrow in 16th place. But if we're basing our judgment of what's to come in Q2 next live, well, it'll be Marc Marquez's 74th MotoGP pole position. Because in practice, FP1, practice yesterday afternoon, and FP2 this morning, he has topped the lot. 83% front row starting record so far this year for Marc. 7 poles, Thailand, Argentina, Texas, Qatar. He locked out pole in the first 4 Grand Prix. 3 since Aragon, Mugello, and most recently in the Saxon Ring. And let's just remind you all at home, not that you need to, Marc Marquez undefeated since the British Grand Prix. The Sunday action at Silverstone, 5 successive double wins for Marc coming into Austria.
Whereas Pedro Acosta, as you can see on screen, hasn't been on the front row of the grid so far this season. Best of 4th on the grid, which he took back in Austin. This feels like the best opportunity for Acosta to change that, and there will be no better place from his and KTM's point of view to change that, given it is their home Grand Prix. KTM have their 3 fully fit riders all through to qualifying 2, but of course Maverick Vinales far from that. Bastianini topping Q1 to join Brad Binder and Pedro Acosta in qualifying 2. And it feels like Acosta is the likeliest rider outside of the Ducati contingent to challenge for the front row.
Well, he loves the Red Bull Ring, and for a very good reason. Race winner here in the Grand Prix in 2022, 2023, and in 2024. Of course, this 28-year-old Italian Tecco Bagnaia, who seemed much happier with life on top of the factory Ducati yesterday. This is Alex Marquez running through his mind what he hopes will be a pole lap around this 4.34 kilometre Spielberg circuit. 75% front row starting record so far this year for Alex. Only 3 times has the Moto 3 and Moto 2 world champion found himself starting off the front row of the grid so far this year. That was in Jerez, the same weekend where he won his one and only Grand Prix in MotoGP. And he hasn't been on the front row in the last 2. Started 6th in the Sachsenring and 8th last time out in Brno.
It's a crucial qualifying session for everybody here, of course, in the Red Bull Ring, because of how tight turn 1 is. The further down the field you are, the more likely you are to come into contact with someone and meet trouble. And of course, we have to remind you that Alex Marquez tomorrow in the 28th lap Austrian Grand Prix will have to serve a long lap penalty, which will of course be served very early in the piece. So important for Alex that he's qualifying somewhere in the front so he can get himself some clear track and try and minimise the damage of that long lap.
Q2 underway then here in Spielberg. It's only been 4 weeks since we've been qualifying in Brno, but boy, we missed MotoGP over the summer break. Back in action now, and back in business. Is the best motorsport show on earth. Joan Zarco and Pedro Acosta, if you joined us this morning, both did have tumbles in the early FP3 session. Acosta just washing out the front of his factory KTM trail, breaking into the first corner. A somewhat faster and more painful crash for Joan Zarco, although he is fit to participate in this Q2 session. He was on the deck on the LCR Honda at turn 7. As the helicopter shot picks the riders then down into that real tricky, treacherous braking zone for turn 4. You've got to be millimetre precise on the front end there to make sure you don't go charging into the gravel trap. Tecco Bagnaia then has had a pole position here previously in 2023. 3 years ago, it was an Bastianini on pole position, and we have the beast in this session. He has just set the fastest time in Q1. We'll just see for comparison where we get to in terms of the pole times. A 128.353 was Anea's benchmark in Q1.
Of course, those 2021 pole times for Jorge Martin you saw on screen were pre-chicane here at the Red Bull Ring, which is why they were 5 seconds faster than we are now going. You feel like that 27.7 of Jorge Martin last year. I think pole position is beatable by Marc Marquez in this session. We haven't seen a lap in the 27 so far this weekend. You feel in the next 13 minutes that will change.
That's Mark and Alex at the heads of this group. There's a rider who used to secure pole positions for fun in his heyday, Casey Stoner, 2007 and 2011 MotoGP World Champion. Part of what's going to be a very special Legends Parade here just before the MotoGP action gets underway. Over 28 laps at 2 p.m. local time here tomorrow. Just a tip of mind, not that you need it. But if we do have some newcomers, welcome. 3 p.m. local time as always will be the start of the 14-lap sprint here this afternoon. Who's going to be starting it from pole position? That's the big question, which we are going to get answers to in the next 12 and a half minutes.
Pole first sector there from Alex Marquez. He's a long way behind Marc Marquez already. Mark's half second up on Alex. Acosta's even quicker than Mark. He's at the back of this train that is being led by Marc Marquez, with Fermin Aldeguer also right on the tail of the 92. Bagnaia's got a little bit of clear track representative or relative to this group that we're watching. Bagnaia is further back down the road, but Acosta's the fastest rider halfway through these initial laps.
Big name casualties in Q1 were Fabio Quartararo and reigning world champion Jorge Martin. And so Zarco pinches the inside line through 9 on rookie Aldeguer. He'll be a little bit beaten up. The last time Zarco was out on this Spielberg track, he was picking gravel out of his teeth through turn 7. Took a little bit of a while on his haunches in the gravel trap just to gather his composure with Zarco. 28.915 then is the opening salvo from Bagnaia. Bastianini, who's dialed into current track conditions and sort of loose, got the muscles warmed up after his appearance in Q1. He was briefly second as Marco Bezzecchi, who was second quickest to the beast in that opening qualifying session. A 128.562 from Marco. That's only a 10 slower than his best time in Q1. So pretty much straight on the money is Bez, and that's put him in P1 so far.
Strange first lap for Marc Marquez just touring around on his first lap with that big queue of riders behind him. He's pushing on now, though, with the fastest first sector we've seen so far. Someone though further back has gone down. It's not Marc Marquez who we're currently watching. It's Johan Zarco for the second time this morning.
Well, Zarco has done, well, that's what, 2 crashes now in the space of 2.5 laps here in Austria. That's for Zarco.
Have another bike left.
Turn 4. Well, we've seen so many riders run off and just go through the gravel trap there. So that's a bit unsettled there, wasn't it? As Marquez is blowing a handful of throttle through the high speed. 4th gear, turn 8. And so Johan Zarco, turn 7, called him out late on in FP2. And now he's on the floor very early on here at turn 4 in Q2. At the moment, he's gone down well in 7th place, but just how costly could that crash be? Marc Marquez in complete control early on here in Austria. 128.220 has put him on provisional pole, and straight away on just his second flying lap in that session, Marc quicker than anything we saw in Q1 earlier.
Yes, well, 10th of a second slower than he went yesterday in practice, but Marc Marquez from Alex Marquez from Pecco Bagnaia, that all feels rather familiar, doesn't it? Crucially, Johan Zarco has got himself back up and running, and as mentioned, given that he did quite a bit of damage to his previous LCR Honda in free practice too, he needs to get that bike back.
Yeah, he's just going to be pushing that a little bit too hard. Front end just washing out from underneath him. That's what can happen in any situation in MotoGP, but particularly in qualifying when you're gung-ho for a hot lap. You're absolutely on the ragged edge. You're on the absolute limit. And so just the smallest mistake and you're going to find yourself on the floor. Pedro Acosta, who has been one of Marc Marquez's closest rivals so far this weekend, he's been really only one rider that's been capable of threatening to lay a glove on Marc so far here in Austria. And this is another strong lap coming in from Acosta. Could well be, or should be, if he has a clean final sector, is putting him somewhere close to the front row. Excellent lap also being produced by Joan Mir further back on the factory Honda. We've got Acosta then on the power at the final corner. All neat and tidy on the RC16. Joins his second place. Fourth. For Acosta lost a little bit of time in that 4th split, so he's not able to break up the trio of Ducatis on that front row right now.
So it's an old Ducati front row, it's a KTM Aprilia Ducati second row, although it might soon have a Honda on it, because here comes Joan Mir, who did a 28.6 yesterday. If you can replicate that, he would go on to the second row of the grid. It's a 28.7, which does put him up into 6th place.
Well, he said yesterday he fancied a dabble at the second row, and that is exactly where he finds himself at the moment, as the 2 factory Ducatis come back into the garage. And that was a pretty strong and positive opening run, wasn't it, for both Marc and Bagnaia? A 128.220 from Marc. That has put him just over a quarter of a second clear of his brother Alex.
Well, Fernandez now up onto the second row in 6th place. He's just pumped in a 128.6. So Fernandez underlining the promise we saw from him yesterday. It would match his best qualifying the season, which came last time out at Brno. Potentially back-to-back second row starts coming in for the Trackhouse rider.
Yeah, Mir had his season best qualifying in Brno as well, with an excellent 5th place. So let's not discount Mir from being in the firmly in the hunt for that second row start. Potentially he'll be hoping for something even better. So a quick fire change of rear rubber as far as Pecco Bagnaia is concerned. Now what's happening here to Pedro Acosta?
That's not the two way back for him.
No, this could be really damaging.
Where is he? He's on the back straight out of the chicane, isn't he? From the look of that. I think he's trying to get himself back down the hill, back to the pit lane. Did Acosta run out of gas, or has he had a similar problem that we saw from Brad Binder in free practice too? Yeah, he's taking the shortcut, so he's in turn 6. And he's taking the shortcut. Now that's where the chicane is, out of turn 2. Engine isn't running.
Yeah, there's no engine, there's no power. Yeah, has it just ran out of juice? Yeah, did Acosta, Jack just saying, got a great point. Did Acosta do the 1 extra lap? Just having a look, he did 4 laps on that initial stint, but this is really, really hurting his hopes of sticking that KTM on the front row of the grid here. He's coming now to the back of the paddock. He's pretty fortunate. It's just a constant downhill run from turn 3 and from the chicane. And it's downhill as well into the paddock. So he's going to get back quicker than he would have done at several other circuits had he had the same kind of drama. Got to get the heart rate down here, though, Acosta, but this has been a pretty good job by the Spanish rider. He's at fourth, despite all of this drama. That's not the optimal way to get himself back in the factory KTM garage, but he is at least back. 128.546 was Acosta's best work.
What happened? Did he run a fuel Pedro, or did he get any kind of alert? Yeah, he got around 3 corners away from the pit lane entry, so they clearly cut it fine. If they had fueled him for 4 laps, but in the end, Acosta has got himself back, and he's got plenty of time to get back out on track still. 5.5 minutes remaining, and it's only a minute and a half per hour lap.
So there is Bagnaia at the moment. Locked and loaded on the front row of the grid. I'm not sure if he might have just been a little bit wide there and exceeding track limits on the exit of 1. Which means that this will be an aborted lap. He's got Bezzecchi for company. I think having finished Friday down in a lowly and rather uncharacteristic 18th place, anywhere onside those first 2 rows would be a real bonus, a real result as far as Bez is concerned. And he's using Bagnaia as a perfect reference here, as you can see through split 1. Now Bez on course for the front row. Bez on course potentially for pole position. Just the 1 front row start so far this year for the Italian on an RSGP. But he's looking in great nick and potentially challenging for his second.
He's entering the part of the racetrack now where he's done a lot of his best work so far this weekend. He's owned Sector 3 so far today. Watch out for Bastianini too, who's just in the back of the picture. This trio of Italians who are now making their way up into the final sector of the lap. Bagnaia looking to get on terms with his teammate here as he now comes over the crest and drops down towards turn 9. At the moment, he's on target to get ahead of it.
A bunch of hot laps coming in here as we expected. They skin the inside curb through turn 9. So Bagnaia at the moment in P3. This is going to be really close, isn't it? As far as Bagnaia and Bezzecchi are concerned, into that 128.220 Bezzecchi then does. Well, we said he was using Bagnaia, has the perfect reference. About 50, 75 metres ahead of him. And it's Bezzecchi with a 128.060. He's finding himself now in P1. So that by Bez. Pretty much 4 tenths quicker than anything he managed in Q1 when he was second behind Bastianini. And threatening a prettiest first pole position of 2025 here.
And the first pole of the Red Bull Ring too. It's not been a good circuit historically for them. So Bagnaia, who was briefly on provisional pole, now back to 3rd. Marc Marquez, who's on a lap right now, all of a sudden booted off the front row of the grid altogether. Although we feel surely there is still a 127 in this racetrack.
Maybe the pole positions in India in 2023 as Bezzecchi, of course, when he was on top of VR46 Ducati, Bagnaia and Bezzecchi. Bagnaia, well, they follow each other into the runoff area. Bastianini, look at this. This would be some shock, wouldn't it? Some surprise. But we know that Ane is a class, top-notch MotoGP rider. But he's had so many struggles, so many woes getting accustomed from the factory Ducati onto the KTM. This is going to be really, really close. He's halfway through the final sector. He's got 1 corner left to negotiate. I know he's not even qualified inside the top 10 so far this year on a KTM. He could be on pole position here. Over the line he goes. Up into 5th. Oh, Marc Marquez has crashed. Marc Marquez has crashed out of the chicane. At the moment, he's been pushed down to 4th place off the front row as it stands right now for just the 3rd time so far in 2025. Surely that's going to cost him the front row.
Yes, even if he's got it back up and running, how badly damaged is the bike? It's through the second part to the left of the chicane, front end top, so he clipped the curve on the inside, and that is a critical error for Marc Marquez. Does he have a bike that's in fully, has he got all the pieces left on it for him to do 1 more lap?
He's pulled off some super saves, some gravity-defying saves down the years, but there was no way that one was coming back through turn 2B for Marc Marquez. At the moment then, what a section this has been here, what a return from the summer break. He has been in MotoGP. Marco Bezzecchi, second in Q1, is on pole position. Alex Marquez second, Pecco Bagnaia is 3rd fastest. Alex Marquez has been strong in the second sector as he challenges for what would be his first pole position of the season. That's where it all went wrong for Marc Marquez. No great damage done in terms of his grip position. as he's in 4th place at the moment, which would equal his worst start of the season so far. What about Alex then? Let's just track him through Sector 3 now. Oh, this is going to be tight. This is going to be very, very close. He's already on the front row in 2nd place. He's just about 100th of a second down on Bezzecchi through Sector 3. Ralph Fernandez is another late faller. A real dramatic conclusion to this Q2 session here in Austria. Alex Marquez is not able to knock Bez out of pole position. So many stories, so much drama to talk about here in Austria in Q2. Marco Bezzecchi, having been 18th yesterday, through Q1 in 2nd place, looks like he's on course for his first Aprilia pole position.
And Acosta only 8th at the moment. He turns that into 7. Marc Marquez is still running as you saw, but he's a 10.5 down through the first sector. He's not putting Bezzecchi's pole position under an awful lot of threat at the moment. So it's Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez and Bagnaia at the front row. Bagnaia, as we saw, went off on his last lap at turn 4, which is where we now find Marc Marquez. A slightly battered and bruised Ducati. You can feel the damage on the left-hand side of it. It might have been the most dignified lap he's ever done, but he needs this one. He's off the front row as it stands.
Pedro Acosta has just set the fastest first sector. Fermin Aldeguer, the rookie's having a top session, on course for his best qualifying since the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. He's at the back of the 2nd row right now in 6th place. Here comes Acosta though. Are they late fireworks coming? He's going to get an absolute hero's reception, isn't he? Acosta, he sticks to KTM. Oh, but look at this, he's absolutely pulverised. Sector 2, Pedro Acosta. Well, the roof on the main grandstand here in Spielberg is about to get lifted off because in front of their home crowd in Red Bull's home race, in KTM's home Grand Prix, Pedro Acosta, well on course here for pole position. Let's check him out to the 3rd sector. Lost a bit of time in split 3. Marco Bezzecchi's 128.060 has got the... Oh, he almost was down there. How did Acosta stay on board that KTM? Surely that's going to cost him pole position. The front was trucking for miles, wasn't it, on the RC16. It cost him 0.2 of a second. He'll be regretting that late move, but he was all in. He was full commitment, full attack, wasn't he? Pedro Acosta, he was spectacular to watch. It was a spectacular and dramatic Q2 session, one of the best of the season so far. And at the end of it, Marco Bezzecchi, out of Q1, has taken pole position for the first time on the factory apron. They can't believe it. Delirious scenes inside the Nuali garage. Just the 5th pole position of Marco Bezzecchi's career. His first since India in 2023. Your front row is Alex Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia. Marc Marquez starts off the front row for just the 3rd time in 2025. His equal lowest qualifying of the season in 4th, which is not bad considering he was on the floor at the chicane very late on. Bastianini also out of Q1. He's 5th, by far his best performance in qualifying for KTM. His first top 10 actually. Aldeguer's best qualifying since Silverstone in 6th. Pedro Acosta. There's confirmation on screens of Bezzecchi's first pole since the Indian Grand Prix in 2023. Pedro Acosta, I mean, that was some late attack by the Spaniard. You don't feel like you got a lot of reward, really, for all the heroics he was producing. I mean, how on earth he stayed on board the factory KTM going through turn 10. That front tyre was almost plowing a divot through the tarmac there in that final corner. Costa 7th, Morbidelli 8th, Ralph Fernandez was a 4 in that session 9th, Joan Mir was as high as 5th at one stage, he's 10th, Binder 11th, Johan Zarco, who crashed late on FP2 at 7, crashed early on in that Q2 session at turn 4, he is 12th. But what a Saturday it's been so far for the factory of Pirelli team. Marco Bezzecchi at Q1 and on pole position for the first time on an RSGP. Let's get a thought, I'm sure, of a super happy boss, Massimo Rivola, who tries Jack.
Massimo, I have to say, I didn't expect that driving into the circuit this morning. 18th and outside of the top 10 yesterday. And now Marco's on pole position for the first time with Aprilia. How on earth did he do that?
I didn't expect either. I think we need to thank Pecco because he did a lot behind him. And also Vale yesterday came to our garage to give some tips to Marco and it worked actually. So super happy. Here it's quite strange for us.
No, always a Berkey circuit. Great performance. Well done.
Yeah, Marco Bezzecchi's 5th MotoGP pole position, just a 9th Higgins Grand Prix career. Thanks very much, Jack, and thanks as always to pretty boss Massimo Rivola. Bears that takes pole position by just under 200ths of a second. Well, he built up some great momentum just before the summer break. The superb breakthrough victory at Silverstone from 10th on the grid. Podium in both the Aston Sprint and Grand Prix. Should have been a double podium at the Sachsenring as well. Second in the sprint there, and he jumped up out of second place in the Grand Prix. And second last time out in Brno. This has been very impressive over the last 5 or 6 Grand Prix by Marco Bezzecchi. This is the rider that fully assigned to spearhead their attack alongside world champion Jorge Martin. What a session. Welcome back, MotoGP.
Well, they say a week is a long time in politics, a day is a long time in MotoGP. What a turnaround for Marco Bezzecchi. He does love this place. Remember, he was a winner in Moto3 and in Moto2, so Bez is a bit of a Spielberg specialist, but I don't think many expected him to turn his week around quite like that. Pecco Bagnaia, you might recall, went from Q1 to pole at Brno. The last time out, no one surely expected Bezzecchi to do the same here in Austria. A front row of the grid, which features no Marc Marquez, having topped every session until the one that counted.
Front rows didn't feature Marc Marquez at Silverstone and most recently in Assen. On each occasion, though, he was able to rescue podiums in both sprint and Grand Prix. Alex Marquez, second on the grid for the 6th time this season. Do you know what? A case of what might have been for Acosta. You can't say the lad wasn't trying. On that last lap, he was... Oh, look at this. This is going down a hill. 3rd gear, 130 kilometers an hour into turn 9. And just look at the angle now of his front tyre into turn 10. That was gone. That was lost. That is heart in the mouth, isn't it, for Acosta? This is what cost him the front row. At that point, you did feel that the RC60 in the hands of the brilliantly talented, the brilliantly gifted Acosta was going to be inside that top 3 before he lost the front. But, do you know what? It was awesome to watch. It was spectacular. And you felt like there was more for him there than that 7th place.
Well, we know there was definitely more in the KTM. Bastianini's up in 5th place. Not on the front row of the grid is Pecco Bagnaia. He will start 3rd, and he is the top factory Ducati. He's speaking to Jack.
Pecco on the front row of the grid for tomorrow's Austrian Grand Prix, but does that feel like a bit of an opportunity miss? It felt as though you just weren't able to piece it together in that second and final run.
Yeah, but first row is always a good result, and honestly, I didn't, I wasn't able to use all the new tires, so I missed a bit of, I don't know what, but honestly, I was expecting to be a bit more fast, to reach the 27 like last year, but I wasn't able to force with the new tires as I wanted, so honestly, it's okay like this. But we have to understand why, and for this afternoon, if I have to change something on riding, because I miss a bit of traction, and we need to understand why. Good luck this afternoon. That's it.
7th front row start of the campaign for Pecco Bagnaia. Yeah, not entirely happy. I can't say he sounded overly satisfied with 3rd place, but when all said and done, as he said, he's on the front row of the grid, and that would have been the main mission going into that Q2 session. And he did give rather a big helping hand to his VR46 Academy buddy, Marco Bezzecchi, who pinged in that 128.060 behind Bagnaia. Alex Marquez, though, on the front row of the grid here in Spielberg. He joins Jack.
Well, Alex, after yesterday's practice, you didn't feel like you had it all together, so I imagine if you'd have been offered front row of the grid, seconds for the sprint in the Grand Prix, you'd have happily accepted that.
Yeah, I mean, always painful when you don't have a position for the 0016, but anyway, I think we did a really good job. We still had this morning, the free practice, we suffered a bit more than usual, because we tried different setups and we're not working a lot. So we come back to the setup from yesterday and worked quite okay, quite good. So I was able to make a good lap time, so happy for that. And yeah, looking forward for the sprint. I think we have a great opportunity today, starting from the front row. So we'll try to make a good start, and from that point, try to make a really and solid, constant rhythm. Good job, well done. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great ride. Great ride by Alex Marquez. Tantalisingly close. I think Mainz not even 200 of a second away from what would have been just his second ever MotoGP pole position. Must have fancied he was going to get another Tissot watch on the left arm at one stage. As he also mentioned, very, very important to qualify on the front row here in Austria to just try and avoid some of the potential drama that can unfold in that tight first corner. It's been a heck of a weekend so far for Enea Bastianini. Best qualifying since the Thai Grand Prix in 2024, and he is the lead KTM qualifier here at the Red Bull Ring. More brownie points as far as the beast is concerned, with the Mattinghofen factory on the podium in the sprint in Brno before the summer break. And this is much more like it, isn't it? We know how good this rider is. Moto2 World Champion, serial winner in Moto3. So a bunch of MotoGP victories in the books on his CV. Went on a independent team Ducati and a factory Ducati. Starting to enjoy life in orange on the Red Bull KTM Tech 3 machine. But 18th fastest on Friday, which put him in Q1. Second fastest in the opening 15-minute qualifying session this morning. And 679 days after his last pole position at the Indian Grand Prix in 2023. On pole position in MotoGP for just the 5th time in his career. He's simply the best here in Austria's qualifying. Marco Bezzecchi joins Jack.
As we feel raindrops just starting to fall on our hand here. But Marco, what a brilliant job. Q1 to P1, thanks to a little help from some friends, a little bit of a tow from Pecco in front of you, and Massimo Rivolo on the way down said that there were some crucial words from Valentino in the box yesterday to help you pull off this remarkable result. Yeah, after yesterday, to be honest, especially yesterday afternoon, I was a bit sad because I saw some positive, but then in the time attacks from the practice, I couldn't really make any lap time. We discovered what was wrong, and as Massimo said, I really have to thank a lot Vale because he came to the box yesterday and we worked till late night, and yeah, big thanks to him because he's always special also when he's at home, but when he's here even more so. So fantastic. Also thanks to the team, they made a wonderful job as always. I will try my best as always this afternoon and then tomorrow. Congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, not a bad ally to have in your corner, isn't he? Certain 9 times world champion going by the name of Valentino Rossi. Some key input then from the mentor and the boss to Marco Bezzecchi. But you're still going to go out there and do the job yourself on circuit, and what a job that was. What a performance from Marco Bezzecchi. He takes the congratulations of a pretty boss, Massimo Rivolo. He had some tough times in those first 12 Grand Prix, did Marco Bezzecchi. It was not all plain sailing, having moved into a factory team for the very first time in MotoGP. Of course, he had to shoulder all of the early season development work, steering the direction of a factory for the first time in his career. That is not an easy task. Not helped, of course, by the fact that Boy Martin was sidelined for so much of 2025 through injury. But Marco Bezzecchi on pole position here in Spielberg. Spots of rain, though, falling ahead of our lunch break. Will it be wet for the 14-lap sprint this afternoon? It will start with Marco Bezzecchi, though, on pole.
Marco Bezzecchi couldn't qualify in that Aprilia at the start of the season, could he? He certainly laid that ghost to rest. Bezzecchi on pole for the first time in Aprilia colours. Alex Marquez second ahead of Pecco Bagnaia. Remember, Alex Marquez's long lap penalty does not come into effect until the Grand Prix tomorrow. Marc Marquez's season's low equal 4. Bastianini at best of the year 5th from Aldeguer, who we didn't see much of, but he took 6th. Pedro Acosta 7th, but certainly had the pace for more than that. Morbidelli and Ralph Fernandez joined him on Road 3 ahead of Mir, Binder and Zarco, who has already crashed twice today. Marini, Martin and Gian Antonio will be on Row 5. Season's worst 16th for Quartararo, and Yamaha, he missed Q2 for the first time this year. All 4 Yamahas towards the back of the grid. BMW M Award then, it's Marc Marquez who leads now by 59 points. Alex closes the gap, having out-qualified his older brother today. Pecco Bagnaia moves ahead of Fabio Quartararo and back into 3rd place. Marco Bezzecchi's first pole of 2025 leaps him all the way up into 6th.
Oh, well, that was rather spicy in Spielberg, wasn't it? And we've got the race action still to come. 14 laps of sprint action later on this afternoon. What a Q2 session that was. Marco Bezzecchi on pole position for the first time in 2025. Marc Marquez chasing a 12th sprint win of the season. And that's the hard way from 4th on the grid.
The stage is set for a corking day of motory action coming from the Red Bull Ring in Austria. The electric class has welcomed 4 different winners in 2025 so far, and with a jumbled up grid and a 3rd different pole sitter of the season, perhaps we'll get a 5th different winner. Buckle up! Moto E's Wild Ride in Race 1 is coming next. Good morning, and it has just ticked into the afternoon. Hello and welcome here to the Red Bull Ring trackside and live for the 3rd round of the Moto E World Championship. Don't adjust your TV sets, it is a little bit dark outside, and knowing our luck it will now absolutely choose to hose it down. But we're braced for that up here in commentary. You're joining myself, Kiko Giles. Next to me is my good friend and esteemed colleague, Neil Morrison, and down there somewhere is just my esteemed colleague, Elliot York. He's going to be taking you through the grid and pit lane very, very shortly. Neil, we had qualifying yesterday. Let's get straight into it. Brilliant stuff from Matteo Ferrari to take pole position. A nightmare for your championship lead, Andrea Mantovani, his worst qualifying of the year. He could have really done without that.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello to everyone watching. We are at round 3 of the Moto E World Championship. It sounds a little bit strange to be saying that in the middle of August, but we do have a hectic period of Moto E action coming up. 4 races in, or 4 runs, sorry, in 5 weekends. You really feel that the championship is getting underway now in the middle of August, starting here at the Red Bull Ring. But you're absolutely right, Kiko. We did have a few turn-ups in qualifying yesterday, not least Matteo Ferrari taking his first pole position since, 2023, and championship leader Andrea Mantovani on the back of the 4th row of the grid. So we should have 2 very, very interesting races coming up here today.
I think we're in for a cracker. Of course, this one getting underway in about 8 minutes' time, and you can join us live as well later on, 4 o'clock. For race 2, of course, in Moto E race day is Saturday, and in case you're going to have withdrawal symptoms between now and next round, you don't have to wait too much longer. We're going to Balaton Park next weekend, a new track for everybody here going to Hungary. There will be one rider in the Moto E field who knows that. That is Maria Herrera, of course, from her experience in the Women's World Championship. But besides that, new horizons and new destinations next week. But here it's a famed battleground. The Red Bull Ring has seen so many battles before, and I think this time we are going to see plenty more. Moto E, it's going to be 7 laps of action. That is not a long race at all, but it's going to be busy.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think this was the penultimate round of 2024 when we came to the Austrian Grand Prix of the Moto E World Championship, and it was a very critical one for the championship. Could we see something similar happening here today?
I'll tell you who we do see. We see Elliot York, just parked up on pole position. He's, of course, getting ready to chat to our superstar from yesterday. Al, take it away.
Yeah, Matteo down here on the grid on pole position. How are you feeling after yesterday? What's the strategy for this race? Any nerves? More excitement, I'm guessing.
For sure, I'm super excited after a long time. Really nice to be in front row. We worked a lot yesterday. I think we arrived in a good position. We have a good feeling with the bike, a good balance. So we have to be focused on the race, stay calm because also the other riders are very fast in the first row. So yeah, we are there all the race. We have to stay in the front.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
First pole since Italy 2023. It's his first front row since Assen, I think it was, 2023. Over 2 years ago, Matteo Ferrari going for pole. Second, we had a look at Matteo Casadei. He's one of the highest placed of the championship contenders, but it's a second front row in 3 for Eric Granado. He needs this result, doesn't he? Yeah, it really does. Great to see Eric back on the grid and looking a lot more closer to full race fitness than we saw in Assen previously for round 2. He was still coming back from that broken leg he sustained at Le Mans earlier this year. Also good to see this rider looking a lot more like his full fitness self. Hector Garza has had a very troubled start to 2025, but looking a lot more like it here, Kiko. First time back in the top 4 since this place last year. Red Bull Ring P2 he was on the grid, so he likes it up here, doesn't he? He does indeed, and he won race 2 last year, which was pretty much him putting one hand on the championship. And I think we can hear from the man himself, not just Elliot York, but Hector Garza is with him. Yeah, we can. Hector, how you feeling spearheading row 2? Must be more confident than you were back before the summer break. Worked on the fitness. Well, happy to be back in the front. Hopefully, we will fight for the top. I hope to keep my rhythm, keep fighting, and let's see what the race becomes. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks very much, Elliot. Thanks as well to Hector Garza. And we see a return to winning ways for the Spaniards. In today's race. Lorenzo Baldadari, sorry Neil to come across on you just while we've got him. Crashed on his way to 5th, but 5th is still a personal best, so I think Baldadari dark horse for this one. Yep, he joined the Turn 6 club yesterday, which caught out Kevin Zanoni as well in Q1. He's another rider that's going to be starting way back on the grid. Kevin Zanoni will be back in 18th at the very back of the grid. So yeah, Lorenzo Baldessari did kind of get away with one, didn't he? Could have been a lot worse for him after he crashed out in the second flying lap, but thankfully he took that banker in at the start of qualifying too, and ended up 5th. Yellow Flag City yesterday, Alessandro Zacconi had to wait a few laps to get one banked, but he did indeed get there in the end. 6th place for Zacconi on the grid. He's second in this championship, but he didn't really capitalise on Andrea Mantovani's misfortunes. Yeah, he hasn't quite been his same swashbuckling self that we saw at Assen, where he took a 2nd place and a victory. Zacconi, real track specialist at Assen. Not quite the same here, but he is sitting 2nd in the championship and could emerge as championship leader from race 1. He plays his cards right. Jordi Torres, this is his worst qualifying of the year, and this will be his 60th start in the class, if my statistical research is correct. The 37-year-old is one of the oldest statesmen in the class, but he's still looking at podiums and wins, isn't he? He is indeed. Torres, as ever, is complaining a bit of a lack of top speed, but he should be strong here today. Matteo Ferrari goes from pole, they're all chasing him. Moto-E, the heavens, will they hold off? Will they open? We're about to find out. It's not long round here, just about 30 kilometres for the Moto-E field to tackle here at the Red Bull Ring. Matteo Ferrari on pole for the first time in over 2 years. Matteo Casadei on the front row. Granado there as well. We've gone through the front 7 on the grid. A welcome return to Oscar Gutierrez in 8th place in the middle of the 3rd row. And it's a best qualifying effort ever for a Hungarian rider. And indeed, Tibor Eric Varga, not bad, a week ahead of his home round as well. So keep it on the number 47. He had great pace and unfortunate perhaps to end up only on the 3rd row. He could have been a bit higher. Spinelli crashed yesterday in qualifying. He starts 10th. Jacopo Hosiuk was so close yet so far. He goes from the middle of the 4th row. Championship leader Andrea Mantovani is going to need to put on a special show, but he's done it before. He won last time out at Assen. He goes from 12th. Finello, Maria Herrera, who was inside the top 10 here last year, and Luca Bernardi complete the 5th row before Raffaele Fusco, Tommaso Occhi, and Kevin Zanoni without a qualifying time. That's your grid, and expect fireworks, particularly from Kevin Zanoni, who is in this title race. Let's be fair about it. He could do without too many more qualifying down on the 6th row now. Yeah, he's 6th in the championship is Zanoni, so watch out for him coming through from the back of the grid, the 6th row, and also Andrea Mantovani, as we previously mentioned. We spoke to Mantovani briefly yesterday, or El did, down in pit lane. He said it's not quite his favourite track, but he's going to be more on the defensive than on the attack this weekend. Watch out for him. Maybe we'll see the best of him in Hungary next week.
It is a 13-point lead for Andrea Mantovani in the top of the title standings. Zacconi is second. Torres is a fine third, 20 points covering your top three. Then it's Lorenzo Baldassari, the best of the rookies. Mattia Casadei, who goes from the middle of that front row, rounds out the top five.
1 minute until race start. It's that time, Kiko. Who you have down for a victory in this one?
I'm going to go safe here because you've thrown it to me first. Mattia Casadei, purely because he has got pace. He's a bit out of position in the championship, and he is not surrounded by what you would consider title contenders, at least after the first four races. What about you?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go a bit of a dark horse. Zacconi in sixth. I can see him coming through, fighting for victory.
And let's just check that our pit lane reporter is listening. Elliot, what about your predictions?
I was going to go Zacconi, but I'll go Granado just to spice things up.
Well, that's a few more Brazilian fans in the bank of Elliot York, isn't it? Of course, you'll be hearing from us all right the way through. Me and Neil Morrison taking you through the live action up here. L getting all of the reaction down in pit lane. But 7 laps of Motor E, race 1 here, of 2 coming up today. And this is going to be a very, very interesting affair. Will we get away with this in the dry, or is it going to start raining? Starters orders, the red flag is being moved to one side, and the green flag waves. That means that when the lights go out, we are underway, and Motor E race 1 is already going up towards the first turn here at the Niki Lauda corner, and it is Matteo Ferrari who squeezes down the inside to hold his advantage up into third. He takes it Garza. Brilliant start from the second row of the grid from the reigning champion. Casadei is held second down to the chicane for the first time. Now hold your breath because this can be really, really tricky on the opening lap, but it looks like we're all going through really cleanly. Good start as well from one of the snipers machines. I think it was Thibaut Eric Varga up inside the top 8 from 9th on the grid.
Casadei
looking up the inside, thinking better of it. At turn 3 for the first time. Let's hope they all get through. It looks like they have. Ferrari, Casadei, Garza, your top 3.
Yeah, Eric Granado loses his spot. He had a pretty bad start off the grid, loses 1 place. 2 Hector Garza who jumped up into third, and look at Baldassari now in the attack down into turn 4.
And look at Casadei on the attack up into turn 4. So brilliant stuff from Casadei. He hits the front, so he's doing what exactly he needed to, because Andrea Mantovani's made 1 position. That's only 11th for him. But at the moment, Casadei be taking chunk. Oh, he wouldn't be, because he's down. Mattia Casadei has made a massive error, and that is the second time in 3 races where Mattia Casadei has crashed out the lead, and he knows that was an enormous error to be making on lap 1 of race 1 here in Austria.
Yeah, you cannot be making those kinds of mistakes regularly at the front of Moto E races. And as you said, Kiko, that's the second time in 3 races that Casadei has crashed out of the lead. A massive, massive error and a massive opportunity missed for him to gain some massive ground in the championship.
Oh, don't go near him. Do not go near Mattia Casadei. He is going to be fuming after that. I tell you what, the Liquimoli Dynamo intact boys, they'll be very, very happy with it. Because Garzo's up in second. Balda is third. Now, he took his first podium last time out at Aston, so keep an eye on him through turn 1. Ferrari's leading, and he got just under a second of an advantage.
One of the big movers in the first lap is the number 99 of Oscar Gutierrez, currently sat in 5th, 4th place in this battle for second. He jumped up from 8th on the grid. The other way around, Jody Torres got a terrible start, and he's back in 9th after he qualified 7th yesterday.
Let's just give you a rundown then of your main contenders. Ferrari, it is who leads after Casadei's crash at turn 6. Garzo second, Baldassari third, Granado down to 4th, Gutierrez up to 5th, as you said, Neil, great spot there. Zacconi is held 6th, 7th for Tibor Eric Varga, 8th for Spinelli. Torres and Mantovani now into the top 10 ahead of Alessio Finello, who's leading the chasing pack behind. Granado getting ahead of Baldassari, that is the 3rd.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I think that was Thibaut Eric Varga, who was battling with Zacconi down into turn 4. Looked as though the Hungarian just went a little bit wide. Hector Garza kept it nice and clean coming out of turn 4. I think he got it lit up and lost the rear temporarily last time around. No such dramas on this. It's a 9/10 of a second advantage for Matteo Ferrari out front, and he's holding that as it stands on lap 2.
Very good stuff indeed from Ferrari. Oh, a bit of a head shake there from Granado, but he keeps it all on the island as they drop down towards the Jochenrink curve for the second time of asking. It is still Ferrari who leads, and that looked like it was Spinelli who's got now Mantovani knocking on his door. So Mantovani versus Spinelli, 8th versus 9th. They were battling for podiums a few weeks ago at Assen. It just shows how competitive Moto E is. Across the line, Eric Granado, your sole LCR ET representative with the fastest lap of the race. as he's in third and stuck behind the number one of Hector Garzo. That's a move there being made by Tibor Eric Varga. He tried slipping up the inside of Zacconi and ended up going out wide himself. So 7th place for the number 47.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on Eric Granado. He is the rider on the move at the moment, the fastest rider on track, 1/10 of a second quicker than he was, that he was of the race leader. I'll get my words out eventually. Mantovani is having a decent race coming through from 12th. He's already up into 9th. Jordi Torres, though, is having an absolute nightmare. He made a real mess of the final turn coming out the last time around. Currently back in 10th. He's lost a place to the championship leader.
The bigger riders are at a disadvantage here on the point of Red Bull Ring. Is Oscar Gutierrez just about gets the job done. That's to come through on Baldazari. Baldazari is no slouch and he's coming through at turn 5 and he thinks better of it. Turn 6, don't try anything desperate here. You can't be a hero, but you can definitely go to 0. We've seen that already with Mattia Casadei. So that's a good move from Gutierrez on his comeback race up into 4th. I was just going to say the bigger riders are at a disadvantage. Andrea Manzaroni and Jordi Torres both spoke to me about that on Inside the E-Paddock on Thursday evening. That round here, long straights and hard braking, it's just not the forte of big, tall and broad riders. So they are on the defensive, but they're doing all right. 9th and 10th at the moment. Mantovani, particularly your championship leader coming into this one, would have liked to have been a bit further up, but he's on the tail of Nicola Spinelli. That's over 8th place. Ferrari, your fastest lap at 38.1. That's going some serious speed indeed, and he just pulled out that advantage to 1.1 seconds over your reigning champion, Hector Garzo.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Ferrari. That's about 0.2 of a second slower than his pole time from yesterday, which incidentally was a new lap record at this track for Moto E. Baldassarri has a look on Gutierrez going into turn 2, but the number 99 holds strong. You have to say this is a brilliant comeback ride for Gutierrez. He broke his hip in 9 places in that horrible smash at Le Mans earlier this year. He also broke a bone in his lower back. He also had surgery on his wrist recently as well. He has been in the wars. And for him to be back here, I think, is one thing. But to be performing like this is another.
He's really looking at a podium, isn't he? It's a very, very strong and determined ride from Oscar Gutierrez. Let's hope he hasn't worn himself out. He's got another 7 laps to later. Squeezing through up the inside. Well, Tibor Ekberg has been something of a sensation this weekend. And he is hustling about here on the back end of Zacconi. That's coming to 4. He got the job done originally, and then he got repassed. He had a look up the inside at 6, but we've seen how tricky that can be. And he thinks better of it. But this is an inspired ride from the Hungarian 18-year-old.
Yeah, definitely the best we've seen of Vargas so far in Moto E in 2025. Just looking at the leaders, and Matteo Ferrari stretched his lead out last lap by 0.2 of a second to 1.1 seconds. It's back down to 1 second currently. So it's kind of holding station out from between Ferrari and Garzo.
It's oscillating by the sector. That'll be riders just having their strengths at different points of this circuit. They're coming across the line again. Let's see what it is. I think it's 1.1. Indeed it is as they come through the sharp 1.144 between Ferrari and Hector Garzo. So not a lot of time being made up by the reigning champion, who of course is seeking that first podium of the year because he was injured back at Le Mans and he didn't make too many inroads back in his comeback rider after. He's been since under the knife. He has had surgery during the summer. We're talking about the Hector Garzo number 1. So Garzo back to something nearer to full fitness in comparison to before the testing season. Side by side, Varga versus Zacconi again. This is about the 3rd attempt for Varga. He was bravely ahead, but Zacconi knows that in this title fight and with Mantovani downfield, he can't give up any extra points. But look at Tibor Varga. He got great drive coming out of turn 3 all the way down the straight, and that surely should be 6th place now for the Hungarians. Zacconi in deep, and where's that going to leave him? Spinelli had a little close in on the brakes, but he couldn't get it done. Varga up into the top 6. Great ride.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Varga. And this fight between himself and Zacconi is playing right into the hands of the championship leader, Andrea Mantovani, who's still stuck there in 9th behind Spinelli, but he can see 6th place just up ahead. He'll have to get very aggressive in these last couple of laps to make it happen. Just checking in on the battle at the front. You can see Matteo Ferrari has stretched his lead out by 1/10 of a second, so you'd have to say he's in a very comfortable position at the moment, and maybe Hector Garzo isn't the rider, after all the injuries he's suffered so far this year, that's in a position to really launch a super late attack.
Matteo Ferrari looking very comfortable, isn't he, Neil? At the front of this group, you can see the gap illustrated on your screen. The battle here is for 2nd place between Garzo and Granado. Gutierrez with the fastest lap of the race, a 38.016. So we're getting close to that pole time, aren't we? Gutierrez hasn't given up on the podium here. He's lying in fourth at the minute. He's got Lorenzo Baldessari all over him. But Baldessari has dropped back a little bit from his early momentum in his first attempt on lap one to get up into the podium positions, but he's still hanging in there in fifth place. I think further back we've got Andrea Mantovani, now ahead of Nicola Spinelli. And that, ironically, despite the fixed grid positions that were between both of them on the grid, Zacconi is now just one ahead on the road of the World Championship leader. Bit of a moment now for Gutierrez coming out of turn 3, but he keeps it on the island.
Yeah, but with the top two in the championship down in 7th and 8th in this race, it is going to give the likes of Ferrari, Garzo and Granado a bit of an in the championship fight going forward. As I said at the top of the show, it does feel like the championship is really starting now, and if you can go on a bit of a run from this race weekend, you really are going to put yourself in a good position for the championship. You can see Eric Granado looks very comfortable sat there behind Hector Garzo. I think he might just be watching the Spaniard from behind and maybe planning a bit of a late race attack. You can see he's very close coming through the second of the left-handers here at turn 7. Then they turn right and they switch back into turn 8. Eric Granado is starting to maybe line up a bit of a move.
He's building momentum, isn't he, up over the top of the hill when he wants a blink first here. He has a look. But Garzo very strong on the brakes, so despite Garzo maybe not being at full fitness, he's really pushing the boat. You see how much his motor bikes move around under power. Now, coming out of turn 10, we're going to start the last lap. It is going to look like a race for second, unless we have a big chunk of drama late on for Matteo Ferrari. He's looking like he's got this one done. Up into turn 1, the Niki Lauda corner, and that is Hector Garzo, who just holds on. It was a bit wide. Granado slipstream, but not enough, surely, to get up the inside into the chicane. No, not this time.
Yeah, fastest rider on track last time around, Thibaut Eric Varga, having it the absolute race of his life here at race 1 in Austria. He's just a little bit back of Baldessari. I don't think he'll be able to join this fight for second, but we're going to have to keep our eyes on Garzo, Granado, and Oscar Gutierrez is right there in the mix as well.
Tell you what, Varga's lap time of 38.094 is only a few hundred off the fastest lap of this race, so Varga's got some serious pace. Bit of a breakthrough weekend, you got to say, for the Hungarian Neil. We're at turn 4, and Eric Granado is running out of corners here. Where's hot and where's not?
Yeah, well, he did get very close through the two lefts through turn 6 and 7 last time around. He came very, very close to being able to overtake Hector Garzo down into turn 9. I think if there's anywhere on this track that is his safest bet, that's probably it.
Oh, I thought that Garzo was just going in a bit deep there. Granado looks like he's slightly overriding through that second sector. In the third one now. He's right there, though. This could be a big lunge. Down in towards turn 9. He was looking like he was setting up last time. But the Brazilian is all over the back of the reigning champion now. 4P2. Granado's going to let the brakes off. Where is this going to end up? Granado goes in early. That's Garzo. Have the cut back. Yes, he does. Down into turn 10, and that is finally done from Garzo. It's going to be a podium either way, but Matteo Ferrari has been waiting a long time for victory, and he gets it for the first time since Assen in 2023. Matteo Ferrari is a winner again in Moto3. Garzo repaid the compliment to Granado, and it's second and third for them. Gutierrez on his comeback fourth. Baldessari in 5th, and a career best for Thibaut Eric Varga. A fine 6th, but Matteo Ferrari converts pole and takes away 25 World Championship points.
Yeah, absolutely textbook ride from the number 11. 170 Cassidy crashed out of the lead early doors. He just managed to put down some very relentless pace, and even manages to stand up this Ducati E21L. In celebration, brilliant stuff from Matteo Ferrari. That is like the rider that won the first ever Moto3 World Cup back in 2019. Just watching his lap times keeper, he was doing 38.1s for fun right the way through. He didn't give the others any chance whatsoever to try and close in. A textbook ride, and he made it look quite simple.
He did. I think it would have been a bit different if Mattia Cassidy had kept it upright, but unfortunately he didn't. And that's racing, Neil. You can't make mistakes, and that is why Andrea Mantovani is still going to be your championship leader. We should say that. Mantovani coming through for 8th place from 12th on the grid, and only 1 place behind Zacconi. Zacconi making inroads, but not too many. Only 1 point difference between 7th and 8th. So Mantovani, he was in a world of pain yesterday, and he's come out looking pretty rosy after race 1.
Yeah, he has indeed. He said yesterday this was a damage limitation weekend, and he limited the damage very well in that first race. He's got his lead down to 8 points. We're seeing it, or sorry, to 12 points. We're seeing it on our screens just now. lovely stuff to see Eric Granado taking his first Moto E podium of 2025. A really complicated year it's been, as we said at the top of the show. And lovely exchange laid on with Hector Garzo through turns 9 and 10.
I can tell you this is not the last lap as it says on your screen. This is the first lap up in towards turn 1. And Matteo Ferrari, well, he took track position, didn't he, Neil? He didn't get bogged down. And okay, Cassidy did come by him up in towards turn 4, but it was this moment that ruled Cassidy out. Big moment on the way in and the front folds. And that bike going nowhere. Cassidy is going to have to go again later.
Yeah. Ferrari was thinking at that point, all my Christmases and birthdays have come at once, because Cassidy was going to probably take the flight to him right until the checkered flag. But there was that brilliant cutback from Hector Garza going down into turn number 10. I thought he would be maybe just a little bit wide on exit, but he still had plenty in hand. And he just kept the momentum flowing enough to hold off the Brazilian just behind. 0.05 was the difference between second and third at the checkered flag.
And I tell you what, I make that 10 different podium finishes in 2025 as well, more than 50% of the Moto E field, because of course Ferrari's first win in 2 years, it's his first podium of the year, best of 5th last time out at Assen was only paired with a 12th, so now a victory. Eric Granado's been injured, but he's now back on the podium, and also for Hector Garzo, another injured rider who came back last time out, but now returns to the rostrum, so a lot to celebrate in race 1 at Austria's Moto E podium.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hector Garzo crashed out, I think, on the first run of the pre-season test. Put himself out of that test, then crashed at the very start of the French Grand Prix. Put himself out of that weekend as well. And then it's fair to say he was pretty far from full fitness at Assen for round 2. So he said this is kind of like the start of his season here in Austria. So really fine performance from Hector. Nice to be reminded as to why he is wearing the number 1 plate this year.
Bit of a silly old Hector at the start of the year, wasn't he? But he sorted it out and straightened it out now. Really happy for Eric Granado. We were on air, weren't we, when that crash happened, and it was a real horrible crash for Eric Granado, and brilliant to see him back. He's nowhere near full fitness. He's a lot fitter than he was at Assen, but this is a real result that has come his way, and he might be disappointed not to be P2, but he's going to be on the podium, and it's 16 World Championship points that he has bagged after race 1 here at the Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, you were saying about the podium finishes, the number of different podium finishes we've had so far in 2025, Kiko. 5 different winners from 5 different races as well. Gutierrez, Cassidy, Mantovani, Zacconi, and now Ferrari. Could be a record-breaking year in terms of variety in this category.
And I tell you what, Neil, I wouldn't bet against someone else taking the honours later on, of course. The weather, it has brightened a little bit in the second half of that Moto E race, but I can tell you that it's closing in over the hills and far away. That rain is coming out to play. Eric Granado's come out to play a first podium of 2025. He's down there with Elliott.
Eric, a great battle there at the end with Hector. Just missed out on P2, but I'm sure you're really pleased with the podium.
Yes, I'm so happy, like I said yesterday. It's been a very tough time for me, the beginning of the season. Just me and the people that work with me knows what have been to me. So difficult, so I'm so happy to be here in the fight for me. After all of this, and have this fight in the last lap was very good with Hector. I did my best, being in the podium is amazing, first time of the season. I hope I can be here many times this year. So yes, thanks for my team, all the people working with me, my physio, my doctors, everyone, my family, and my girlfriend, this is as for them. So thank you so much, and as always I need to say in português. Eu estou muito feliz de estar aqui de novo no Parque Fermé. Foram meses muito difíceis para mim depois de Le Mans, mas esse resultado é para minha equipe, para minha família, para minha noiva, para meu filho, para meus médicos, todo mundo que esteve trabalhando comigo. Esse é o começo da temporada para mim, então eu estou muito feliz. Obrigado. Beijo.
Great job.
Valeu. A big result, Neil, there for Eric Granado back on the podium. A bit of momentum coming into this busy Moto E period.
Yeah, absolutely crucial to get a decent result on the board after a complicated start to the year. And, yeah, those words conveying just what he's been through in the last couple of months, trying to get his fitness back up to scratch. A few months back in Brazil during the summer break, and that has done him the world of good. Good to see the number 51 on the podium again.
We need him up there, don't we? We said this yesterday. That front row was really welcomed. And now, of course, he is on the podium, as is Hector Garzo, a first in his title defence campaign. P2.
kept a great job. It's been a tough start to your title defence campaign, but that must feel pretty good to be back on the podium in a great fight as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm happy. I expected a little bit more. I remember just to have a little bit more of pace, but well, instead of that, I'm happy for sure. The comeback, after the surgery and all the time suffering, it's beautiful to be back here. Yesterday I expected a little bit more also, but well, I'm happy for this, happy for the team, happy to make the first podium of the season. At the end, we are struggling a little bit with the front tire. We see many crashes, but well, I think we can manage it. It's always difficult, but I think the team and I, we did a really good job, and well, hope to get more like this. Well done. Thank you very much. 9 races to go in 2025, Neil. 54 points the gap between Mantovani and Hector Garzo. That could come down. It could be a tasty end, couldn't it? Yeah. I mean, nothing is impossible. We have seen some pretty amazing comebacks in previous years in this category, not least when Garzo came back after a disastrous start to last year to take the championship. Indeed. Will he be able to take it again? We're getting ready. I think Matteo Ferrari's in position. Can definitely see Elliot York is. Guys, down to you. Your new winner, the 5th of 2035.
Matteo, pole position, race 1 victory, a perfect weekend so far. Talk us through that race. It looked comfortable. I'm sure it wasn't as comfortable, but you're looking good.
Yeah, it was a difficult race in the start because the feeling in the front in the first lap was not the best one compared to yesterday. But the temperature is a little bit different today. So I maintained the calm. I saw Mattia that passed me in turn 4. But he arrived very fast in turn 6. A good speed, but in the first lap was a little bit too much. After I didn't see my pit board in the first 2 laps because there was a lot in the straight. So I didn't know my gap. But in the 3rd lap I see 1 second. So I said, okay, I have to maintain this pace, comfortable pace. For sure, for race 2, I know that Mattia will be there, so we have to work a little bit more with this temperature. But thanks to my team because they continue to believe in me every time. Also to myself, to my family, because after a long period, do a pole position and win a race is like incredible.
Great job, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Ciao. Race 1 winner, Neil. Race 2 favourite?
I think he has to be. He was saying that Cassidy will more than likely be up there, but after that crash in race 1, you have to imagine his confidence will have taken a bit of a beating. So yeah, we could be looking at first Matteo Ferrari double victory in quite some time.
Cassidy, let's spare a thought for him. Obviously crashed out the lead again. That's unfortunate, and he's had a few crashes this year. He's been one of the riders who's crashed the most, let's say, back in Le Mans in the race, also in qualifying there as well. So that's 4 that we've seen on air. He's 6th in the championship. He is, by my maths, 36 points adrift of Andrea Mantovani. Now, by no means impossible. We were saying that Hector Garzo is in contention, so obviously so is Mattia Cassidy. But if it does come down to a narrow victory and it doesn't go Cassidy's way, those mistakes are going to be the points of the season where he will reflect and probably think a cooler head will have probably bagged me a few more points and possibly the title.
Yeah. Could well have bagged him 2 more wins. Because 2nd place minimum was there for him in that race, you would have to say. As here is a replay, great replay right on cue.
Yeah.
Cassidy losing the front, and it was interesting listening to Ferrari saying that just carried too much speed in there for the first lap. And yeah, that was the result. We obviously knew that this was a critical point on the track after a couple of high-profile crashes there yesterday for Baldassari and Kevin Zanoni. And Cassidy, a rider that's been around in this championship since 2019, the very beginning of Moto E. Frankly, a rider of his experience should be knowing it a little bit better.
Yeah, and he shouldn't be taken out on the airfix as well. We don't want a red flag if he deploys that through anger, that is for sure. We are getting ready for the podium then. Of course, it is going to be Eric Granado, Hector Garzo and Matteo Ferrari who join the podium in race 1 here. Matteo Ferrari, let's just talk about the championship as well. He moves up into 8th place at 42 points back. And he took some serious points out of Andrea Mantovani. 17 points is the damage done to that. So another 17 later on. I tell you what, it's game on, isn't it, for Ferrari if he can do it again?
Yeah, it really is. And I don't want to speak ill of Andrea Mantovani because I'm a huge fan, but it's not
We
like...
all are.
We all are, exactly. But it's not like he's fought for a championship before, so you could be feasibly looking at someone like Zacconi as maybe the rider more likely to put a fully consistent campaign together. So I think if you're Gutierrez or Garzo or Ferrari 8th, 9th or 10th in the championship, or indeed Granado in 11th, you're probably looking at the deficit and thinking it's not completely out of the realms of possibility that we could hold that back. So what I'm trying to say is basically make sure you don't miss motorway in the next couple of weeks, because we've got something very interesting coming up. You can see Eric Granado, the way he's descending those steps there, that he is still far from, I think, a normal person's fitness, you would say, but for a bike rider, able to do the business on the bike. But, yeah, still a little bit careful when he's descending the stairs. But Matteo Ferrari did not put a foot wrong to take his first victory in 2 years. Brilliant stuff from the Italian.
Normally my problem's going up the stairs. That's what causes me a bit of pain, but that's just because of my stamina level.
It's more cardio pain than anything.
Yeah, there's a pain somewhere, that's for sure. Just on Andrea Mantovani, of course he did salvage 8th from 12th, and there's a lot to be said for that. Kept a cool head, brought home points in a round that he knows is not going to be his highest point scoring of the month. The scoring one of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. He limited the damage, did Mantovani, with a solid 8th position. But here is the winner's trophy handed over to Matteo Ferrari for the first time this year, and that will taste extra sweet, considering the last time that he was victorious in this class.
And you know what's coming next? It's the Italian national anthem for your winner, Matteo Ferrari. Ah, we all love the Italian national anthem, don't we? It's one of the cheerier ones, and well, calm down, Matteo Ferrari. I can remember back in the days when Superbikes used to race twice on the same day. Spraying your fellow riders with Prosecco, probably not the best thing to do when they've got a race in just a few more hours, but Matteo Ferrari's going to celebrate that one, isn't he? We have got the results then for the first Moto2 race of the day. Our 5th different winner in 5 races. What a season we are having in Moto2 in 2025. Ferrari, Garza, Granado, Gutierrez and Baldessari are top 5. A fantastic result. I can't emphasise that enough. From Timo, Eric Varga and Alessandro Ciccone as well. So that is a real scalp. Mantovani comes Super 8, Spinelli 9th. Jordi Torres, well, podiums in 2025. Only 10th ahead of Pinello, Hosiuk, Zanoni, Bernardi, Fusco, the last point scorer, Herrera and Occhi. They're out the points 16th and 17th. Mantovani holds his championship lead, but it reduces by a point. He's got a 12-point advantage now over Alessandro Zacconi, but 4 riders now covered by less than a race win's worth of points. Baldessari 24 back. Kevin Zanoni has moved up into 5th place. Casadei down to 6th. Ferrari and Hector Garzo and Granado 8th, 10th and 11th. Massive movers with their big point scorers, big points scored today, including Oscar Gutierrez as well. They're in 9th. It's all to play for in 2025 in Moto2. The team standings, the Power Electronics Aspar team hold on to their advantage. I can tell you in 2nd place it is the Clint Forward Factory team. Then it's Dynavolt Intact, the Aruba Cloud team and the LCR-E team. As we run it incorrectly once again, but that doesn't matter because now you know what is in 2nd place. It is the Clint Forward Factory team. 4 points adrift, I can tell you, over Power Electronics Aspar team. 109 versus 105. You can't see it on your graphics, but that is what it is. And that is all for race one. I'm going to get out the comms box, so from myself, Kiko Giles, that is all. But Neil Morrison stays put because we've got some qualifying coming up in Moto 3. Lewis Suddery jumping in the hot seat. See you later, 4 o'clock local time for Moto E Race 2. Let's enjoy the rest of the day's action. Goodbye. From the summer holidays to the Styrian Mountains as MotoGP makes its return to action at the Red Bull Ring for round 13. Marc Marquez is out to tighten his grip on the chase for the title in our Saturday sprint, but he's aimed to do something he has never done before, and that's win in Austria. 14 laps could see that all change today. This is MotoGP. Good afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome to the Red Bull Ring. Our super Saturday afternoon. 14 laps of the sprint to come. A little bit later on, 3 p.m. local time, as always. As our 13th sprint of the season gets underway. And if you haven't watched qualifying yet, we won't spoil the outcome for you. My advice would be, watch it. It was certainly dramatic. Before we get to that, of course, and the 14-lap battle later on, we have some grids to sort out in Moto 2 and in Moto 3. With a very healthy crowd beginning to file back into their seats. Maybe going for a quick break after a pretty frenetic Moto E encounter about 20 minutes ago. 1 or 2 slightly ominous clouds were circling in the conclusion of MotoGP qualifying. They would appear to have moved past us rather than dumping any rain on our heads. Well, you can never truly trust the forecasts nor the unique microclimate that the Styrian Mountains have in this part of the world. The best way to predict the weather is just to look up at the skies. So Moto 3 qualifying gets our afternoon's action underway. Well, slightly earlier than we have been in previous weekends. For those perhaps a little bit caught out by that, it is worth re-emphasising to you. We'll be on air at 12:40 for Moto 3 qualifying for every Grand Prix now for the remainder of the season. Sprint, though, stays unchanged at 3 p.m. later on. The Moto 3 World Championship so far, which has certainly been dominated by one man, Jose Antonio Rueda, with an 85-point World Championship lead coming in to our final 10 rounds. Coming up though, first in qualifying 1. Interesting group of names in this first session.
including the returning Rouche Moodley, back in action for the Boa squad for the first time since he broke his elbow. Back at Mugello, Jacob Ralston, Cormac Buchanan, and Nicola Carrara also involved in this session. You see for the first time on our screens the name of Casey O'Gorman. The Irishman makes his Grand Prix debut. He's in for Luca Lanetta at 6:58 for the next couple of Grand Prix weekends. Riccardo Rossi for the Sniper squad, along with his teammate, as mentioned, Carrara in this session. Marcos Ariarte for the Level Up MTA team. Eddie O'Shea and Vicente Perez for MLAP. Perez back in action this weekend, although he's already been in trouble with the stewards. Stefano Nepa, Noah Detviler, and Arbi Adetama, who is in for the injured Tachikon Bouazri, will also be taking part in this Q1 session. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison will be talking you through it. Elliot York will be in pit lane and will speak to the pole sitter in Parc Ferme at the conclusion of qualifying 2. An interesting weekend so far, Neil, in Moto 3. Certainly looked close at the top, but our immediate focus is on qualifying 1. A qualifying session which features Jacob Ralston, who's got a little bit of pressure on his shoulders as he searches for a full-time ride in 2026.
Yeah, that is true. Fair to say that it hasn't gone to plan so far for Jacob Ralston 2025. And in all likelihood, he will be leaving the Tech 3 squad at the end of this year. Obviously, Valentin Peroni, who has stepped up in 2025, has really impressed. Looks as though he's going to be staying put, and there'll probably be another name coming in from the Red Bull rookies. But Ralston on the lookout for a new seat, and yeah, wants to get some results together after a difficult run, you could say, or a difficult race weekend in Brno just before the summer break. Prior to that, he had a really strong 8th position at the Saxman, which was his strongest performance of the season so far.
As you saw there on your screens, Vicente Perez back in action this weekend. Now, he hasn't taken part in an actual race since Mugello. Did try to return from his fractured right hand at the German Grand Prix. Unfortunately, was unable to continue in that weekend. As the pain persisted, he has already found himself in a little bit of trouble so far this weekend. Crashed on the yellow flags at turn 3 in practice yesterday, so wherever he qualifies, he knows he's going to go into tomorrow's Grand Prix with a double long lap penalty to serve.
And Lewis mentioned at the top of the show that the 658 Squadra Corsa team have a new rider in their midst this weekend. Casey O'Gorman from Ireland is making his Grand Prix debut, substituted in for the injured Luca Lanetta, as he's on our screens just now, the number 67. We're going to pass down to Elliot, who's in pit lane with his crew chief, Marco Grana.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I started saying, Marco, great to speak to you for the first time this season, and to see Casey O'Gorman on the grid. Talk us through his weekend so far. It's been pretty impressive from the outside. How have you seen it from the inside?
Yes, until now, he made quite impressive weekend. He improved a lot. You know, it's not easy for him to jump in the world champion and to be aggressive. But I am very happy how he is working during the weekend. Now, qualifying session for him is a new one because MotoGP is quite different compared to EuroGP. But he's experienced, so he can pass to Q2 if we make a good lap time, because today morning was 16 and with one mistake. So we expect to improve every session, and if we go to Q2, will be a very great job.
What's impressed you most so far about Casey this weekend? We know how quick he is in Junior GP, but as you say, jumping up to Grand Prix is a different level.
Different level, everybody go very fast. Also, this track for on the bike is not a perfect one. But really, I enjoy to work with him because very professional, and I understand why he's fast also in the EuroGP. But, you know, the weekend is not finished, so always here is difficult, but we will see. I am also curious to see him how he's working.
And on the other side of the box, Stefano Nepa really experienced in this class. So what's going on with Stefano at this moment in time? Not quite got the rhythm, got the pace.
Yes, we start the season very good. We nearly make the podium in Thailand. We make a very impressive race, Texas, Qatar. Now we are a little bit down. We try to work hard, even hard and more hard than compared to the beginning of the season. The main problem is how is start break in the corner. So I think step by step he realized how he must change his setup, his head, his style. And I think in 2-3 races we are back.
Marco, thank you for your time and good luck for the session. Hopefully see you in Q2.
So, thank you, everyone. Thanks very much, Elliot. And thanks to Mark McGrannon from the SIP 58. Squad records the team. Interesting comments on Casey O'Gorman. I think looking at Casey's career up until now, his talent on a bike is absolutely without question. You just have to look at some of his performances in the Red Bull Rookie Cup and understand that. Also the fact that he's riding for the Australia Galicia squad in Junior GP for the second straight season. That is one of the top outfits in that category. That shows you that O'Gorman is a young rider of some renown and really impressive performance yesterday. 19th in practice, and then he went 3 places higher in FP2 this morning. There's 16th, which I think for a debut performance really is not doing too badly at all.
And he's going to be in for the next couple of Grand Prix. He'll also be replacing Luca Lanetta next weekend in Hungary. The hope from 658 is that we might see Lanetta back in action at the Catalan Grand Prix, which is in some 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, and just to say, great to see the Irish flag represented on the Grand Prix grid. I don't think it has been on any Grand Prix category since Eugene Laverty, perhaps, back in 2016. So always good to see the country being represented on the world stage.
He's currently up in 4th place, and if he does make his way through to Q2, he'll certainly put himself on the radar for 1 or 2 Moto3 teams longer term. We're looking at Cormac Buchanan. Fair to say it's not been the best of Saturdays so far for the Kiwi, who of course so unfortunate to miss the Czech Grand Prix through injury. Was very quick early on in that weekend, but had a crash in practice and had a pretty severe wound to his knee, which was at risk of infection if he continued through the weekend, so he had to park it. Unfortunately, he's crashed already twice today in free practice too, so Buchanan looking to put a clean session together in his pursuit of qualifying too. And as mentioned, his teammate Rocher Moodley, another rider, returning this weekend from injury after he broke his elbow in that early crash at the Italian Grand Prix. So good to see the Bowie squad at full strength as Moodley now enters the final corner of this Red Bull Ridge circuit.
Yeah, he was down this morning as well, wasn't he, Moodley? It's been a bit of an expensive day so far for the Bowie Motorsport squad. But when you have 2 rookies in your midst, those kind of things are likely to happen. Moodley goes second with his latest time, and Casey O'Gorman up into first, the number 67, with the Irish tricolour on his helmet. Runs at number 67 because he's managed by Shane Byrne, former multiple British Superbike champion, no less.
This place at the top is now taken by Marco Soriate, 141.3 for the MTA rider. Of course, we're hoping at some point in the second half of the season we might see Matteo Bertelli back on board that bike. Of course, pole sitter in the first couple of Grand Prix of this season. But for now, it remains Oriate alongside Joe Kelso, another rider who we'll get to qualifying too, who's returning from a recent injury. 141.3 for Oriate. Fastest lap of the weekend we've seen so far came this morning, actually. The new all-time lap record for Max Hillez on a 139.629, so we're quite some way away from that at the moment. Although the lap time required to get yourself into Q2 automatically yesterday was a 141.0, so roughly in line with the kind of pace we were seeing from the riders in the second half of the field yesterday. Buchanan then currently 8th, looking to lift himself up the order. He moves himself up into 5th place. At the moment, it's Oriate, O'Gorman, Moodley and Ralston holding your top 4 spots.
Just going back to Cormac Buchanan, obviously a real disappointment for him to miss the race in Brno because of that knee wound that he sustained on the Saturday morning, I think it was. It came just after his best performance of the year so far, his performance in Grand Prix. Buchanan really was so impressive at the Saxman when he qualified on the 3rd row, then finished 9th. Might not sound like much, but he was just at the back of the league group. He really had the victor right in his sights, so very close to the victor, and you felt that we were really starting to see the best of the Kiwi before his momentum was somewhat disrupted by injury.
We're into the 140s now with Jacob Ralston, 40.952 for the Aussie, who said he's still lacking a little bit of confidence with the front end of the bike last time out in Brno. This is a Red Bull Ring circuit so dependent on heavy braking. It's a very stop-and-go circuit in nature, particularly the first half of the lap. It's so important to have confidence in the front end of the bike on the entry to many of these corners. Ralston at the moment, the only rider inside the 140s in this session. Here he is on the number 12.
Just moving the number 67 of O'Gorman, a bit of a toe around. He's got around half a second in hand over Rocher Moodley in 5th, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. There was a little bit of frustration, I think it's fair to say,
in the Ralston camp after the Czech Grand Prix. Felt that some of the same issues that he had been having for some time were still unresolved. He felt he's made some big improvements in his own riding in the last couple of weeks, namely in how he starts and how he approaches the first 1 or 2 laps. Maybe not quite aggressive enough last year and even at the start of this season, but he feels that he's managed to rectify that, but still, as you said, not feeling completely comfortable with the front end of his motorcycle, although he did go testing in Brno. I think it was 3 days after the Grand Prix of Czechia, so Ralston eventually found 1 or 2 small cures for some of his ills.
Carraro here on the 10, who's up behind this pair of Ralston and O'Gorman, and the Snipers Honda picking up a nice slipstream on his way to the line, and you can see the effect that had as he gets down to a 140.6. He's now a third of a second clear of Ralston up at the top. Carraro's not at the best of luck, it's fair to say, in recent Grand Prix. No points in his last 3, and he's been knocked off on the final lap in a couple of recent outings. Was collected on the final lap in Mugello by Scott Ogden and was taken out in the final lap by Tayo Furatato last time out in Brno as well. So the Italian looking for a little bit of a change of fortunes here in the second half of the season. That 140.6 you suspect will be plenty good enough to see him through the Q2.
Good stuff that from Carraro. Wrapping up his team on pit wall, I think said everything that you needed to know about what they thought of that time. Conor Buchanan, you have to admire him just going out there doing his own thing in this session, not looking for any toes despite his lack of experience, and could well sneak a spot in this top 4 at the expense of Gorman. If he continues across the line, he does, up into 4th position, gains 2 places. Good stuff then from the Kiwi of 41.169. A second separates 1st and 4th in this session.
11 of our 12 riders have set a lap time. As you can see left side of your screens, one rider hasn't. That is Eddie O'Shea at the moment. Now something to keep a very close eye on as we go through these 2 qualifying sessions in Moto 3. Q1 and Q2 is track limits. There is an awful lot of green painted tarmac on the outside of the racetrack, which if you touch, you will immediately have your lap time disallowed. And we understand that the free practice, or the practice session, should I say, yesterday afternoon in Moto 3, there were north of 200 laps scoped off for track limits across the 26 riders in this Moto 3 field. So it's all about trying to push yourself to the very limit of the racetrack, but many in Moto 3 perhaps going a little bit too far beyond the limit yesterday.
It's fair to say that the FAM officials will keep their eye on the track limits of the work cut out this weekend. Especially through that final sector, exiting turn 10. That has always been a bit of a hot spot and a trouble spot for staying within track limits on this Red Bull Ring circuit. So it's Carraro, Ralston, Uriarte and Buchanan. I'm not too sure about yourself, Lewis, but obviously it'll be great to see Matteo Bertelli come back to the Model 3 class after what was a terrible, terrible injury that he sustained earlier in the year. I think when he was returning from training and doing some flat track. I think that Bertelli is looking provisionally at maybe a Misano return. It could well be a little later. If he's not quite fit enough, we could be looking at some of the flyaway races where we see him back in action. But I have to say that's a bit tough on Marcos Uriarte, the number 89, who in his rookie season, in his second team, has been putting together a real decent run of results. I mean, 2 top 10 finishes and an 11th in his last 3. I think is performing probably a bit ahead of where we'd expect him to be.
Given that he started the season on the Honda, of course, with the NLAB squad, and now switching across to a KTM. Yeah, he's doing a very solid job so far. Perhaps the big area that he's looking to improve, or certainly the area that his team manager Alessandro Taducci feels he can make a step forward. Much like Jacob Ralston at Tech 3, it's showing some aggression, particularly in the heat of battle in Moto 3. It is an unforgiving class. Perhaps a little bit timid. There are many riders who are going to pay the penalty for that. So as a result of that, Uriarte not able to get away with the group that perhaps he ought to belong in. I should say, to put in 3 very solid points finishes in the last 3 Grand Prix, and we've actually seen him qualify in the top 10 on a couple of, or just outside the top 10, should I say, on a couple of occasions very recently. 11th on the grid for the last 2 Grand Prix. Certainly trending in the right direction for Uriarte. We'll hope that whatever happens, he might get here full-time next year. Fortunately for Ricky Rossi, his qualifying session has taken a turn for the worse. unable to do what miraculously Valentin Peroni did this morning at that very corner when he lost the front, somehow managed to save his front end slide. Ricky Rossi not quite so fortunate, and for the 54 who's had a rotten qualifying record as of late, no signs of that particularly turning around. He tried to do exactly the same thing that Peroni did this morning without the same success. On an outlap, as Elliott confirms to us in pit lane. And the first real right-hander of note that he got to, that happened.
We saw one or two crashes up at turn 3 earlier today in Moto 3. It was proven to be a bit of a problem area. It was David Almanza also had a crash with the front tuck-in a similar way. Get Wheeler showing some sort of dissatisfaction as he comes across the line just now to start his latest flying lap. Down in 10th is the Swiss rider. And fortunately, we get to that point in the championship where it's crunch time, it's contract time, and everyone is speaking to everyone with regards to next year. And I'm not sure if we've seen enough from him, unfortunately, in this second season in the class to suggest that he might be on the grid in 2026.
It's been a relative upturn in results for Noah recently, but I guess for a rider in their second season in the class, you'd perhaps expected a little bit more than that. Of course, made his Grand Prix debut here a couple of years ago. Did the Swiss. He's made it into qualifying 2 at the last 2 events, coming through qualifying 1 in Germany and in Czechia. It certainly looks at the moment as if his chances of making it a three-peat are looking rather slim. And Uriarte might be in a pretty good position to take advantage of a bit of slipstream as long as he doesn't get held up in this pair of left-handers by Detwiler, who was noticeably a little bit wider there than Uriarte. Is Uriarte going to set it at the inside? He is. Doesn't want to get held up through turn 7 because a Q2 place is on the line here for the 89. Carraro stayed in the pits, so the Snipers team were clearly very confident that that 140.6 was going to get him through. And it certainly looks to be the case with no red sectors on our screens at the moment. But the question that remains is who's going to join him? Uriarte's chances might well have faded with that third sector. He's currently under a little bit of pressure from Moodley and O'Gorman, who are improving behind him. The 89 comes across the line to take the checkered flag and fails to improve on his last lap. And he's now going to be watching nervously to see if the likes of O'Gorman and Moodley can turf him out.
Yeah, O'Gorman's lap time has gone away slightly in that third split. Seemed to be set up Moodley, and Gorman has exceeded track limits there, exiting turn number 9. So that, unfortunately, are his chances of a thought in Q2 gone. The number 67, little shake of the head as he comes across the line still. You would have to say 5th place in this session, and potential 19th on the grid is by no means a disgrace in his Grand Prix debut, especially at this circuit on a Honda. I think you always have a KTM down as the favourite to win in Moto 3 at this circuit of all, considering this layout.
Here comes Moodley. If he does get into the top 4, it'll be his teammate that he replaces in that top 4. He misses out by a tenth of a second. Moodley goes into 5th place. Riccardo Rossi did remount after that spill at turn 3, but he can only manage 7th place, so he will not add to his 7 previous Q2 appearances so far this season. It's a 3rd consecutive Q1 elimination for the Italian.
Yeah, Riccardo Rossi may as well just give up on qualifying and go racing on Sunday. It rarely goes to plan for him on a Saturday afternoon. Unfortunately, here is Cormac Buchanan. Doesn't need to set a better time, but he does, just for good measure. Improves in time, not in position. 41.144. We'll see the Kiwi go through into Q2. So Carraro, Rolston, Uriarte, and Buchanan. Decent times all around. And Carraro's confidence was well-founded in those final minutes when he pulled in. Thought that he had done enough. He had done enough not just to go through to Q2, but also to top the Q1 session. So good stuff from the Italian.
The 658 squad. Plus we heard from Marco Grana earlier on in the session, the hope that perhaps Stefano Nepper in 2 or 3 Grand Prix might be able to finally click and understand the best way to navigate that Honda around the circuits. Well, fortunately that breakthrough didn't come today, and you have to say, a real feather in the cap of Casey O'Gorman to out-qualify his teammate Nepper, who's in his 130th Grand Prix event this weekend. Nepper on a 141.8, O'Gorman out-qualified into the tune of half a second.
Yeah, you have to go back 6 races now. The last time that Stefano Nepper appeared in Q2. It's been a really, really tough recent run for the Italian.
as Mark Brandon said, it all started so well in Thailand. And since then, it's just kind of gone a bit downhill since we got back to Europe. Some frustrations with adapting to this 658 Honda this year. I feel after 7 seasons aboard the KTM, it's just not quite clicking for him with his current machine. So Nipper will be 22nd on the grid tomorrow, but Roche Moodley, he'll be 19th. Decent comeback from the South African, you'd have to say, after a couple of months out injured.
Resuming his rookie season, which has seen plenty of reason to be optimistic long term for Moodley. His way into qualifying to last back in Aragon. Even though today he missed out by 10th and a half to his teammate Cormac Buchanan, 4th and 5th for the Boe squad. So out of qualifying 1 into qualifying 2 then, we have a trio KTMs and the sole Honda of Nicola Carraro moving through. Carraro, Ralston, Ariarte and Buchanan your top 4. Moodley 5th from Casey O'Gorman. Pretty impressive 6th, we have to say, ahead of Ricardo Rossi and Stefano Neppa. Eddie O'Shea took 9th in the end, ahead of Albi Adatama. Noah Detmiller can only manage 11th. And Vicente Perez, who already has a double on that penalty to serve in tomorrow's Austrian Grand Prix, he will start from the back. Got strong Q1 for Carraro and the Sniper squad. Nicola moves through to qualifying 2. The battle for pole in Moto 3 is moments away. Welcome back to Spielberg, everybody, as we close in on the Tissot Sprint, the MotoGP, which is less than 2 hours away now, which we hope will take place on a fully dry track. The slightly ominous clouds, which were circling about an hour ago, look like they're starting to move away from us. Just good news for the fans here in Spielberg, good news for us, and good news for the 18 Moto3 riders that are about to scrap it out for pole position. Pole position has already been taken by 8 different riders in Moto3 this season. Of course, the last couple of Grand Prix in Moto3 have seen first-time pole sitters in the form of Scott Ogden at Sachsenring and Guido Pini in Brno. Of course, in the Red Bull Ring, so much KTM interest at the Austrian Grand Prix. There's a KTM heavy qualifying 2 coming up. With the 18 riders in this Q2 session, 14 of them on KTMs, just the 4 Hondas. Led by Ankel Tekeras on the MSI KTM. He was quickest yesterday, although the fastest rider of the weekend so far was Max Kilos this morning. Valentin Peroni, whose headlines this weekend weren't his second best time yesterday, it was his miraculous save this morning. Head to MotoGP social media channels to have a look at that if you haven't seen it, and thank us all later. Yusuke Yamanaka backing up a strong Friday for the Frinz MTM, this MSI squad in 3rd yesterday, ahead of Kilos and Dennis Foggia, the Aspar teammate who didn't exactly employ the best team strategy, you might say, on the Sunday in Brno last time we went racing. David Munoz, who at least knows that he'll start where he qualifies, subject to his good behaviour in Q2. He was 6th yesterday, ahead of points leader Jose Antonio Rueda and our Brno pole sitter Guido Pini. Type Rosato, one of those 400 in Q2. The Leopard duo of Adrian Fernandez and David Almanza plus Carrara from Q1 complete that quartet. Completing the field in Q2 then we have Scott Ogden for CIP, Joel Kelso back fully fit again for MTA Katie, and Alvaro Carpe, who squeaked through yesterday. And of course, Carrara, Ralston, Ariarte and Buchanan out of qualifying 1. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison ready to find out with you all at home who's going to take this pole position at the Red Bull Ring. The pole sitter will be speaking to Elliot York in Parc Verne when this session has concluded, and perhaps the best chance we've seen so far this season, that might be Angel Piqueras, who hasn't had a pole position so far this season, just the sole pole position that he took last year at Assen. But for the first time, we've, I guess, looked at Moto 3 from our vantage point and seen Piqueras grabbing the weekend by the scruff of the neck so far.
Yeah, taking initiative and showing on a Friday that he is potentially the strongest name in this category. As crazy as it sounds, we haven't seen that so far from the number 36 this year. His second in the World Championship, and one which he started as overwhelming championship favourite. Piqueras did win 2 races earlier in the season, but they were kind of smash and grab jobs. Really achieved at the last minute, last gasp victories, and we haven't really seen him assert his authority over a full race weekend, but he has done that so far here. Fastest in both of the sessions yesterday and second quickest this morning. Yeah, as you said, Lewis, Max Quiles was still faster. There was just, well, run out of superlatives really for the young rookie. In 2025, Quiles last time out in Brno on the podium in second position. That was his 5th podium in 8, so more than 50% of the races that he's taken part in, he has been in Parc Ferme on a Sunday, which is a remarkable record to have at this early stage of the season. But they all are chasing this rider here, Jose Antonio Rueda, coming here with a very healthy 85-point advantage in the championship. Not sure about you, but I reckon that performance in Brno was probably his most impressive yet. He just did not put a foot wrong at a track where it is so easy for riders to get sucked into the group fight. Rueda just did not give them any moment's rest and just eased clear as if he was on a Moto2 machine, really.
Rueda relentless so far in 2025, and as you say, no better example of that than what we saw in Brno last time out. Perhaps the one rider who might have had half a chance of going with him in the race itself was Quiles. Well, unfortunately, it's a bit of a wires crossed to that spar in terms of the best way to tackle that Grand Prix as a team on the Sunday. Of course, taking nothing away from Dennis Foggia, who's more than entitled to go out for himself and try and take a podium finish for himself, and he very nearly achieved it, coming home in a very strong big place, but must have felt a little bittersweet from an Aspar point of view for Nico Terrell, watching their 2 riders scrapping it out for second place, realising that the rider who had the best chance of challenging Rueda kept him stuck behind his teammate.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, credit to Max Quiles for putting a brave face on it when he was interviewed at Parc Ferme afterwards. He just took it in good grace and said, well, one of those things. Still did manage to come home in second. Maybe that would have been the outcome anyway, had he got away with Rueda, but I'm sure there was a little bit of frustration at his point. Dennis Foggia just continually passing him up into that final left-right at the end of the lap, and really ruining Quiles' kind of momentum as they were trying to stay within reach of Rueda. He just kept on eking out a couple of tenths each lap that they went around. And they have been there before, haven't they, Aspar? I think back to that season where they had both Ethan Guevara and Sergio Garcia in their midst fighting for championships. There was a few times where Nico Terrell, Jorge Martinez Aspar had to get between the pair and try and remind them that they're riding for the same team.
I guess from the Aspar point of view, they will have certainly taken the result that we saw for Max Quiles. He might have finished second anyway, behind Jose Antonio Rueda, but might have had a little bit more of a chance of chasing him towards the end of the Grand Prix. Just to underline what kind of job Quiles has done so far this season, his average points per race so far this year would easily have him second in the World Championship had he taken part in every Grand Prix so far this year. But missed the first 2 Ts underage, missed 2 more when he broke his thumb. If you actually average out his points per race so far this season, he would actually be some 45 points, 46 points ahead of Piqueras in second place, and Jose Antonio Rueda's championship lead would be half the 85 points that it is at the moment. So that gives you an idea of the level that Quiles has been operating at when he has been on the racetrack. Of course, through not a lot of faults of his own. He's only started 8 of the 12 Grand Prix so far this season. Quiles might not be able to ultimately challenge for the World Championship this season for those reasons, but already many will be looking at him as a genuine favourite for the world title in 2026.
Yeah, we might be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, speaking about 2026 already, but the remarkable thing is just how unsurprising it is now that Quiles is that fast in a weekend when we come to a track where he's never been at World Championship level. Okay, he's ridden at places we visited recently in Red Bull Rookies, but yeah, it's like a nailed on bet that he's going to be there fighting for the podium, which, yeah, at this early stage of his World Championship career really is quite remarkable. He comes here on the back of 5 podium finishes in the last 6 outings, and the one that he didn't manage to get in the podium, he crashed out in Assen when he was fighting for victory, so that could well have been maybe even another win or another podium finish. So he is, aside from Rueda, the rider very much in form in this category.
And he is the all-time lap record holder around this Red Bull Ring circuit. Someone who's a little too fast for his own good at the start of the session was Cormac Buchanan, potentially. He's under investigation for exiting the pit lane before it had opened up. That means he jumped the red light when the session got underway, which means that Buchanan will, if he's found guilty of that, will lose whatever lap time he sets on this first run of the session.
Yeah, we've spoken a little bit about Piqueras so far and this potential he's shown this weekend. Quiles obviously fastest in FP2 this morning with the new lap record. He's going to be quick as well, but watch out for the rider who's just gone third. Valentin Peroni has been exceptionally impressive so far this weekend. He was second fastest in practice yesterday. He was up there in FP2 again this morning in third place. The Argentinian really is looking like he has front row potential here. It could well be his first front row if he manages to maintain this position, and this would not be a surprise because he's been knocking on the door yesterday and today.
All despite a miraculous save earlier on today in free practice 2. Essentially, he delivered an elbow drop from the top rope and still stayed on board. His KTM up at turn 3. It was quite astonishing. It was basically what Riccardo Rossi tried to pull up in Q1 earlier on today, but he didn't save it and went down. So Peroni's been making some headlines, both for his performances, but also for his reflexes so far this weekend. At the moment, he's sitting on the front row of the grid on the number 73, and it feels like he's got the pace to certainly stay there. Here are the 2 riders then who have been trading the fastest lap times of the weekend. Interesting little cameo this, isn't it, to see Piqueras and Quiles together on the racetrack. It's the 28 leading the 36. It's 36 who's currently on pole, Piqueras, but is Quiles about to cut the gap, or is he about to get ahead of him altogether? He does cut the gap down to a tenth of a second. There's Adrian Fernandez back a picture now, moves up into third place, putting a Honda on the front row of the grid, albeit briefly, as Peroni regains third place once more.
Good stuff once again from Valentin Peroni. He's been in the top 10 6 times in the last 8 outings, and I know we're maybe thinking that's not super impressive when you're comparing it to the likes of Alvaro Carpe, who's third in the championship, Max Quiles, who's fourth, but still, for a rookie in his first year, that is rather impressive consistency at this midway point of the season.
We saw a rather tense Nicky Io there with his arms crossed in the Io box, because his riders at the moment are 11th and 13th on the grid. Here is the World Championship leader, Jose Antonio Rueda, the 99 currently back in 11th place. He's not been able to better a 140.6 so far in this session, which is a tenth off what he did in this corresponding session yesterday. And Carpe in 13th place, conspicuous really by his absence from the top of the timesheet so far, given that he cleaned up in Red Bull Rookies here last year.
Yeah, he was a little bit subdued, wasn't he, on the Sunday in Brno? You'd have to say that was more than likely a consequence of the big crash he had there on the Saturday morning. We didn't see the best of Alvaro Carpe just before the summer break, but seems to have followed him into this race weekend here in Austria. So number 83 down in 13th was really one of the more consistent names around the time of Assen. And it's gone off the ball ever so slightly, but let's see what he can do in these final 8 minutes here. It's been a good run here from Adrian Fernandez, who gets himself back onto the provisional front row again, only to be demoted this time by Ryushi Yamanaka, who have got an MSI KTM 1-2 up at the front, Piqueras and Yamanaka.
And that time won't stand for Fernandez. He was on the green coming through turn 9, the penultimate corner, so that will soon be deleted, but it is Fritza Empty Helmets MSI 1-2 at the moment on the grid. 10th between them, Piqueras and Yamanaka. As mentioned at the start of the session, Anko Piqueras has only ever had 1 pole position in Moto3. That was at Athens last year. Ryushi Yamanaka, his teammate, has also had 1 solitary pole in Moto3. That, of course, came earlier this year.
Yeah, that was back in Qatar, if I'm not mistaken, where Yamanaka was on pole position. And he was a busy boy, wasn't he, over the summer break, competing in the Suzuki 8 Hours, no less, was Ryushi Yamanaka aboard a Honda Fireblade. Unfortunately, I think engine issues forced his team to retire on race day on the Sunday, but still a good experience, and from what I could see, he was actually pretty fast in qualifying with Yamanaka. I think they're inside top 6 at one point. So Yamanaka showing that he is no mug on a bigger bike, on the superbike.
So here are two of your three at the moment that are on the front row of the grid. Two riders that are backwards and coming forwards. Max Quiles and Angel de Queiroz. De Queiroz was perhaps arguably the wrong side of the line earlier on in free practice 2 earlier on today. He was given a gentle talking to by Chief FA MotoGP steward Simon Craver earlier on today. De Queiroz, to use a footballing analogy, left his studs in on David Munoz during free practice 2 earlier on this morning when he passed him into turn 1, but no penalties handed out for De Queiroz, but just underlining just how much of the stomach for the fight that De Queiroz seems to have here in Austria this weekend.
Yeah, that was maybe just setting his stall out early. A little advanced warning to David Munoz. Beware this weekend, because I'm not going to be taking it anymore. Speaking of David Munoz, he's in a rather subdued 16th. Slightly surprising. He was second here 1 year ago. It was only the absolute brilliance of David Alonso that kept him from victory on the final lap of the Moto3 encounter here in 2024. And Munoz, I know he's won 2 races earlier this season in Aragon and at the Sachsenring, but I think that ride through from the back of the grid at Brno into the podium fight, I think it was more just the maturity of his ride, where he wasn't doing anything a bit, over the line or aggressive. It was just very controlled, and once again, like we saw in the Sachsenring, just kind of kept his powder dry and then launched a bit of a late attack in the last 2 laps. He did lose out to Quiles coming out the final turn, but still, I thought Munoz's ride from the back of the grid to third was absolutely exceptional.
It's funny, isn't it, with Munoz, because he's, strictly speaking, had 3 front row qualifyings this year, but he's only actually been able to start from the front row once, and that was the pole position that he took back in Austin. Qualified 3rd on the grid for the Spanish Grand Prix, and 3rd in Brno, and on both those occasions he was booted to the back of the grid for some misbehaviour earlier on in the weekend. Just underlining how good Munoz is when he strings the full weekend together.
Yeah, 5 top 5s now in the last 6 appearances for David Munoz. 4 times he's been on the podium in that period as well. That early, disastrous early part of the season when he just could not buy a finish, let alone a top 10, is certainly well behind him. He is now feeling fully at home in that Liqui Moly Dynabolt Intact GP squad, and we certainly are seeing the best of Munoz that we have had in his entire career so far. His 4th season now at this level, and we're starting to see finally a rider making good on the talent that we all know he has.
Yeah, we're working on the basis that Jose Antonio Rueda here on the 99 is the runaway World Championship leader and likely champion. Of course, anything can still happen in Moto3, but an 85-point lead is a substantial one. Looks like we have, potentially, as much as a 5-way fight for second place in the World Championship. 33 points covers De Queiroz, Carpe, Quiles, Munoz, and Joe Calso, which might be the battle to keep us interested in the second half of this season. Certainly Jose Antonio Rueda hopes that that's been the only battle and that he closes out this World Championship in short order, as the title sponsors of the IO and Tech 3 squads will be rather pleased to see their 4 bikes in close proximity on the racetrack, testing every commentator and viewer's identification skills.
Yeah, pleasing for the sponsors, not so much for the commentators, as they try and make out the differences between that quartet. Jacob Ralston, though, should be getting a grandstand seat of how and where to go fast at this track. He was 4th in that group, and Ralston currently down in 15th. Carpe actually needs a bit of assistance as well, down in 14th. And yeah, looks as though Peroni's actually the rider that could be showing some of the more fancied names in this little gaggle the way around.
It's swallowing all over the back of Carpe here. The 2 rookies, line astern, Moraine on board, looking back from the 83 of Carpe back to the 73 of Peroni. Behind the pair, just in the background there, is Ralston. Up ahead of us is Rueda, who is not going particularly quickly on the 99, unlikely to move up from his current 11th place, but Peroni could get himself back on the front row with this one if he can close out the lap. Stay away from the green. The 83 of Carpe just did that. Peroni was a little bit more clean through there, and he's now going to have the IO KTM punching a hole in the air for the Tech 3 KTM. Can Peroni move up from 5th? The answer is yes. He moves up onto the front row of the grid. Carpe did improve up to 9th, which now relegates Rueda back to 12th place.
Yeah, it's been a quiet session, a quiet weekend by the world championship leaders' standards, very high standards so far. We've seen this a couple of times from Rueda where he hasn't really showed his hand until this point in the
Commentator and viewers' identification skills.
yeah, pleasing for the sponsors, not so much for the commentators, as they try and make out the differences between that quartet. Jacob Ralston, though, should be getting a grandstand seat of how and where to go fast at this track. He was fourth in that group, and Ralston currently down in 15th. Carpe actually needs a bit of assistance as well, down in 14th. And yeah, looks as though Peroni's actually the rider that could be showing some of the more fancied names in this little gaggle the way around.
Getting swollen all over the back of Carpe here. The two rookies, a line astern, were riding on board, looking back from the 83 of Carpe back to the 73 of Peroni. Behind the pair, just in the background there, is Ralston. Up ahead of us is Rueda, who is not going particularly quickly on the 99. Unlikely to move up from his current 11th place, but Peroni could get himself back on the front row with this one if he can close out the lap. Stay away from the green. The 83 of Carpe just did that. Peroni was a little bit more clean through there, and he's now going to have the IO KTM punching a hole in the air for the Tech 3 KTM. Can Peroni move up from 5th? The answer is yes. He moves up onto the front row of the grid. Carpe did improve up to 9th, which now relegates Rueda back to 12th place.
Yeah, it's been a quiet session, a quiet weekend by the world championship leaders' standards, very high standards so far. We've seen this a couple of times from Rueda where he hasn't really showed his hand until this point in the weekend. He's been doing some of the work a little bit behind the scenes and under the radar. He'd come through from 12th on the grid to 3rd at the sectionary, but that was more just because it was wet on the Saturday.
A bit of, it's a bit of, how do we describe it?
Fun
Pudding
game.
games going on down in pit lane between these Moto 3 riders. As Keyless was told to go, then to wait. No, go, go, go. We're going to send you on your way again, perhaps trying to catch some Moto 3 teams out, looking to try and follow him. But, yeah, not a lot of room for this lot to mess about on their outlaps, because it's quite a long pit lane exit here, which then goes up the inside of turn 1. The flying lap around here is 100 seconds, and they've got a minute 35 to go, so they are going to have to be careful here on these outlaps. There are going to be some riders, I fancy, at the back of that train who might struggle to start their final lap in time.
Wouldn't be a Moto 3 qualifying session without some riders and teams cutting it very, very fine with sending the riders out. He's Rueda is on a good time. He's positioned himself well on this lap time. Carpe waves and buys. They go down towards turn number 9, and Peroni gets out of his way as well. You can see this is certainly not going to be it's not going to be challenging Picaris' pole time as it stands, but it could be enough for maybe a place inside the top 6 or 7. As Rueda guns it out of turn number 10, and across the line it is. 7th place for the championship leader. Not brilliant, but by no means a disaster.
Could have been an awful lot worse for the 99. Of course, he's won Grand Prix this year from the very back of the grid, so don't write him off, even if he does start from 7th place. But fair to say, by his immensely high standards, Rueda hasn't necessarily looked the class of the field in any stage so far in this Red Bull Ring weekend.
Yeah, decent improvement from Jacob Ralston on that last lap as well. He's just jumped up into 12th. You can see the anxiety there written all over the face
Yeah, they're
of
watching
the
the clock.
Aspar squad. Nico Tirol, the team manager in particular. Will they make it round? They've got 19 seconds. I think they probably do just have enough in hand. Well, the riders at the front of this group anyway. I'm not so sure about some of those a bit further back.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the commentary box windows. They now come across the line. As Keyless is going to lead that group, and they should all make it with 2 seconds to go. Checker flag is now out. They did all just make it. So these are the final flying laps of this qualifying session. We need to keep a close eye on Peroni, who's halfway around his lap in the middle of this Red Bull KTM quartet, and he's been the fastest of them throughout this qualifying session. Rueda is not done yet either. He could potentially lift himself up a row on the grid. But Valentin Peroni, who hasn't been on the front row of the grid so far in Moto 3, never mind the pole, both of those could be about to change.
He was just maybe using a little too much curb on the way through turn number 8. I'm not sure if that would have slowed him down ever so slightly. You can see he's lost a bit of time in that 3rd sector, and well, that's Rueda that's a bit wide. We are looking at Peroni 73, the 4th rider in this group. He looked pretty clean coming out of turn 9, keeps it within track limits of turn 10. Could this be a first ever pole position for the Argentinian?
Across the line he goes. Peroni does go quick. It's not a 139. 938. Tech 3 will be pleased with that one, but they need to keep a close eye on another rookie. The rookie of Keyless, Peroni on 39, 938. He cool on pointing at the screen saying, hey, we haven't got this one wrapped up just yet. The only threat, though, is coming from Quiles. We've got personal best coming in for Almanza, but he's down at the moment in 9th place and unlikely to move too high from that Yamanaka, who's currently on the front row of the grid, has gone down, so there might be an empty spot in Park Verde shortly if he holds on to that. But the big threat here is coming from Quiles, but he has exceeded track limits halfway around this lap. It has been cancelled, and Valentin Peroni had his first Moto3 pole position as a result of all of that. Quiles might not know it yet. He looks like he's touched the green again on the final corner too. Across the line he comes. Let's see what lap time it would have been. It was a 140.0 anyway. It would not have put him on pole. Foggia goes into 4th place and relegates Quiles down to 5th. But they can now celebrate at Tech 3 KTM, the 9th different pole sitter of this season, and another brand new pole sitter for the 3rd Grand Prix in a row. He's been making headlines already today with his save of the century at turn 3. And to that now, his first Moto3 pole.
Yeah, move aside Alvaro Carpe and Max Quiles. We've got another rookie superstar in our Moto3 mids in 2025, and his name is Valentin Peroni. He makes the gesture to his watch on his right wrist. Not before time for the young Argentinian. Brilliant performance here from him today and so far this weekend. You have to say the biggest compliment we can pay him is to say that that was no fluke. That has been not necessarily on the cards this weekend, but he has been showing potential right at the front from the start. So brilliant stuff from Peroni. Piqueras will be a little nonplussed to have lost out on a potential first pole position of the year so far. And Yamanaka, who crashed out on his last flying lap. Good to see that no massive damage done to him or to the little MSI KTM. He has managed to make it onto the front row despite that little crash.
For the 3rd time this year for Yamanaka, and here's where we did go down on that final lap, going down in the middle of turn 4. As we mentioned, no great damage done to the bikes, gentle roll in the gravel trap, and it didn't cost him a place on the front row in the end. Foggia came close, 6,000ths of a second in it, and in the end, Max Quiles, who was halfway around a lap that might have put him onto pole position, he exceeded track limits and got booted back to 5th by his teammate Dennis Foggia. It's Peroni on pole for Tech 3. It's an MSI 2-3 for Keras and Yamanaka. Aspar 4 and 5, Foggia and Quiles. And a shout out too to Adrian Fernandez, the sole Honda on the front 2 rows.
Yeah, only Fernandez and his teammate David Almanza, the lone Hondas inside the top 10. Very much a KTM heavy top 10 here. We're going to pass on to Elliot, who's got a bit of reaction from Jordi Cattell of the MSI squad. Elliot, what can they say about double front row qualifying here at the Rebel Ring?
Yeah, double front row for Jordi and the MSI team. A step forward for Angel. And you see this weekend, what's been the difference? First of all, we are very happy because we are working very well this weekend. We have the pace, we have the capacity to make the It's a pity because we lose the pole position. But at the end, we think that we are ready for tomorrow with both riders. Good job, good luck for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much to Jordi. Thanks very much to Elliot as well. Great stuff from Angel Piqueras. You can see just how nerfed young Max Quiles is. Here is what caused him to have his lap time cancelled on that final flying lap. It was on the exit of turn number 1. And Quiles, he wouldn't have got pole position with that lap time, but he would have gone second. So it did cost him a place on the middle of the front row. Still, 5th place is by no means a disaster. Nor is 2nd place. He has been probably the fastest rider so far this weekend in terms of rhythm, as Piqueras, and I think that's just the team telling him, job well done. Everything is well set up for tomorrow. Could we see a bit of a resurgence from the number 36 in this second part of the season?
He's got to start quickly if he wants to challenge for the World Championship in 2025. 85 points is the deficit to Jose Antonio Rueda, but it does feel like a big opportunity to punch a hole in that over the course of tomorrow, with Rueda a rather subdued 8th in qualifying here today. Very difficult to predict anything in Moto3 at the moment, but if there's one thing I can predict for tomorrow, we might see a few track limits long lap penalties scattered around the 20 laps or so we have over the course of tomorrow.
Yep, well, 2 of the last 3 Moto3 race victors have actually won despite serving long lap penalties. David Alonso served 1 in 2024. Hima Sasaki won after serving 2 in 2022, so it can be done. even if track limits are exceeded on multiple occasions. We mentioned Rueda being a bit of a disappointment down in 8th, David Munoz in 14th. At no point did we really see Munoz looking like he had front row potential, which is something of a surprise when you consider his recent form.
So it sets up nicely, isn't it, for the 20-lapper tomorrow in Moto 3. It's so difficult to call here this weekend, and with a rookie on pole position, I think excitement will be high, particularly at Tech 3 ahead of tomorrow. Say hello to your first-time pole sitter in Moto 3. His name is Valentin Peroni, and he's talking to us. Valentin, congratulations, a great Friday followed by a perfect Saturday. You must be super happy to be a Moto 3 pole sitter for the first time.
Yeah, it's amazing to be on the ball sitter for the first time. With the team, we've been working super hard, and from yesterday also, P2 and P2, and now I was thinking before, okay, today need to be the day, today need to be P1, and tomorrow we will try to repeat again the P1. The first thing is to enjoy the race, to think, try to be in front all the time. We know we have a good pace, good rhythm, so I think maybe we can break the group, maybe I think 6-7 riders, and then try to do my maximum in the last lap.
Great job, Valentin. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was no fluke. The way this weekend had been shaping up, there was definitely a front row challenge in Valentin Peroni. He's gone not only to the front row of the group for the first time in his Moto 3 career, but a first pole position. As mentioned, the 9th different pole sitter in 13 Grand Prix this year. So Saturday afternoons have been unpredictable in Moto 3, even if Jose Antonio Rueda has had Sundays well and truly sewn up. But if Rueda is to extend his World Championship lead tomorrow, he's got some overtaking to do over the 20 laps of the Austrian Grand Prix. Coming from 8th place on the grid, with his immediate championship pursuers all ahead of him on the grid. Peroni then for the first time on pole position in Moto 3. Piqueras and Yamanaka for the NSI squad, both on the front row. Dennis Foggia 4th, Max P leads after exceeding track limits at turn 1 in the last lap. Costing place on the front row, he starts 5th from Adrian Fernandez. Carpe and Rueda for Io on row 3, ahead of David Almanza, Joel Kelso, Guido Pini and Jacob Ralston. Next up from Ogden, Munoz and Furasato, Marcos Ariarte, Cormac Buchanan and Nicola Carraro advance through Q1 to take their place on row 6. Riche Moody 19th, ahead of Casey O'Gorman, a fine 20th for his Grand Prix debut, ahead of Rossi, Nepa, O'Shea, Aditama, Detvila and Vicente Perez, who has 2 long lap penalties to serve tomorrow. What a story! History made once again in Moto 3 for the 3rd Grand Prix in a row. We have a first-time pole sitter. Valentin Peroni is on pole for the Austrian Grand Prix. Moto 2 is moments away. Welcome back to Austria, ladies and gentlemen. Our Super Saturday. Gather's pace. TISO Sprint, less than 90 minutes away now. 3 PM local time as always. We will go sprinting. 14 laps ahead of us for our 13th sprint. Let's see a 12th win. Saturday afternoon action for Marc Marquez later on. That will all be answered a little later. Moto 3 have concluded their qualifying session. Very closely contested a few moments ago. No spoilers here if you are watching it out of sequence and are going to tune into Moto 3 qualifying later on. Focus now is Moto 2 qualifying. For the Moto 2 class, which has certainly made plenty of headlines already in this weekend, particularly as far as the top 2 in the World Championship are concerned. We'll see both of them on track in qualifying 2. One of them has picked up a significant penalty. The other has made a quite significant career move heading into 2026. We will cover off all of that when we get into Q2 in about 20 minutes or so from now. Pleasant dry conditions. The sun is out. 1 or 2 fluffy clouds in the air, but the threat of rain looks like it's passed for the moment. So 1 or 2 spots falling right at the end of MotoGP's qualifying session a couple of hours ago. The Moto2 qualifying 1 session coming up shortly, which, as is so often the case, it's a stuck record when we say this, but it is true. It's always got heavyweight, high-profile runners in Q1 who, perhaps on reputation, shouldn't be there. Can we identify them from this list who falls into that category? Well, Joe Roberts certainly would, having won the Czech Grand Prix in such spectacular fashion last time out. Colin Bayat very nearly made his way automatically through to Q2 for the 2nd Grand Prix in a row. Yesterday, he missed out, but don't rule him out from a tilt at Q2 in this session. Yumi Sasaki, a Formula 3 winner here, as is David Alonso. They're both in this Q1 session. Alonso ran out of petrol in practice yesterday, which almost certainly cost him a place in Q2. Certainly looked like he had the pace to get there as of right. Also likes a scritch in this session. Danny Munoz for the IO squad, who's in for the injured Denison Chu. Jake Dixon, perhaps the biggest name in this Q1 session. A miserable Friday afternoon for him when he ended in 21st place. Jorge Navarro for the forward teams on Van Gorba, Darren Binder, Adrian Fuertas, the wildcard Mattia Piscini, making his 250th Grand Prix appearance this weekend across all classes. It's Mickey Cooney. Unai Radre making his MSI debut. He's been brought in now for Eric Fernandez, and of course previously to that Sergio Garcia. And Nakarin Atirat Hooverpat for the Inimitsu Honda Team Asia squad. 15 riders to battle it out in this Q1 session, with Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison watching intently in the commentary box. Elliot York is in pit lane. And Jake Dixon on reputation, Neil. A big surprise to see him in qualifying 1. And to be fair, a big surprise yesterday afternoon, given how his morning had gone.
Yeah, it was a very big surprise. Dixon had a strong morning. He was 4th at the end of FP1, but just at no point really looked comfortable in practice. Had a big run on at the gravel trap at the end of turn 4. And yeah, just when he went for that later time attack, could not put a decent lap time together. 21st he was at the end of Friday, which for a rider that has a really good record at this track, falls well below expectations and standards. A rider that still people just fancy his chances in the championship fight this year. So Dixon will be riding on the 15 minutes coming up here. And some of the local announcers whip the fans up in the grandstand into a mild frenzy ahead of Model 2 FP1. Talking about big hitters, here is the reigning Model 3 champion, and had it not been for a rather unfortunate error, judgment, either from the team or from himself yesterday afternoon, David Alonso probably wouldn't be in Q1, but he has been fast right from the get-go this weekend.
Yeah, this is the 9th time this year that Alonso's been in qualifying 1, but this is one of the occasions where he really ought not to have been. Alonso ran out of fuel yesterday in practice in the afternoon. He was well inside the top 10 at the point that he did arrive to a halt. As a result of that, he was powerless to stop himself dropping down the order, ultimately down to 18th place in practice yesterday. Absolutely zero doubt, Neil, is there, from the lap analysis that we looked at from yesterday afternoon in practice, that if Alonso can clear this hurdle and get himself somewhere near the front end of the grid, there is a genuine podium challenge in the Colombian.
Yeah, there definitely is. Canet, Gonzalez, the 2 championship forerunners, are looking strong in terms of rhythm, but David Alonso certainly could be among them if he manages to qualify well. But the story of recent rounds for him has been his ability to extract the maximum of new tyres. That has not been his strong suit just yet in Model 2. He told me yesterday, give me a set of tyres with 13 laps on them and I can do the business, but if you give me a new set, then there's still some way to go. So it will be interesting to see just how he gets on after focusing his efforts on that during the summer break.
If you are joining us for the first time this weekend in Moto2, first of all, welcome. And second of all, let's just update you on the injury issues that have dominated the club this weekend. The main one of those is at Red Bull KTM Io, as mentioned. No Denis Unchu this weekend. Danny Munoz, see his name left the screen with a number 17 next to his name. He is in for the Turk, who would have come here ordinarily with pretty high hopes, having taken a Moto3 victory here in the past, but once again, training injury, which we've seen dog Denis Unchu before, and sadly once again from an Unchu point of view, he's no minor injury.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, and it's such a busy point in the season when Unchu has, 4 races coming up in 5 weeks. Timing is far from ideal, so hopefully we'll see him back sooner rather than later, but with that kind of injury, I would be fairly surprised if he makes an appearance in either Barcelona or Misano in 3 and 4 weeks' time, respectively. I was watching at home. Get well soon, Denise, and we look forward to seeing you back on track soon, and we do believe that there should be some news about his future coming up in the not-too-distant future as well. Lots of speculation surrounding where Denise will be in 2026. It's fair to say that he won't be staying put in the Io Red Bull KTM squad, where he currently resides, which is still Colin Bayer has managed to keep his seat, with Jose Antonio Rueda stepping up. It'll be a new environment for Denise next year. And hopefully he is healing up well after that nasty injury.
So we pick up the number 80 then of David Alonso, Moto3 world champion. What we've seen in practice so far, we should be looking for lap times something in the mid-133s here to secure your place in qualifying 2. So his best yesterday at a 33.8, which he would have surely improved upon when he got a soft tyre in at the end of the session. And he said in the build-up to this Grand Prix that he was confident and hopeful of putting into practice everything that he had learned and improved during the summer break, which largely centres around his performance on a soft tyre, both in qualifying and at the start of races. So we'll get a bit of an idea in this session as to whether Alonso has indeed made that progress. He's entering the final corner now, so we'll give over the line, see what kind of lap time the Colombian has been able to put together. As mentioned, something in the 33s is what he'll be aiming at. 33, 4, 5, 6 is not a bad opening salvo. That is comfortably the best lap he's done so far this weekend, but it's not like he's lap at Q1 so far.
Yeah, because Danny Munoz has managed to put in a 33.415, which is less than 2/10 of a second away from fastest time that Manu Gonzalez did yesterday, which at the time was a new circuit record. Aaron Canet went faster still this morning, so yeah, 2/10 of a second off the outright circuit record as it stands on the first flying lap of Q1. I think we're in for another potential record-breaking afternoon here in Model 2.
Alonso is pushing on his next lap. He's continuing to improve. Joe Roberts' first lap, not particularly special. He'll go quicker than that, no doubt, in the 11 minutes that remain. Roberts, of course, off the back of a stunning victory at the Czech Grand Prix, just proving ultimately way too strong and too consistent for Barry Bautis in the latter stages of that Grand Prix. As much as we might say that the Brno circuit is a favourite and a suitable one for Joe Roberts, this one, as Alonso gets a bit loose, perhaps not quite so favourite or favoured for the American.
Yeah, Joe is someone to bet on when we go to fast flowing layouts, and can't really say that much about the Red Bull Ring, maybe with the exception of sectors 3 and 4 here, but it is very much stop and go through sectors 1 and 2. Historically, this has maybe not been one of Joe's favourite tracks, even if he feels that he is now probably operating at a higher level than he was at any point last year when he was fighting for the championship. Let's see what Alonso can do. Did prove to be quite costly that moment he had coming out of turn 6. Danny Munoz is still fastest, but Mazota van der Gerberg is on course to go top here with his latest lap time. He loses a bit in that final sector. Third position for the Dutchman, though. I think Huertas up into fourth as well, just behind the number 99.
You mentioned that error for Alonso. There is very little margin for error in Moto2 around a circuit such as this, as Roberts was very close to the green there as he approached turn 10. Already in practice so far this weekend, yesterday we saw the top 24 riders all within 1 second, as Joe Roberts is a third of a second off Munoz's pace, but a 33.7 only good enough for 7th place. Dixon's 33.7 puts him in 6th. 10th of a second covers the top 4. Perhaps the biggest surprise in that top 4 at the moment would be the 99 of Adrian Huertas on the Italtrans machine. He's up in 4th place now ahead of Sasaki, Dixon and Roberts.
Yeah, Huertas coming here after scoring his first points of the season since he broke his collarbone after the French Grand Prix, which kept him out of one race weekend. It took him a couple of rounds to get back in the proper zone in Moto 2. This being his rookie campaign after stepping across from the World Supersport Championship. It looks as though there's no issues for Darren Binder as it stands. And Binder, is he taking a breather, or is he pointing out that there's something not quite right with his Gresini machine just then? Look at this,
It's David Alonso. That is a new all-time lap record for the Moto3 World Champion, and by quite some margin too. Well, they might knock their heads down there at TF Moto Aspar. 1:33.062, the fastest ever Moto2 lap of the Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, well, we were asking the question, could he do it on new tyres? I think he's proved quite emphatically that he can at this Red Bull Ring circuit. We know that Alonso gets on well here in years gone by. In the contention for victory in his last two visits as a Moto 3 rider. Won last year's race despite serving a long lap penalty. So this is a great track for him, but pulling a 33.0 out is mightily impressive in the first part of this Q1 session. Also building on some of that fine speed he was showing yesterday before he ran out of fuel.
Mike Omans, the last two pole sitters in Moto2, both came through Q1. Jake Dixon back at the Sachsenring and Barry Baltus at Brno both went that particular route to pole position. And David Alonso might feel with a 33.0 up his sleeve, he could do something quite similar in Q2 later on, because I think we can say with relative confidence that Alonso is looking good to make Q2 with that one. At the moment, though, Jake Dixon is on course for a rare Q1 elimination. In fact, personally, see him miss out on qualifying 2 at any stage this season. As mentioned, the only Q1 appearance for Dixon so far this year, he ended the afternoon on pole position.
So 20th place as it stands would be nothing short of disastrous for Dixon. There's no way you're going to be flattened from the podium that far back on the grid. And it is strange, isn't it, Lewis? I mean, Dixon's last 3 results at this venue have been 3rd, 4th and 3rd. He clearly does get on well with the Red Bull Ring. But something's just not quite clicking with himself and the Bosco chassis at this layout currently. Exactly look completely enamoured, did he, after that first run when he was debriefing with crew chief Luciano Castro?
Some of the conversation that was going on down there at Aspar. Wonder whether the conversation might be whether David Alonso is going to run again.
Yeah, just hearing confirmation on headsets from Elliott that there was no issues with Darren Binder's machine. He was just taking a quick breather before heading out for his second run. And so far, for the South African Binder, he's telling me on Thursday he just hasn't managed to get his head around since Pirelli rear tyres kind of went a step softer at Jerez. He just finds that it's constantly putting a bit more pressure on the front tyre, and the front, he just has a feeling that it's very critical, it's very close to folding, which obviously doesn't do his confidence any good. And, after a couple of decent late laps at the end of testing Brno, just after the Grand Prix of Czechia, which was some cause for optimism for the South African over the summer break. It unfortunately has been another tough weekend here in Austria. Let's see what he can do in these final 5 minutes as majority of the field head out.
I suspect that we're going to see 14 riders out on track in the final 5 minutes, with the Colombian spectator Darren Aspar, David Alonso, who surely with a 33.0 will just save the tyre for Q2.
I have to imagine that is at least in his thinking for these final 5 minutes. He might not want to take a chance, but surely his job is done. A quick shout out for Zonta van der Gerberg in 3rd. Zonta hasn't had an easy time of it of late.
That's running again.
He's going out yet. We've only seen that one point scoring finish from Zonta in the last 5 outings. He was telling me yesterday that aerodynamically he's not the best fit for this circuit, losing about 10 kilometers per hour on the run from turn 3 down to turn 4 when you compare, or when he compares himself with some of the smaller riders aboard the Calac chassis. 10 k's an hour is a big amount to be given away in the straight.
I guess his teammate would be a very good reference. Yumi Sasaki, who is one of the shorter riders in Moto 2. Sasaki currently up in 5th place on a 1:33.5. Goldberg. Right, Sasaki yesterday in practice, currently on course to squeeze ahead of him. And Alonso, I guess, decided not to take any chances with even an all-time lap record 33-0. I would be staggered if 4 riders beat that in the time that remains, but happens tomorrow. In the Austrian Grand Prix, his 25. Actually going a little faster than Connect as it stands. This should be enough to promote Connect maybe to the provisional second row of the grid. So that's, by the way, has got back up pit lane. Thanks to Al for that information. So whatever problem Sarge felt has not been fixed. Can Connect fix his qualifying session? He's up into 7th place now with a Reynas bumping him off the second row back down to that P7 with a 33-1. So Reynas now fit. Had a crash yesterday in practice, but was pretty quick prior to that. Reynas now moving up to bidding as he moves on to the middle of row 2.
Gonzalez is just relentless, isn't he? He was a little untidy, wasn't he, through that final sector last time around, coming out of turn number 9. If he can nail it on this occasion, he will be looking at another new all-time circuit record. He demolished it yesterday. He demolished it on the previous lap, and is he going to break it one more time? He is. A 32.779 is surely going to be enough for a pole position for Manny Gonzalez yet again in 2025.
Moreira up to 2nd place then, which would become pole on the grid tomorrow. He's now joined Gonzalez into the 32s, 132.977 for the Brazilian. So there's very much a South American flavour at the moment to the front row of the grid. Holgado's now 4th on a 133.0, so we'd have a couple of Axpar riders on the front row of the grid tomorrow as it stands with Gonzalez's penalty. Alonso unable to improve on his 33.0 on run 2 as it stands, but he has one more lap to potentially change that.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Alonso, really impressive from Danny Holgado, who is kind of the unsung hero of the Grand Prix of Czechia, coming home in 4th. That's a pretty good lap time coming in from Colin Vale. Let's hope that he doesn't get held up coming through turn 9. I think it was Ethan Guevara who was jockeying to get back onto the race line. It's going to affect the Dutchman, thankfully. This could be, 10th place, a predicted time coming through split number 3. I think that would represent one of his best qualifying performances of the year so far. 9th for Veyer on the provisional grid. And that would comfortably be his best Saturday performance of the year.
The rookies are really standing up, aren't they, in this Q2 session at the moment? So is Manny Gonzalez, who fancies another 132, just to rub everyone's noses in it. He's going to start from the second row of the grid tomorrow, but wants to leave everyone in absolutely no doubt who the fastest rider is in Moto2 today, although Celestino Vietti is now starting to put his 32.7 under some threat. We'll keep an eye on Holgado too, because of course, there is a pole position up for grabs still here, and Holgado might have taken it. He goes second on a 132.873. Gonzalez might have the bragging right in qualifying, but as it stands, it's Danny Holgado who's starting from pole in Austria.
This isn't over yet because Celestino Vietti is within a 10th coming through split number 3. You can see his time has just popped up on the bottom of your screens. We need to look for the Italian who's coming. Oh, and he looks as though he's nearly lost the front coming through turn 10. He was absolutely on the limit. Surely he lost a bit of time there.
Across the line he goes 4th up ahead of Alonso, so Vietti will move onto the front row of the grid once Manu Gonzalez takes his penalty. In the record books it is pole number 6 of the season for Manu Gonzalez. Aaron Canet has fallen short, you have to say, of the expectations coming into the session. Of course, only he will be able to tell us physically how much he's been suffering in this session, but he's not going to improve from 8th place unless he does something absolutely exceptional in this final sector. We follow the 44 across the line, and he fails to improve on 8th. Every rider has now taken the checkered flag, so, well, we've got 2 riders to congratulate in this Q2 session. As mentioned, it is officially, according to the record books, a 6th pole position of the season for Manu Gonzalez as Marcos Ramirez trudges away from his crash. But the rider, I guess we should be congratulating Neil, the rider who will start from pole position tomorrow for the first time in Moto2. Congratulations, Danny Holgado.
Yeah, fabulous stuff from Danny Holgado. Took his first ever Grand Prix pole position at this track 3 years ago in 2022. Look at Celestino Vietti. He was absolutely on the ragged edge on his final lap. Let me see here. Oh, and that is him getting it all crossed up on the switchback from turn 7 into turn 8. And then, of course, he laid it all on the line through turn 10, where he nearly tucked the front as well. And you could see from the reaction in the Speed RS box from Luca Boscoscuro and the other technicians there. They were absolutely delighted with that 4th place. Even if he lost out in pole, I think they know a place on the front row is very much job done. And just considering his previous record here, he's going to have to be considered for the victory tomorrow.
So will Manu Gonzalez. He might not start from pole, but he has taken the bragging rights today. Team manager Jürgen Lang is without. There he is, Jürgen. What a job doing from Manu. 3-place good penalty for tomorrow, but you'll celebrate the P1 today, and he's looking really good again. Yeah, very good, especially the pace. It was 3 laps in a row in 32. This is unbelievable. It's really impressive. And it's also super important because he wasn't that happy with the bike since yesterday. But today in the Q2 after the first stint, he said now it's okay. And he proved and he showed us. Very good. Okay, I have to start from P4, but it's okay. The pace is very good. Also, Senna did a good job. Good job. Good luck for tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Elliot. Thanks as well to Jürgen. Yeah, it is worth pointing out. Senna ages in 6th was a very fine performance indeed from the young Australian. His Grand Prix debut at this track a couple of years ago. He was substituting for the injured Sam Lowes in the Mark VDS squad, but ages in 6th. That is a fine showing. As it is for Diogo Moreira, who is back on form, back at the front here this weekend. Considering the way he's been racing in 2025, you can't rule him out either, even if he hasn't really shown pace, let's say on a Friday morning or a Saturday morning as well. He's able to stick with the fastest names if he qualifies well, and he's put himself in with a great shot of following the likes of Gonzalez, Vietti, and Alonso up at the front of tomorrow's race in the early laps.
This is Chelsea and Vietti's final flying lap, and we already saw him getting a little loose coming through turn 7. Turn 10 was also a little bit scrappy too. And Vietti only missed a place on the actual top 3 in qualifying by a tenth of a second, because he does start from the front row anyway. And well, there are plenty of genuine race-winning contenders when you look across the front 2-3 rows of the grid for tomorrow's Austrian Grand Prix, Neil. Of course, Holgado will start from pole position tomorrow. Gonzalez, very much a contender still from 4th. And Aspar, I guess we'll feel they've got a 2-pronged attack at the front tomorrow, with Holgado starting on pole, and Alonso, he looks like he has cracked qualifying. He will start alongside Gonzalez on row 2.
Yeah, brilliant to see. We know that when it comes to the second half of tomorrow's race, David Alonso will certainly be within a shout. Now that he's given himself a decent shot running towards the front earlier on, hopefully means he will be in the fight as well. Great day overall for Aspar. As you said, Lewis, with both Holgado and Alonso up there. Not such a great day for Frantic. Kinet, I guess considering where he was this morning, picking himself up and out of the gravel. 8th place is decent, but Barry Baltus down in 11th. Not so great. And yeah, his expression there, I think, told the full story.
Well, it might be a little bittersweet, but it is pole number 6 of 2025 for Manu Gonzalez. Let's get his reaction now without. Manu, your 6th pole of the year. Congratulations. P4 after your good penalty tomorrow, but you must be pretty buzzing with that superb pace.
Yeah, I'm incredibly pleased because it has been really difficult weekend for now, because we are working a lot to have the best setup, but now in the qualifying I felt almost perfect, 99-100%. So yeah, I'm super happy again in the pole after many races. Yeah, we have penalty for tomorrow, but we are really strong. We did 3 laps in 32, so it's super fast. Yeah, thanks to the team, and let's push for tomorrow.
Great job. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, he has made his point here this afternoon. Of course, the penalty was already confirmed at the end of practice yesterday, but he's decided, rather than getting angry, to get even at the end of this Saturday afternoon of qualifying. And it's without question Manu Gonzalez that you are looking at. It was into the chicane yesterday. He got in the way of Alberto Reinas, which saw him pick up that penalty. But I guess the best way of reducing or minimising the damage of that penalty is just to stick it on pole position anyway, and ensure that at the very worst you start from 4th place, and as many would still put Manu Gonzalez as the favourite for victory, even from that 4th place on the grid. But as mentioned, Neil, we've got Alonso very much in the mix. We've got Holgado and Moreira up on the front row of the grid, and Chelsea Vietti chasing a 3rd consecutive Austrian Grand Prix victory ahead of Gonzalez on that front row.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't rule out Aaron Kinet, because before that crash this morning, he was showing sensational rhythm. So if Kinet manages to sleep well tonight and rest up a little bit, I firmly expect him to be in the mix as well. Not for the first time, Lewis, we're going into a race day thinking that Moto 2 is by no means a foregone conclusion. Plenty of riders that can be up there fighting for the podium.
going to be an absolutely cracking 23 laps tomorrow afternoon. And a rather pensive Aaron Canet there, who didn't come into this qualifying session 100% fit by any means, but he did at least put himself in the mix. 8th place on the grid is by no means a disaster from Canet's point of view. But at the end of qualifying today, Iso Watch and the honour of a 6th pole of the season does go to Manu Gonzalez. He won't start there, but he made his point on the Saturday afternoon in Spielberg. So Gonzalez takes pole. Danny Holgado starts from pole for tomorrow's 23-lap Austrian Grand Prix. When we take a look at the standings from qualifying, we see that tomorrow's race has all the ingredients for an absolute classic here in the Styrian Mountains. Half a second covered the top 10 in that session, less than 6/10 covered the top 15 in that qualifying session. It was super close and competitive. Manny Gonzalez fired up with the penalty which he carried into this session. 132.779 for him, so he comfortably claimed pole position. Holgado was second in the end from Diogo Moreira, with Vietti, Alonso and Aegis next up. So it is Manny Gonzalez then, who does take pole position. MotoGP will be sprinting in half an hour's time. We'll begin our build-up in around 30 seconds. The mountainous, forested landscape of Austria's Myrtle region provides the spectacular backdrop for Chapter 13 in the MotoGP World Championship. Ancient castles and picturesque chalets dominate the jaw-dropping countryside. But now the hills will come alive with the sound of MotoGP bikes, as Marc Marquez looks to capture a 12th sprint win in a dominant 2025. It's time for MotoGP. So first built back in 1969, known then as the Österreich Ring, also known previously as the A1 Ring, before it reopened as the Red Bull Ring. 14 years ago now, back in 2011. It's pretty tight, it's pretty compact, just 4.34 kilometres in length. Now it's a tricky old circuit to navigate, is this one in Spielberg. Lots of hard braking zones, lots of low gear hard acceleration zones as well. It packs a bit of punch. That does the Spielberg circuit. Sector 4, turns 9 and 10, always a late drama down the years through there. Hard braking up into turn 1, 2A the chicane, and downhill into turn 4. Overtaking hot spots, just 10 corners, but plenty of opportunities to make your moves. This was Marc Marquez on Marco Bezzecchi into the 2A2B chicane, introduced of course back in 2022. Well, it seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it? Just before we headed up on our summer holidays, we were in the Czech Republic in Brno for the first time in 5 years. With Pecco Bagnaia launching away from pole position, did not take long though for his factory Ducati teammate Marc Marquez to hit the front, hotly pursued by the hard-charging Aprilia star Marco Bezzecchi, who did hit the front with that big move at turn 1. Contact further down the order for Alex Marquez, saw him lose more crucial ground in the World Championship, as Pedro Acosta toughed it out with Bagnaia for a place on the podium. Marc Marquez, though, hit the front on lap 7, and he cruised to what was a historic milestone victory. The first Ducati rider ever to win 5 Grand Prix in a row.
And of course, in 2025, the story, the theme of the Sprint Saturdays has very much been the dominance of the number 93. 32-year-old Spaniard Marc Marquez has won 11 of our 12 sprints so far this season. Although he has got a little bit of work to do in the upcoming 14-lap sprint here in the Styrian Mountains, because for just the third time in our 13 Grand Prix so far this season, Marc finds himself off the front row of the grid. A costly late crash going into the chicane in Q2 this morning. A Q2 which made sure that MotoGP was back from the beach with a bang. What a session it was over 15 minutes in Q2 this morning. A surprise name, maybe a shock in some respects, to see a factory Aprilia on top of the pile. What a moment it was for Marco Bezzecchi. A 128.060, firing Bears to his first Aprilia pole position, his first in 40 Grand Prix since the Indian round back in 2023. Just a ninth MotoGP pole position for the factory Aprilia team, their first since Aleix Espargaro headed qualifying at Silverstone in 2024. So already a memorable Saturday for Aprilia. This followed what was a pretty tough Friday, particularly for the factory team, as Marco Bezzecchi found himself way down the order in 18th place. Bez leads the field away then for the 14-lap sprint this afternoon and the Grand Prix of Austria for round 13 over 28 laps tomorrow afternoon. In the company of Matt Burton, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box as always, down in pit lane and on the grid. Keeping on top of all the off-track action will be Jack Appleyard. But Marco Bezzecchi, well, the star of the Saturday show so far this morning. I don't think too many of us saw it coming, really, Lewis. With Pez down in 18th place at the end of play yesterday. And given what is a pretty average record for the factory Aprilias around the Red Bull Ring.
Didn't see anything close to that coming after what we saw yesterday. He had to get to qualifying one first, cleared that hurdle, then went all the way to pole position. As Jack Appleyard said today, as in Barclay, with a little bit of help from his friends, he was given a toe in reference from Pecco Bagnaia on his way to that pole position, but nothing away from bed. He had to do the lap, and to do the lap he did to pick Alex Marquez by 16 thousandths of a second. First time ever we've seen an Aprilia on pole position in MotoGP at the Red Bull Ring. Whether Bezzecchi could stay there, well, only time will tell, because he's also got a trio of Ducatis, the top three in the World Championship, right behind him. But for now, it's Bez that leads the field off in Austria.
In each of our last three Grand Prix at some phase of the weekend, he has found himself on the podium. Bez, a double podium finisher in Assen at the end of June. Second in the sprint at the Sachsenring in June. That also really should have been a double podium, shouldn't it, after he dunked it when second in the main Grand Prix. And, of course, he was chief challenger to Marc Marquez's dominance last time out in the Grand Prix of Czechia. So, 3 podiums in his last 6 Grand Prix. He has really found his form on the factory Aprilia. Second on the front row of the grid once again is Alex Marquez. That's his 10th front row start of the season so far. Let's see what Alex can do from second place. He missed out on just a second ever career pole in MotoGP by a real narrow margin. Just a whisker under 200ths of a second on the Gresini Ducati.
And of course, he came into the weekend already knowing that he was going to serve a long lap penalty for taking out Joan Mir in Brno. That does not apply to this afternoon's Tissot sprint. He will serve that long lap penalty tomorrow in the 28-lap Grand Prix of Austria. So in terms of challenging for a win this weekend, this Saturday sprint might well be Alex Marquez's biggest and best opportunity.
So a little bit of a blitz this morning at the end of Q2 for Marc Marquez when he crashed, losing the front on the factory Ducati, going through to be the second of the chicane sections in the first part of the lap. As we mentioned, a blip, because he had been superb all weekend so far. Fastest on Friday morning, fastest yesterday afternoon. A big gap then at 4/10 of a second. Back to the pack after he led FP2 this morning. Through 2 previous times he's qualified off the front row this season. He has been able to back it up and score podiums in the sprint and the Grand Prix in both. That was a Silverstone and in Assen. This was the drama late on in what was a dramatic 15-minute Q2. Was never really settled. He flinged it right through 2A. And it wasn't meant to be through 2B in terms of pole position number 74. for the 32-year-old Spaniard, who has been untouchable. He has been imperious on Sprint Saturday so far this season. 11 sprint wins in 12. The 3 points, the only 3 points that Mark has dropped on Saturday afternoons so far this season came at Silverstone when he was second to brother Alex.
What we have seen through this season so far, when he has qualified, I say poorly in inverted commas, a poor qualifying for Marc Marquez, his P4 equals his worst of the season, is he's very aggressive in the first lap of the sprint and the Grand Prix to get himself to the front. So it's going to be interesting to see just how aggressive Marc Marquez is. Of course, in an ideal world, he'd want to make up as many places as he can off the line up to turn one, but it is a difficult turn one the further back down the field you are, because it is very tight. And the corner tightens up out of turn one on the way out down towards the chicane of turns 2A and B. So if Marc Marquez doesn't get off the line particularly well, we might have to play it patient on that first lap.
Well, in the Sprint and Grand Prix era here in Austria, Pecco Bagnaia has not lost. He has won the lots. 2 sprint wins, 2 Grand Prix wins in 2023 and in 2024. And he does fire the factory Ducati away from the front row of the grid, albeit when he spoke to Jack in Parc-Fermé after that third place for the 128.202, didn't look exactly overly happy with the situation on that GP25, and he might well have actually been bumped off the front row late on had it not been for a dramatic final corner for Pedro Acosta on the factory KTM, who's going to line up 7th. He'll head row 3, the 21-year-old Spaniard, but he was all in. If you joined us this morning at the conclusion of what was a real nail-biting, thrilling conclusion to Q2, Acosta looked like he was going to be threatening the front row when he had a massive moment on the front end of the factory KTM going through turn 10. Ultimately, that cost him quite dearly. He will head row 3 in 7th. It was certainly spectacular to watch Acosta, though, tackle the Red Bull Ring this morning.
Is he going to go all in the sprint as well? Of course, if there's anywhere that Pedro Acosta would dearly love to take a victory of any sort, sprint or Grand Prix for the first time on board a KTM, it would be here at their home Grand Prix. There's Jorge Martin getting set for his third sprint appearance, of course, of the season. Qualified in 14th place, which is by no means a disgrace, given how little track time he's got on board that Aprilia earlier on today. So Martin will, I guess, have his work cut out to get himself into the points. Points down to 9th place, of course, in this sprint, but with Martin, it's all about keeping himself out of trouble, just getting lap after lap under his belt and closing in on some sort of base setup on board an RSGP.
Oh, well, it's a familiar feeling. Ducati winning on Sprint Saturdays. They have won the last 26 sprints. Coincidentally, their last defeat was to a factory of Aprilia, Aleix Espargaro, inflicting a rare defeat in the sprint format on Ducati over a year ago. Can he beat the current factory Aprilia star, Marco Bezzecchi, who could maybe upset the form back and upset the apple cart here this afternoon? Over 14 laps will be lights out and racing in the sprint in about 20 minutes time. It's Valentino Rossi. Well, I wonder if he's going to claim the Tissot watch that Marco Bezzecchi got for just his 5th career pole position in MotoGP, because Bez did mention some words of wisdom. Not a bad ally to have inside your garage, is it? Valentino Rossi offering some encouragement and some, as we mentioned, words of wisdom to Marco Bezzecchi. He was trackside pretty much throughout the whole of the proceedings yesterday. That was Valentino Rossi casting a beady eye, not just, of course, on his 2 charges, Morbidelli and Gian Antonio, but also keeping close tabs on Bezzecchi, Bagnaia and Luca Marini, part of the VR46 Academy. So yeah, good to see Valentino here, and certainly good to see him helping one of his riders to a pole position here in Austria.
He usually parks himself up at the chicane, doesn't he, at turn 2, so we'll see if he's watching their trackside when the sprint gets underway. A sprint that will have 20 starting. Fortunately, news that doesn't come as a great surprise to anyone that's been following the story of Maverick Vinales through this Grand Prix weekend is that he has withdrawn from this Austrian Grand Prix, not able to do a run beyond sort of 5 or 6 laps really at any stage this weekend. The job for him in the sprint would have been to do 14. Vinales has withdrawn due to that shoulder pain. We will see him hopefully once again in Hungary next Friday.
Well, there are huge expectations, big expectations on the shoulders of Marc Marquez to deliver a 12th sprint win in 13 so far this season. Can Pecco Bagnaia retain his undefeated record in sprints here in Austria? They far away from third and fourth respectively. Well, let's get some pre-sprint thoughts from the boss, Davide Tardozzi, who's the Jack. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody down here at a sun-kissed Red Bull Ring grid. Davide, those are the two big questions coming into this one. Firstly, let's touch on Mark. Obviously, didn't go to plan for him in qualifying to end up on the second row of the grid, but I'm sure he still fancies his chances here. His pace looks excellent this morning.
Yeah, it looks that he had a very good race pace, but I think that there are at least 6 riders that can fight for the podium, including our 2 guys. So it will be a very incredible race. I'm sure that this racetrack it suits the fight, and I'm sure that those riders will give us an incredible show.
Pecco was very positive yesterday, less so after qualifying. Have you made any tweaks ahead of the sprint?
No, he had not really good confidence with the front with the second qualifying, but in the end he's in the first row, and I think that he can fight for the podium here too.
You mentioned 6, who are they? Bagnaia, Marquez times 2, Bezzecchi. Who else?
Cross, Alex, and Acosta.
Bastianini looks strong as well.
Who?
Bastianini.
Bastianini could be, you are right, could be the surprise, because in the last race, I think he found something, and Enea is a fighter, and I guess that he can do something very good.
Think we're in for a show. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's hope we are in for a spectacular sprint show here in Spielberg. The stop-and-go nature of this 4.34 kilometre layout means that this is a very fuel-thirsty circuit. We just constantly hard braking, close throttle, and then to full throttle on the low gear acceleration point. So fuel consumption has always been a factor around this Spielberg track, and that's why you just witnessed arguably one of the slowest sighting laps you'll see of the season all year long, as everybody comes to the grid in fuel saving mode ahead of what will be this 14-lap sprint.
Just as long as you remember to disable that fuel-saving eco map, which really had fallen foul of before, famously in Japan a few years ago when Aleix Espargaro had to pull into the pits. I'm sure they are wise to that one now, as Marco Bezzecchi pulls onto pole position. And I guess the big challenge initially for Bezzecchi is getting himself up to turn 1 first. We do know that the Ducatis are super quick off the line, as are the KTMs, although for Bezzecchi, the first of those up behind him is 4 places further back in the shape of Enea Bastianini. Here is how the grid lines up then. Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia on the front row. We remind you, Alex Marquez does not serve a long lap penalty until tomorrow's Grand Prix. Marc Marquez 4th from Enea Bastianini and Fermi Aldeguer. Pedro Acosta 7th, and certainly looked to have the pace for more than that earlier on. Frankie Morbidelli and Raul Fernandez join him on row 3. Mir, Binder and Zarco are your 4th row of the grid. Zarco has already crashed twice so far today. Luca Marini lines at 13 then of the world champion Jorge Martin and Fabio Di Gianantonio. We haven't seen a Yamaha yet. That's because Fabio Quartararo is down in 16th, his worst of the season. Alex Rins and Miguel Oliveira completes an all Yamaha 6th row. Ayagura disappointing this one, he had to say 19th, and Jack Miller completes our grid of 20 after the withdrawal of Maverick Vinales.
Well, he was buzzing after his first double podium of the season in Brno before the summer break, wasn't he, Pedro Acosta? And he's been really happy with some summer break upgrades from the factory KTM team as well. 7th, heading row 3 is Acosta. You feel that he's going to be in the game for the podium in the sprint this afternoon on the Grand Prix tomorrow. Let's get the thoughts of his crew chief, Paul Ciabatta, who's with Jack.
Yeah, Pedro's been right at it all weekend long, but from the front to the 3rd row of the grid, Paul, it just makes your life and his a little bit more complicated than you were thinking it was going to be with 2 minutes left in qualifying.
Yeah, for sure, mate. You know, it's we know in the MotoGP class at the moment the start is everything, and being in the front is makes the job so much easier. So to be honest, we put many good laps together this weekend. The pace has been very good. He's riding well, and yeah, pushing on the limit, those sort of things can happen for sure. So, but anyway, we're in the better side of the grid, I think, to be this far back. Get a bit more room to manoeuvre, and if we can get a good jump off the line, then let's see what we can do.
Good luck.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Paul Trevathan. He has been a star performer this weekend for KTM, has Acosta, although we have to say, and this show's got a top job in Bastianini has produced this weekend, because the Italian, somewhat surprisingly for the first time this year, is the top KTM qualifier. At 5th place on the grid, there goes the beast. Of course, he was on the sprint podium last time out in Brno with Acosta. Ploughing a lone furrow, sadly, with Maverick Vinales withdrawing for the remainder of this weekend. But I'm sure there are big hopes for a repeat of his Brno brilliance in the sprint for the beast. Let's get the thoughts on the boss. Sergio Planchfalo joins Jack.
Right, top KTM for an middle of the second row of the grid. I have to say, he's my dark horse for this one. Is he yours? Yes, since Czech Republic, the feeling is a lot better. We don't really understand why, but it's a fact. And since the beginning of the weekend, we knew we were, competitive. Very sad and pissed off, to be honest, on Friday night to miss the direct access to Q2. He did what he had to do this morning to go through Q2. Top KTM, as you mentioned. Ideal time is quite good because both Pedro and himself are P3 and 4. So we know the potential is there. We know we don't have any real issue for resistance, at least for the sprint. It's going to be down to a good start. Be aggressive enough in the first 3 laps, as usual. And hopefully, we'll see him in a position which is at least matching the one he has on the grid. Fingers crossed. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, Jack. Yeah, and wasn't even 14, it was just about 400ths of a second he was away from what would have been a sensational front row start. And the Sergio Planchfalo there, Tech 3, Boss just alluded to, ideal timed, which is when you put all of the riders' best 4 sectors together in the session. Well, it was a front row for Enea Bastianini. It has been a miserable, it has been a shocking, you can't sugarcoat it. It's been a horror show so far this weekend for Yamaha. Their lead qualifier is Fabio Quartararo in 16th place. Never looked like he was going to get out of that heavyweight Q1 session. His worst qualifying of the season. Lowest grid position for Fabio since Phillip Island last year. We were just looking at Jack Miller there. If you're a Jack Miller fan, you might want to put your fingers in your ears or put the old TV on mute right now, because Jack's starting from 20th place on the WiseStar M1. That is his lowest qualifying since his rookie season, nearly 10 years ago at Valencia back in 2015. Alex Rins 17th, Miguel Oliveira 18th. It feels like it's going to be a turn the page job after this weekend for Yamaha, Lewis.
Get themselves to Battlefront Park pretty quickly, I think, from their point of view. And generally, when you see the 4 riders on one motorcycle all together on the grid, 16th, 17th, 18th and 20th, that pretty much tells you that that is the level of the bike. Not even Fabio Quartararo, with all of the heroics we've seen from him on Saturdays so far this year, could muscle that M1 into qualifying too. Of course, there is still plenty to race for. Of course, we have seen some attritional battles over the course of the year, but surely any kind of points will be a reward for Yamaha here today as a business-like Pedro Acosta trudges down pit lane. He'll head over to the 3rd row of the grid, and surely there's only one thing in Pedro Acosta's mind, and that is attack.
Yeah, 2nd in the sprint in Brno, an excellent 3rd place in the Grand Prix as well. Casey Stone, a MotoGP legend, soaking up the atmosphere there down on the grid. I think he's just close to Marco Bezzecchi in pole position, just offering a little bit of a handshake and a good look message there to Polestar on the factory. Brilliant. Speaking of factory, brilliant. It's been an incredible day, hasn't it, as far as the Nuali factory are concerned. Pole position for Marco Bezzecchi. Can he get the job done over 14 laps for? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Paolo Bonora, who's the Jack.
Yeah, Paolo, just chatting to Marco Bezzecchi's crew chief and the Michelin technician. Paolo, we were just in front of KC giving a good luck message to Marco there. You're hoping he's managed to rub off a little bit of his talent on Marco ahead of this one? Yeah, first of all, we have to thank him because he did a very, very, very good lap time during the qualifying. It was hard, because moving from Q1 to Q2 was not easy, but he did a great job. As well as Jorge, despite of A10, he didn't have the opportunity to be in Q2. But by the way, it is the natural process to be again with our bike, and we expect in the next race to be more in the front also with him. To be in the front is surely an advantage, but it is necessary to take care in this circuit because the hard braking is so
So, crucial point. This is necessary to manage until the end of the race.
Just looking at the lap times that we've seen throughout the weekend, it looks like Mark might just have a little bit on everybody else, but then there's 4, 5, maybe even 6 riders that very difficult to judge who's faster than the other. Yeah, you're right. We struggled a little bit in the first 2 split, but seeing from yesterday, we have a little bit an advantage on the 3rd and the 4th. So we have to keep in mind this potential of our bike and take the advantage for the second part of the race. Good luck, Paula. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks as always to Paolo Bonora breaking our conditions here in Austria. That was a shot, wasn't it? There's a whole bunch of MotoGP legends knocking around the Spielberg paddock this weekend. Casey Stoner, we've seen Andrea Dovizioso's here, Danny Pedrosa, Valentino Rossi is here, and as he was making his way off the grid, just coming back onto the grid was his old foe and nemesis, Marc Marquez. I don't think there was even a glance, not even a split second look between the pair of them as they cross paths down in pit lane. The crowd are on their feet. They are hungry for more home success. Ducati, in terms of Grand Prix around this Spielberg circuit since we came back in 2016, have been dominant. 11 races, 9 wins for Ducati. The only times they have been beaten have been by KTMs on Sundays. And of course, Miguel Oliveira's first win for Tech 3, what a day that was, in the Styrian round in 2020. And that unforgettable afternoon, the flag-to-flag drama for Brad Binder in 2021. They are the only non-Ducati Grand Prix wins here in Austria.
I'm not expecting any kind of flag-to-flag action here this afternoon, even if there were 1 or 2 spots of rain falling at the end of qualifying too earlier on today. Can't say with great certainty that it'll be the same tomorrow. We shall see when we open our curtains tomorrow morning what kind of weather we're awaiting, because it is rather temperamental in this part of the world. Still 1 or 2 forecasts, though there might be some thunderstorms in the area tomorrow for race day, but the sprint is set fair for dry conditions.
Alex Marquez, minus a sprint medal around his neck since the Dutch TT in Assen. 8th in the Sachsenring, and he was out of the points, a long way out of the points last time out in Brno. Can he get himself back in that podium fight? He's good, great chance. Second on the grid. Let's get the thoughts of his boss, Michele Massini.
Yeah, an excellent job by Alex this morning to put himself on the front row of the grid, but just looking in free practice too, and yesterday in the early part of the session, it didn't sound too comfortable in the rhythm. Do you feel you've been able to make enough progress that he can be right there at the front in this one, Michele?
I think that yesterday we made a clever Friday, because I think that we work jumping again on a MotoGP bike is not so easy on the, especially in the Friday morning, but I think that today we show our speed. The first row is already important, so now we need to push for the sprint, and then we'll see tomorrow also with the long lap that we have to make. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck to all concerned at Gazini Racing. We should mention as well Alex's teammate Thurman Aldeguer, who's been a little bit under the radar so far this weekend, but he delivered an exceptional performance in Q2 this morning. Aldeguer will go from the back of row 2 in 6th place, just the 3rd time this season in his rookie campaign that he has qualified inside the top 6, along with Le Mans and Silverstone. They are the recommended disc from Brembo, the 355mm, to cope with the excessive temperature build-up you get in the front discs around this Red Bull Ring circuit. Harsh braking zones into turn 1, into 2A, turn 3, and in particular down the hill into turn 4. If you're going to make moves, if you're going to make overtakes in this sprint and Grand Prix tomorrow, you have to be very, very precise, because any kind of mistake on the front end. Yeah, I was just thinking actually, I did think that Pedro Acosta had gone over to. Well, has he gone down to the medium now? He was originally on the hard front, so he's now down to the medium. There's been a couple of times where the KTMs, because they do like to make up time in braking, we know how good the KTM is at stopping. So a late change. Acosta was initially going to go for the hard front, but he seems to have gone with the majority pick. Medium front, soft rear tyre.
Of course, no real concerns over rear tyre life over the course of the sprint distance over 14 laps. Of course, that may well change tomorrow. Alex Marquez with his brother right over his shoulder. And Alex Marquez, second, of course, in the World Championship. about managing that 48-point gap back to Pecco Bagnaia, who starts right next to him on the front row of the grid. Top three in the World Championship start fourth, third, second. They're all looking up ahead. He's already defeated from sprint to 12 years. 141. Saturdays alone. Just 3 points so far this season. We're getting a look then. Sprint coming your way next driving. Time here in Austria. Pecco Bagnaia, who's never lost a sprint here. Alex Marquez, second in the World Championship. Second place. But for the first time that they've actually finished right. Marquez, second. Can he break the Marquez? Back in business. Marco Bezzecchi for the first time on third competition in 40 the Italian with Alex Marquez, second in the World Championship, and Pecco Bagnaia looking to continue a winning success here. 2 straight wins, 2 3 wins in the last 2 years for Bagnaia. 2022, who has a commanding 120 in the World Championship, he was 14 sprint here in Austria. He has the way through in points at the lead, tick-tock in the 2B chicane this morning. In 2025, continue its unrivaled innovation of the season today. Could be trying to be launching towards what could be the best thing. You want to check out some saturation. Clear. His own words. The World Championship is now to win this. That's been his evaluation. Bagnaia is it's all just about in particular, look at what can Bagnaia do third place? Marking about decade. The Marquez put they have won all 12 to lose it last year on a sprint. Victory for last time in Worthington was by 3 million of a latest Friday. Competition then for the second lead.
Led the British Conference, of course. The cycling sprint. Like, he beat 4 weeks ago. So he was going to take on the factory of big competition. There he is on the 72 line. 72 alongside keep yourself at the very top second for me as well. It's gonna come to the first he's back. Turn 4. Or not, quite a almost Ducatis. From 6 to 9. Place initially, and now it's 50. Even that replay, the other actually very inconvenient. That has been the story. 2025. He'll break his own into turn. Why can the red tire? Start a cluster of pressure on the side of the road. After the lovely movements made that work beautifully. On the inside, baby, CD starting. 2 HTB brigade. Now pick to the batting. Had to pull the spray. He's still looking at it for the line after that hole, so also the same issue. Another breed. From that point, and Windows also probably start to recover. Pull that out the sprint. Though, is a constant third place transform the turning of the last in Tuesday. 249. I has already been given room in the sprint. They're only on 12 minutes. Second lap. Costa. Martin. Somewhere. Yeah, ending. 3 times. to be winning. Impressive early speed this morning. 128.9. We tend to forget the market actually behind just over 3.5. That's not bad, 3. 129. Fernandez mixed in the gym. Back in 15. Stuck down in. With the right hand at the side. Had all their problems. Clear a mark halfway around. The 37. Qualifying when he we'll be pretty pleased with what he just anniversary. Martina Mena giving but he doesn't like the door not to shut with a sensing give it. Just look at that aggressive roll. Seems like he's remembering. And drops the leg down into turn 4. This is Pedro Costa. 2 yards downhill. Into 4. Straight up the line. Very going to be 12 inches too late on the video braking. He's been to get second behind him. He's about half a second back in that top 3. Found a way through. But I'm happy about the just sprint to that 2 right now. All them pages and do the Jim Antonio. The real that's genius. Morbidelli. 2 quarters in a row. Got to give up the rest of the time. It's like that's for Morbidelli. 50. Problems he's overtaking. 2025, for instance, at times he's been out something like that. He's going from bad to worse. What have you got? Nice career. Tough. Watching start with a big announcement. Not being able to make any. Trackhouse are brilliant. For long. Give up peace. It's a good rhythm at the moment. He's trouble for Ralph Fernando ahead of him because that lap 6. When he It's 93.
Small back. Just yet.
He's going to try to show Fernandez. Quickly, Fernandez, I the Grand Prix second actually exchange
Bastianini.
Fernandez, that move was coming with the there. On the right of the hill. So 2 of the KT. Quickly, of the chicane.
Who's in 16th Check the flag at this. Handlebars around. Which is why his handlebars. He is now
He has been 3 Grand Prix and developing into an sprint with the gold medal in the medal ring. It's down to just the game. It's Riley quicker than the 2. 5 clicks. That's about it. Bagnaya's call it quits. Bagnaya just see the pit lane speed limiter on Anna Conjugate. Shocker. Confidence in
doing the final. Faith. To the back.
How frustrating. Watch his teammates spin victory. To the distance. Through the final corner, the right to the rankings. A really that was a really good very much game on. Third or fourth, I think, second. The upper hand into the place. That gap now is important.
It's before he breaks.
That's recorded. Have you got anything that is responsive to well set up for us here in Australia, and that should be the dream of the so far in 2025. For what? Let's do anything. And it's try and make a retaliatory move on Mark, who is running to extend that championship by another 3 points.
Obviously, mechanical one with he will score nothing.
That final corner. The master at time. In those crucial final at the moment, started this sprint
And you could just see shortcut it.
at the moment, so let's get to I'm here tomorrow. Looks like as far as the gold medal plays in the film, I was flirting with Benjamin. 9 and 2. Secretary. He's finally back in Los Angeles himself. Established that lead and then he's been in this position before in 2025. He hasn't really took the ball. Was the big mistake that he made with leading in the Grand Prix. And game over. To say about Pedro Acosta Pedro Bagnaia as far as right, so slightly frustrated. External factor clearly the contention for the player here.
And I also through
Nice. Into turn 4 factory owners, a mark, the same time on the factory, the brilliant. Run down to 2-8. I was already in Austria. 3 laps ago. So you can go to the place. A pretty nice cover. And my Marquez is playing all the infield that he would be around before top three. And he's thinking himself, that team is incredible with 11 successive victories in 2025. Whereas obsession. Tricky Sunday experience, so and then he's hard. Winning number 20. Expected when you really like that is to be the case. Too fast. To be making him look relatively easy. To negotiate what? For the very first here tonight, but he really in the Grand Prix of Austria. The spoils by from 7, that's back to back. From proposition was really trail in that 14. Having an excellent shoot. Finishes the sprint display. Antonio. Lines of rear. Nightmare start. Really unstoppable. And right now, sprint. No signs of giving when he is kicking it wildly on GP career. Special, even from 400 to go. Grand Prix, Alex super happy with today's result. Is a third Grand Prix Spielberg. Well, we are seeing back to his brilliant successive podium time out in Brno. Very, very happy. Series fields have made with third. One of the big it's a real big because he was in front of 5 years. Really like that life and stuff like that. Makes you not just the influence, but the squad is an excellent Saturday morning. The factory today never runs His last one killing him.
Bastion. Bit of a mess at the start. Started from carbon copy, one row. And now again.
Just look at that from 14th place on the grid. He's done it again though. He is just a serial Saturday winner in 2025. Hard to believe, isn't it, really, that coming into this season, Marc Marquez had won just one sprint, because now he can't stop winning sprints. He's winning them for fun. Imagine he melts down those gold medals. He's going to have a fortune, isn't he?
Struggle at the end of the season for all those gold medals. He's just going to struggle for space to fit them all in, because he's won every sprint bar one, and did at least take a silver medal on that sole occasion that his brother beat him to the checker flag of a sprint. Pedro Acosta does at least take a podium in front of KTM's home fans, and does extend his strong recent streak. And his 3 podiums on the backs.
Yeah, let's hear then from Acosta, third place here in KTM's home Grand Prix, the Jag.
Well, Pedro, huge congratulations. Coming through from the third row of the grid, it was never going to be easy, but you battled so hard in those first laps. And how much does it mean to be on the podium here in KTM's home Grand Prix?
Lord, I mean, from 2023, I was not in a player in the ring. And see all this ground. I mean, maybe I was more happy even with the podium than with a victory, maybe, you know. But, I don't know, we need to be super happy. We'll start to the match in the qualifying, but we make a super plan with the team, and we are working with quite well in the last couple of GPs for this. We need to keep rolling this mood.
Brilliant ride, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, need to keep it rolling when he's rocking and rolling right now at the Red Bull Ring. We're finally seeing Pedro Acosta getting back to his best, aren't we? So many outstanding rides he produced in his rookie season. Hasn't always, shall we say, been plain sailing between himself and the factory KTM squad so far in 2025, but the proof's in the pudding. He's always said, give me a competitive motorcycle and I will get the job done. I can race at the front with the very best in MotoGP. So it's back-to-back sprint podiums in 2025 for Acosta. What a great place to do it as well, in front of the mass ranks of KTM fans here in Austria. But once again, it is Marquez 1-2 in the sprint. Ducati continue to rack up the sprint wins. 27 now on the spin. Hard to really see when they might get defeated again on Saturday afternoons. Acosta, though, getting himself back in the game. Momentum's a wonderful thing. He's got momentum on